Alrighty. Hello, hello. Look, it's an emo boy. Who I don't know. I don't really get the characterization of Ororon, by the way. It's just gap with the gap of him being emo in presentation, than just being the child that likes vegetables. I don't know. Anyways, you still gonna try Chasca on an EM build? Of course I am. You think I wouldn't try Chasca on an EM build? Like, how could I not? To be clear, it's the one thing that tempts me about getting her C1. Speaking of, by the way, I shouldn't have done this. My brain was like, you know, I have the wishes, and my justification for risking continuing, and I have Ororon C4. I only had C2 in the video. I got C4 because I was like, I want the energy refund just in case I care about it. The attack buff from C6 would be cool, I guess, but like not that important in my opinion. And neither will the energy buff be that important necessarily, considering I have Elegy and a pretty dang good build on him. But I chose to risk further because I physically, you know, I do be a content creator, and if I'm doing a bunch of wishing videos next patch anyways, where, you know, I'm making money by spending money, then maybe I'll just not want to guarantee anyways to make the video more interesting. Because, like, I can tell you right now, I was pretty confident I don't care about Moika Constellations. And therefore, like, if I'm going to make a, what is $300 video, get me on Moika banner video, that's going to make me likely get some Moika Constellations, unless I get quite unlucky, when I have this guarantee carried over. So I didn't care about that, so hence why, I don't know, I still might use the guarantee for Chasca C1, but not. Now I'm like, I have like 68 pities. So it took me like 70 wishes to get 2 more copies of Ororon, because, you know, yeah, which is fairly average to be clear, but still stupid. Like, it's not like Ororon's constellations are that good, right? So anyways. Oh, by the way, Binge is here today. It's been a while since he's been on a stream.
Hello, hello.
So we might yap about various things with this patch, notably, you know, reaction buffs, things we can do with that. Whatever, but my main goal this stream, yeah, I have, 68 pity. So, like, I could get Chasca C1 right now if I wanted. I am probably not going to, though. Like, Chasca C1 is interesting. We can see what, I don't know. So Binge, I assume you know that Chasca, so her first, if you count from right to left, yeah, let me switch to Chasca, I guess.
Right.
Her bullets load in, and at C0 with 3 Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, Electro teammates have to be different elements, which... Man, when they made that change in beta, that really hurt her team versatility potential.
Yeah.
Oh boy, I can't believe they did that. Whatever. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was gonna switch to
C1.
Chasca. But at C1, so basically, the way her ICD works is like her bullet load order is random. I don't think she actually. Oh no, she doesn't. Okay, you need to have enemies around to be able to see her. Load in a bullet. Let's switch Shalonen out, I guess. We have Electro, Hydro. I guess let's just do the one main actual Chasca team. Bennett, Farina, and then a flex slot. So, wait, actually I don't know. She's level 40 still. Do I need this passive? I do. Oh, God damn it. Wait. No, never mind. I don't need that passive for her full bullets to do what I want to demonstrate. No, that's fine. Okay, good, cool. So if you count from right to left, right? You can see I had the 3 bullets, so you're guaranteed to get, you know, we have a Pyro, Hydro, Electro unit in the team. We're guaranteed to get Pyro, Hydro, Electro bullets as the first 3. And then the 4th bullet, again, counting from right to left, is randomly selected from one of the 3 elements.
Right.
And application happens in a single target context. Application happens from the 1st bullet and the 3rd bullet, right? Which means you can get like Electro, Pyro, Hydro, Pyro, and have 0 Pyro application. You'll see a Pyro number happen on screen. It's a Pyro type damage, but it doesn't apply Pyro. Can't trigger a Pyro reaction. C1 makes her get a 5th bullet in this circumstance, in having the 3-unit team like this. And that makes her have another instance of elemental application from each of her charge shots, which means doing weird things like if I want to do an EM focus build that triggers as many reactions as possible is potentially meaningfully better with C1, on top of it just being, you know, higher, more multiplier damage, right?
So does this also mean that you don't need a third element if it's increasing the buff?
Well, so the problem is when they changed her in beta, right? Originally that was the case where her C1 basically made it so you didn't need a third element.
Okay.
And that made it really valuable potentially in conjunction with what I mentioned.
Right.
But the problem is they changed her like passive or whatever to give her damage bonus based on having the different elemental types, right? So you still lose the damage bonus.
Right.
But it makes it not as bad because it gives you the like doing 2 combo. You also you don't get 5 bullets, right? You'd get 4 bullets guaranteed.
Right.
If we do only Ororon and Farina and then do like Shalon in the last slot or something, right? Then at C0, Chasca will guaranteed only get 2 converted bullets and then have a I think it's 66% chance of a third one. And if she's doing 4 of her charge attack bouts, that means 2 or 3 on average.
Well, missing an attack when you're dealing with ICDE is huge.
Yeah, exactly. Like you're not guaranteed to even get that second application. It's pretty bad to do to remove one of the Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, or Electro teammates for another Anemo, another Geo, most relevant is Shalon. Or notably you can't do like double Pyro, right? Is one thing they changed.
Right.
With her passive stuff. So actually, no, I think wait. Let me double check. I think you might lose the damage bonus if you do something like double Pyro, but I think you actually still get guaranteed shots. Guaranteed 4 shots. Let me double check that. I might be wrong. As far as 5.3 characters, guys, I'll probably talk about them, but not right now. I want to actually focus on the things that exist right now in the game.
Yes.
So, anyways, let's switch to, I guess, just like put Shawling here or whatever. There we go. So they double Pyro. We need to go find an enemy again, which will just use that bat. I think Chasca will be a top tier DPS for bosses. She's weird, is all I can say.
She definitely does enough damage.
She does good damage.
Bosses.
Yeah, for sure.
So, I wouldn't.
Right, let's see.
You wouldn't have.
Oh no, it's only freaking 3 bullets, man. It's 2 or 3. Wait, that got 4. What the frick? Okay, so that's so weird, right? Oh god, this character's so weird with the conjunction team. So when you're doing 3 Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, Electro teammates with her of all different elements, and you guarantee get 4 bullets at C0. If you're doing 3 Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, Electro teammates, but 2 of them share an element, like this team right here, then you're guaranteed to get 3 bullets with RNG for a 4th bullet. I think. So
yeah, that's what it seems like.
And then if I swapped to like Shalonen though, then it would be 2 bullets with RNG of a 3rd bullet. So fucking weird. That is good though in the context of like these dual element teams aren't quite as like two Pyro teams, for example, aren't quite as bad as doing like a Shalonen in the team, because getting that 3rd bullet at least means you're guaranteed to get that second instance of application, right? Because the 4th bullet, you're losing a bunch of multiplier damage, which is bad, but the 4th bullet isn't doing any application, which can significantly change. Like the 1st and 3rd bullets have potentially way higher value if they can trigger like vaporizes, melts, or whatever. Why Layla, Bennett, Farina, Layla is one of her more compelling teams, because of her ability to trigger like big vaporizes and big melts potentially. So yeah, C1 though, yeah, it is most relevant.
I'm seeing
for like
a message in chat that's actually really interesting.
Oh, yeah.
It's, you think she will surpass Zhao as the best Anemo DPS, and I've got to say pretty firmly she's not an Anemo DPS.
Yes. So if you I don't know what it is at like level 8 or 9, but her Shining Shadow Hunt shell damage is the converted bullets. Her non-Shining Shadow Hunt, I can just go check on Amber or whatever quick. Give me a second. Actually, Amber was down earlier. Is it still down? No, it's not. It's like,
no, it's not down.
Okay. So we'll check.
What do you need? Level 10?
Talent. Well, I'll check level 9. I don't like doing level 10 talents.
Okay. 9.
83% multiplier.
Yeah.
So you can technically do like let's think of again, this is like a meme way to use Chasca. But let's do like what is a mono Anemo Chasca, right? If you have C6 Vars on, this is a thing that might work okay, but it's basically not fundamentally different from using other bad Anemo carries. Like if you're gonna use C6 Lynette with C6 Vars on, right? C6 Lynette is not a very good Anemo DPS, but it's a thing you can do, right? It's probably gonna be kind of similar to that, is my guess. But let's configure. The main problem is like you're still probably gonna have at least one pyro. Like we could do you, of course. We do. Where is she? I cannot find her. Blind. There she is. Who do we do other than this though, right? Because like the problem is the obvious thing is like Bennett Farina, but then she's not doing that much Anemo damage still. Like we'd have to do at least one more Anemo unit for her to do a compelling amount of Anemo damage. And there's like I guess like the most compelling thing might be like Farina Jean. And then she's only gonna get one bullet most of the time. Sometimes she'll get two. So that means like basically 4 or 5 of her 6 shots are going to be Anemo bullets with at level 9 an 83% multiplier compared to 283% for her converted bullets. So like
you're missing Bennett buff too.
Yeah, we don't have Bennett buff in this instance. So like no, just like use Bennett instead of for like Jean here in this context basically. And you could do it, but again, like as soon as you swap Farazan out to another Pyrohydra, like or swap Farazan out for Ororon, and it's way better, right? Like that's kind of ultimately all it is. You could do meme things with Anemo, with full Anemo, and try to maximize her Anemo damage, and like the full multiplier is gonna be like what? It's like 500% maybe Anemo damage if you particularly factoring her bursts. I don't know. We'll say like 25%, 2500% motion value over an entire rotation of Anemo damage probably.
Which is abysmal.
Yeah, like it's a lot worse than Xiao. If we compare to someone like I'm pretty sure it's a lot worse than Hazo too. Although, no, it's worse than Hazo. I'm pretty sure. It might not be that different functionally because Hazo gets like 1000% multiplier or whatever with his skill leveled up, and his burst. Yeah, it'd be similar to Hazo basically. I think is actually a good comparison. The difference is Hazo is at least more fun because he gets a big number that appears on screen, right? He gets like the big front loaded damage, whereas like Chasca is just going to be a million small numbers.
Well, and he's quick swap.
You
generally don't on field him for a full battle rotation unless you're playing plunge Hazo. That's actually kind of fun.
What's funny? I don't even know if I can't even confidently say I can pretty confidently say I think maybe Benj will agree with this. Do you think Farazan is a stronger on-field Anemo DP since both of these systems would require C6 Farazan? Is Farazan a better on-field Anemo DPS than Chasca? Yeah, I think the answer is yes. Because you could do like Bennett buff, you could do Bennett, Farida, Farazan,
Jean.
Well, you wouldn't need Jean in that context, I think necessarily.
Well, it depends on what your cons are for her.
Yeah,
but
true.
The reason why you do that in that team is because you'd be sunfiring.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, I forgot. Yep.
That makes Farina hit really hard, and Farazan with a lot of depending on Jean's cons would get such a high Anemo res shred that it would be worth it versus some of the other options, especially since a character like Jillinan doesn't buff Anemo.
Yeah, yes. So suffice to say, she's not an Anemo DPS. You can do it if you're memeing. That's basically it, but you're don't do it. The most interesting thing to test with Chasca ultimately will be how much actually reaction potential does she have for triggering different reactions, with how you can't control her bullets. There is weirdness with the idea of controlling her bullets, by the way. So I wasn't able to test in her trial, but I think we can test if I go outside of Natlan and that I actually have her. Which is basically what I noticed in her trial, is that when you, so here I'll just demonstrate this with the back quick. when you are doing her charge attacks, it seemed like you can fire early, I believe. So I think there might be... Oh, is the bat dead? The bat might be dead. Oops, I killed the bat. Oh well, I guess we will go outside of Natland then. That's not where I need... let's go to Sumeru. There's a dude right by this waypoint. I think you might, like, I'm trying to talk about, like, tech here, like, as far as, like, the problem of Chasca is, like, sometimes that you can't necessarily control, share, whatever, new patch things. You can't necessarily control, well, no, you literally can't control the order her bullets load in, but the order her bullets load in matters for, like, what reactions you trigger, right? And if you can actually somehow optimize how her bullets, like, which bullets trigger what reactions, you might be able to do something interesting with her, with certain team comps.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's gonna be super compelling. Like it's almost always gonna be like, oh, I accidentally swapped out Bennett. It's almost always gonna be Bennett, Farina, flex slot. And like what's interesting is like I don't even think Malika is an interesting teammate for her because like.
Speaking of interesting things, there's another kind of interesting thing in chat. Some asking of like, you know, is VV, because that is like the de facto Anemo set, is VV an option for her? But she doesn't
yes,
really
you can't
do swirls.
Yeah, well, she does swirls consistently, but she doesn't do swirls of a specific element type consistently.
Or dual element type. She can't
or
double swirl like most supports would want. So she doesn't even buff herself significantly. It's not like it's a bad thing for her if you don't have an option, but stats before sets always, like that still counts here, but it's not going to be optimal for her by any stretch unless you've just got killer like damage based VV.
So yeah, probably not recommended, to say the least. Other than like maybe an option because of the fact that you might have a crit rate weapon. I don't know, something, not necessarily this one, but maybe this one. This might be your best stat stick weapon available, and this doesn't really make sense with the 4-piece in the new set, but could make 2-piece combos or something like 4-piece VV make more sense, right? So, anyways, what was I? Oh yeah, so we're gonna check the damage here. I haven't tested.
No, EM Chasca is not good.
Well, yeah, probably not good, but it's something I'm going to play with. You can't stop me.
I won't. I want to see this.
Yeah. So what we're testing here, though, is because I noticed in the trial you can, when her like bullets are charging up, you could fire early, right? And I feel like there might be some, like, if you notice that the bullets, because they load in order, if you notice that the bullets loaded in order, where you know it's not going to trigger a reaction that you wanted. So this would be more relevant, less for this team, because this team can kind of just do whatever reactions and it should be pretty consistent. But I know like the Layla variant instead of the Ororon variant of this team is going to be pretty weirdly more variable. So like there might be tech in, what I'm thinking is that there might be tech in watching the bullet order load in, and if it loads the wrong bullets for like the second bullet you see, I believe, is load in, because it loads in reverse order. It'll load the 2 Anemo bullets, then it'll load the 4th bullet, and then the 3rd one. And that 3rd one is potentially the most important one, where you could cancel that early by just doing the charge attack there. And what I want to see, because can you like cancel one of the charge attacks and then still get like the full four charge attacks out, even after canceling one that has the unoptimal bullet order kind of thing. Because there might be weird optimization you can do like that. It's probably almost surely not very significant because there's still too much RNG across all of the different attacks. But that's what I'm going to kind of look for here when I'm attacking this thing. See, you can do it early, right? And that's kind of interesting. So I think that means my theory is correct. My theory is correct in that you can do it early in trying to do this weird balance of ending with a shot early and still potentially having enough duration to maybe get 4th shots out. But let's see if I can do that. I'm going to try to cancel. I'm not going to try to like watch for a particular bullet order, because that's something that it's a fairly high skill thing. You got to just pay attention and you got to really get used to it. I'm gonna try to cancel the first one at 2 bullets. Oh, what happened? I lost audio. Give me a second. I have audio back. Yay. Alright. Hello, Christian. By the way, I think I saw someone ask in the chat what's the option, non-Farina option in this team. Honestly, the sad thing is I think Farina right now is the least replaceable teammate. She kind of... Right, she doesn't trigger normal attacks, so you can't do, like... She wants off-field units, right? In some form, most likely. I think she'll probably still be competent if you replace Farina with... Oh, frick, man, I don't know. Like, the problem is you need attacks that are happening that aren't... Like, St. Joe doesn't work because you're not getting anything from him because she's not doing normal attacks. So...
I would actually suggest Layla, but high con Layla.
Yeah, there you go. So, yeah. So, some characters doing some mix of something that can be reactions. In this case, the problem is, like, doing... If you have Cryo application and Electro application from Chasca, triggering a superconduct isn't the most valuable thing from her.
So true.
So... Oh, boy, I don't even know. Like, the ideal would be a...
Burst Ganyu
honestly,
would be fine.
Yeah, Burst Ganyu would be fine. Yeah, something like, honestly, Kokomi I think would be fine too. Because at least she is a Hydra that does some application from off-field or whatever. And then could maybe help you trigger Vaporize on your Pyro-converted bullets kind of thing, right? So you can mess around with that kind of thing. But yeah. Burst
Chasca
Eye...
not being an EM character is also kind of...
it really limits.
And this isn't that you can't play her this way, but her not being an EM character is also kind of in the same vein as she's not really an Anemo character.
Yeah.
She is a sort of random damage.
She's a rainbow DPS of raw
raw
multipliers.
Yeah, and she does like vertical investment scaling damage as her primary source of damage. That's how you want to build her. She likes attack. Yes. She likes crit.
A build
she
like
will
this.
use EM because she'll will melt.
She'll really like a crit damage weapon. But
yeah.
Yeah, she likes EM substats. So like I have a little bit. Oh, actually, I don't have that much. I thought I had more. Oh yeah, I had to change. I leveled up this artifact yesterday because I originally used this timepiece, but then I was overcap crit rate. I found out once I ever leveled up. And I could have like solved that issue by swapping to like this, but I didn't want to steal this from Yai or whatever. So, anyways, I don't have that much EM from substats. It'll be fine for a normal build. To be clear, I have a little bit. If need be, I don't know. I can put Farina on Kiev Kash's suit if I really care about the EM.
So Luna is absolutely right in this context.
Right, let's see what I do
in terms of like vertical scaling and everything that she's really meant to be used for with her pit. Like it's Genshin, so have fun, but there are going to be things that they intended.
Oh, you can't. Oh, frick. That sucks, man. Yeah, okay. Well, theory killed. There you go.
You can't get a fifth full shot out.
Well, yeah. If you cancel the first shot, your fifth shot ends at one elemental bullet.
What if you were to cancel the first two?
The first two, and see if we get like 3 or something.
Well, like so you had 2 bullets in the first one. What if you did 2 bullets in the first, 2 bullets in the second, and then tried to go for almost a fully charged 5th shot?
Let's see. Oh, she can almost do it. It might be if you do like some really... I suspect if you time that exactly, because basically what I'm doing is I'm holding my left click and I'm letting go as soon as I was trying to time letting go as soon as the second bullet loaded.
Right.
I don't know. That might actually make sense, right? Because you're going to guarantee you get one. Well, no. I don't know. It depends on what bullet you still load in the first 2 shots, right? There might be reason to optimize around doing that. But
she does so much vertical scaling damage that any more charge attacks that you can get out in a rotation is probably good for her, unless it extends your rotation beyond your buffs.
Nope, 3 again. All right. I feel like I can get this. Pretty sure on controller you can just hold the aim button to immediately fire whenever all the bullets load. I think on let me double check that. I think on PC if I just hold it'll fire after they all load. But I think I might be able to get it to fire slightly faster if I let go. No, maybe not. I don't know. This is just me holding and doing nothing, right? We're just doing weird things that like what this might result in is being able to eke out, if we're optimistic, one extra application and might offer you slight control over RNG of her bullets, but it like doesn't. I don't think it's ultimately going to change that much relative to what we were talking about before, with just how like vertically invested you are on her. Beto, yeah, Beto I think should work. The problem is Ororon exists.
Yeah,
and Ororon
the
uses
fact that
the support
Ororon's on
set.
banner.
Yeah, and he was like basically kind of made for her in a lot of ways. So yeah. Okay, let's try this again. I did it! I did it! You can do it! Sick. So that's interesting. You can do 3 full 4 bullets and then two bullet combos. What is the relevance of doing that then? Because the functional result is that's the same exact multipliers. Like that's the same number of converted bullets, right? That's 16 total converted bullets. But the difference is.
Well, when you get more Anemo
I think the difference is
bullets,
basically. Oh yeah, you get more
bullets.
Anemo bullets. That's the main benefit. Yeah, you're right.
So you'll get more swirls. You'll get slightly higher, overall damage if you're getting the exact same number of converted bullets.
Yeah.
And you do have a little bit of control over your reactions.
I don't know if it actually gives you control of the reactions though, right? Because the bullets are the 2 bullets are only like if you're only doing 2 bullets, it's only going to be one applies an element.
Yeah.
And then they're both RNG still, which is no different than if you had just done a full 4 bullet charge attack, right? And they were all RNG.
Oh yeah, no,
it's
I
exactly the
mean.
same, I think, as far as that goes. With the only difference being the timing of when the reactions happen potentially, which
At that point,
could be relevant.
Say,
but
how long the rotation is then matters as to whether or not it could be made optimal.
yeah, so it's some interesting tech, but realistically, it's just the extra swirl that ultimately all it is. So technically, it's the optimal thing to do when I do an EM Chasca build. Very minorly. So, anyways, yeah, I don't know. I wish this character offered more control, and had a little bit more application at a baseline. Like, I really wish. It annoys me that you can, see a pyro bullet. So let's see if we can get a combination of that happens. So there we had no. That was actually I just actually spammed the button there. So what happened there was I had 2 Electro bullets. It was the first bullet from right to left. I believe it was either pyro or hydro, and then the second one was electro. Third one was the other either pyro or hydro, and then the fourth one was electro. That second bullet and the fourth bullet being electro did electro type damage, but didn't apply electro. No electro reaction, right? That's what annoys me. It annoys me that you can see her do like an electro, and she doesn't apply it, right? It's possible that I can do 4 attacks in a row and see 8 electro bullets and have 0 electro application. That's what annoys me.
They could have just like changed her, her multipliers somewhat and allowed her to do more reactions, and she would be kind of really fun in that regard.
Yeah. Like she had the potential to be a really, really fun, interesting reaction unit, and I feel like, like the way that C1 changes this is like, it's by giving you that extra application, it's way, 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 way less likely. It mitigates RNG on its own by giving you more application and more elemental bullet types, right? So the circumstance where I mentioned before of, seeing 8 electro bullets and getting 0 electro application is much less likely by having an extra instance of application in every shot, and an extra converted bullet. So I don't know. We'll see what I end up deciding to do with next patch as far as wishes go. I might decide to get Chasca C1. My brother actually just told me. I told him to stop wishing, by the way. And for some reason, the dumb dude like kept on wishing for Ororon constellations. And he got to pity, apparently. I think he spent money, too, which just feels even worse. And he got Chasca C1. So I'll actually be able to test Chasca C1 on my brother's account, which is nice. Before I actually decide on my account and see if it actually matters. Other than the application, to be clear, Chasca C1 is just a pretty significant damage increase. It basically gives her another like 1000% motion value or like 1200% motion value. So yeah, and more exploration utility. Citlali, a cryo applicator. Yes. By the way, Binge, I don't know if you saw like Pleb in my Discord server. He shared a clip with me of C6 Kaya, showing like how many melts Kaya triggered. Like his cryo application isn't very good.
It's kind of like,
but it's like enough to make Arlecchino melt on its own. So like Citlali is almost assuredly enough. But we'll see. we'll see. We'll see. Gotta cross my fingers with that.
Poyo has not been favorable to elemental application in the recent
times.
Patches.
Yeah. I mean, look, Ororon, they didn't give him any ICD on his passive. This always applies Electro, dude. Like they're making the supports yoked. Like just. Oh boy.
I can't disagree, but I mean I feel like he's Fischl dude. Dude Fischl.
I'm well aware. He kinda is Dude Fischl. But Dude Fischl is still good. More off-field options for 4-stars that are compelling at C0 is a really good thing for the game.
Yeah.
That's my same conclusion about Pyro Traveler, by the way. Like, how the hell did I just do that? You can do the exploration thing outside of Natlan. Oh. I thought you couldn't. Sick. Okay. For some reason I thought you couldn't. It's just, yeah. Nice. It goes a lot higher in Natlan. That's what it is. Okay. It's a bit underwhelming if it's that high. That's a little unfortunate, but it also costs stamina.
Sure.
Oh shit, a shit ton of stamina. Jesus. How much is that?
It's about a quarter of his bar.
It's 50, yeah. Ugh. It's like 65. Oh god. Okay. Yeah, gravity works different in Outland apparently. Anyways, so I don't know. Like this is a very interesting character, more interesting than Chasca to me, quite frankly. But yeah, Pyro Traveler is not like they're looking like an amazing character, but in the same thing that like it's not like Ororon does insane damage or anything with his like most of his damage, by the way, is his passive. His talent multipliers aren't that important. In fact, I realized I just probably shouldn't have been bothered. Like you can just leave it level 1 and it'll be fine. Because basically all his damage comes from his passive. But like his talent damage is not nothing. It's definitely something. Like you'd want to build some crit on him. Which one should you wish for? Ororon or Chasca? I mean, you wish for both at the same time. But if you're asking a more specific question, Thuman, I don't know. Because you didn't
never wish for a 4-star. You won't.
Never wish for specifically for a 4-star, unless you're fine with getting the 5-star. My Ororon ended up at C4 because I wished a bit more off camera, which I probably shouldn't have done, but hey, I got my C4. So, anyways, like Pyro Traveler is the same thing, where Pyro Traveler can use this artifact set, and this conjunction of being a off-field DPS, even if they're not doing off-field damage, and doing some reaction potential, which is what Pyro Traveler will do as well, even if it's not insane. Some reaction potential, because off-field Pyro is relevant, some off-field Pyro damage, and then Pyro Traveler also has like more on-field carry potential with C6, which will not be available in 5.3. Thanks, Mahalia. We can use C6 Bennett, I guess, before you can actually do C6 Traveler, whatever. It's fine. But that conjunction of this artifact set and how strong it is, in conjunction with some amount of off-field damage in accessible units, like I think people undervalue the utility of like how some amount of off-field damage and reactions going on a team heavily mitigates the need to have units like Chasca that are highly like Chasca can carry a team's damage just by your own investment into her and her high multiplier output, right? That's how they design minion on-field character. But you don't necessarily need characters like this that badly when you have compelling off-field options, and that can be through triggering reaction damage and just multipliers from off-field DPSs, right? So having more 4-star or in Traveler's case they're a 5-star, but they're a free character. options to do that is, I think, a really good thing. Like I mentioned in a few streams ago how Ororon, if you look at like the off-field crit DPS characters that we've gotten in the game since the launch of the game, like we've gotten nothing since like the first versions of the game. Ororon is like the first 4-star that does like actual off-field damage in a long time. Like Rosaria, like Farazan with C6, my dude.
Well, but C6 is the new C0 for 4 star.
Yeah. There's a Pyro Traveler in the next patch. You only have 10 wishes, Lumen. Well, I would save your wishes for next patch, quite frankly. Unless you, to be clear, if you really like Chasca. But I don't know. The Mawika is, if you really like Chasca, you might find yourself really liking Mawika or Citlali next patch. So, Xiangling does off-field damage. I'm aware, she's a 1.0 character. Like, the off-field crit DPSs that we've gotten since 1.0. We got Rosaria. And, like, I guess you can make, like, an argument for, like, Toma and Kuki after Dendro release. You know?
You could for Kuki,
but they're not crit
sure.
DPSs. They're just, but they are off-field DPSs. And then, yes, Farazan with C6.
Damage.
Yeah. And there's no other off-fielders, right? They don't like releasing 4-star off-field options, but we're functionally getting 2 in like 2 patches. And again, it's the conjunction of the artifact buff and their talent damage, but they do it, and I think that's a really healthy thing for the game for them to do. So, anyways, if you don't get, that's not to say you need Ororon, but I think he's going to be he's versatile enough that he's a pretty compelling unit. If you have spare wishes to risk, but if you're looking forward to future characters, don't waste your Prima Gems.
Yeah, and we'll get to future patch speculations here in a bit. There's just like a lot to go through with Ororon and
Lynette
Chasca.
kind of off-field. Like, kinda, but she like doesn't really do that much damage. And has like energy needs and doesn't do enough relative to what other Anemo units do, notably Sucrose. So, you know, Lynette is a problem of, like, technically, yeah, she's an off-field DPS, but not a real one. let's be honest. I think the Fontaine Wings are the best on it. Wait, maybe these.
Fontaine Wings look really good.
Yeah. I hate that you can't just hold these in place or manually rotate. Those don't look bad. I think it's Fontaine Wings. I thought these would look better, but they don't look right. You like the Prime Wings on them? What are the Prime Wings? Oh, no. Oh, those the old Prime Wings? Yeah, I never got those because they pissed me off. Clearly this, no. Yeah, we'll use the Fontaine Wings. The real question is, what the heck for Chasca? She's got all kinds of colors. These are the important questions we need to answer, of course. By the way, I've been streaming for 38 minutes and haven't done a single thing for leveling up these characters. I do like the orange. No, I don't like that. I'm sorry. I can see why some people might. I think the shades of red and... I don't like it. Wait for it to come around again. Like, she's got, like, purples, blues, and oranges, right? Or, sorry, reds. Red, blue, and purple. This doesn't quite match. It's not bad. It just doesn't quite match. We're going to watch it rotate around. Yeah, too much red. Because red is not that strong on her. This feels like the same thing almost, I think, where it's too much purple, but it's not as bad. This, I don't know, looks really good, even though it's... I don't know. No. I think the no for this one, too. I'm going to wait for it to come around.
Maybe the Dendro Wings.
The Dendro Wings? Sure. Okay, I don't mind this one, actually. No. No. Well, I don't know. I guess, yeah, these two. Oh, that actually might that actually might match her. I didn't expect that. That's not bad. I don't have them, though. So, you know. I don't know. I don't know why, but the Natlan ones, or the Liyue ones are the ones that called to me the most. I don't know. Orange wings match her
scarf. It balances out.
Yeah. Oh yeah, she's got the orange accent on her feather. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I don't know. I think the because like so much of her design is like the contrast of the colors a little bit. I think, and the gradients. I think the orange helps the other colors in her stuff stand out. So I think she's a case of contrast over matching colors. Perfect. All right, decided. Very important. Thoughts on the Xbox wings? I saw them. We don't have them on PC yet. I don't know when they're giving them out on PC. They said they were. I thought they would look really good in Emily, but the shade of like they're a little bit darker green than these, right? And yes, I like the contrast of these, but you know, here I'll appease you and put these on her. They're fine, but the Xbox wings are like, you know, bright white on the front, and that looks fine. And then they gradient from a light green to a darker green on the edges, but it is a completely different shade of green from her dark green. And like, I think it just looks worse than these ones. So I don't know a single character that looked that good with the Sumeru, or sorry, with the Xbox wings, other than Nahida, funnily enough. But Nahida looks really good with, you know, the Sumeru wings. So, yep. Oh well. Anyways, let's go actually level up these characters. So Ororon, I have pre-farmed the materials for. I think what I need to do quick, I should go use my resin for Chasca talent materials. I have enough, I believe, to... Well, actually, let's just go craft quick. I believe I have... Oh, that was correct. My brain like didn't recognize this as an Atlan for a brief second there because of this over here. But I believe I have enough for leveling Chasca's skill to 8. I didn't pre-farm, it's just I just had those materials. So, anyways, will you not do C6 Emily? I mean, not on this account. Will I ever consider it on poems only? Depends on 4 stars, but probably not. I don't think it's that necessary. I will say, you want to know who I want C6 binge?
Oh, I'm curious.
Citlali.
You never want C6. Oh,
I actually don't think that her C6, like, I think the smart stopping point for Citlali is C2, including for DPSing her. She doesn't have the typical, oh, you can do fancy DPS things or anything with her C6. It's just more buffing and more more like her C4 is pretty underwhelming. It lets, well, her C4 is weird because it lets her get more application potentially, because it gives her some Night Soul point refund. Which also potentially lets her be on field longer, and it also gives her an additional instance of like 1600% scaling EM damage. I don't know how often that can proc though, and that's interesting. So like, I think C4 might actually be the stopping point for like, you're just really like Citlali and want to do crazy DPS things with her. But I think Citlali is also going to be super fun to DPS in general. So, you know,
I mean that's like, if you're talking about the ultimate in Cryo application, kind of nice.
Yeah.
But we won't go there yet.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've kind of passingly talked about. I don't know. There's so many things to talk about this patch, dude. The current patch and then the next patch is just a whole mess.
Yeah. Well, I mean, now we have like in the current patch, the damage floor has been raised. Yeah. You know, we've got all this vertical investment that we've been talking about, but then we've also got reactions, like what with Ororon and everything. And the damage floor has been raised for not just, you know, Electro-Charge, which is pretty big because it was already kind of strong. Mm-hmm. But now we have Shatter as a decent sub-DPS option, and Superconduct is now, you know, one of the things that Physical really needed, which was some form of off-field damage.
Yeah. Yeah, that can't be understated enough. How like Citlali is a defensive unit that like will keep your team alive at a baseline. Ignoring her cryo application, even if her cryo application is bad, she'll still be able to get pretty good damage off field, right? When built for it, and because like she has high enough multipliers on some of her instances of hits that if you trigger reactions on them, she can potentially get some meaningful off-field damage, and she could be a unit that keeps your team alive. Before we even get into like shenanigan potential with her.
No, Citlali's shield is not better than Zhongli's.
No, yeah, don't expect that. But like, Zhongli is the universal shield you keep your alive way, right? Citlali is not Zhongli power creep.
Yeah.
Which is
So
not what we
always
want. We want role differentiation, and they've done a good job with that, from my impression. I want Ororon just because, of course, you want him because you want to eat healthier, and you know if you have Ororon, he's going to remind you to eat vegetables all the time. What are his idle lines, actually? Does he actually yap? I hope he yaps about vegetables with his idols.
Someone told you the Masters of the Night Wind is a tribe of weirdos?
Thought I was the only one.
I thought I was the only one.
Okay.
Having a favorite animal, or vegetable or fruit, can help us recognize what
Oh, you
kind of
mentioned
people
fruit.
we want to become.
Having a favorite animal or vegetable or fruit specifically can help us recognize what kind of people we want to become. I mean, there's I can get the theory of that.
Is not meant to be walked.
Oh, this is an emo line.
Blind ambition and the
That's a
smoke
very
will
emo line.
suffocate you.
Sometimes a shrouded path is not meant to be walked. Move forward with blind ambition, and the smoke might suffocate you. Alright. Alright. Anyways.
You gotta make a team sometime of just people who live in the woods. Like Razor or...
yeah. How many are there? I mean, there's Razor and Ororon. Thank you, Laura, for joining membership. Already did that. Alright.
I don't think any Hydro characters like live in the wilds.
I mean,
Kainari and Kale basically do.
Yeah.
Oh, can each lived in the woods.
Oh yeah, yeah. Does Candace count as a Hydra that lives in the wilds? She lives in the desert.
Kind of, yeah.
Kokomi's a fish.
Mona before she got her apartment.
Yeah. I would make that argument. Yeah, Mona, because she's poor, she was homeless at some point. Except for she's lying. She has billions of dollars of books that she can sell. Anyways, I will never get over that. I'm sorry. That they characterize her as poor, and then LOL, she has like $1 million in a library of books. Anyways, Moeka is meh. I find it really funny how many people are meh on her. When like people freaking love Raiden. Like Raiden shows up. How many Raidens do you think people like? Look at my unit review streams and how many people submit a Raiden to me. How many of those were on like a supportive build? None of them. They're always emblem builds. Always. She's a much better version of Raiden, essentially, as far as how she plays. She'll be a heck of a lot stronger of a carry than Raiden. And she has more supportive potential, in my opinion, than Raiden. Although, well, to be clear, Raiden, Electro is a very different element as far as, like, use off-field than Pyro. They both do their own very different things. So, you know, that's not, like, a direct comparison, but I don't know. I think people are going to really like Moeka, but the problem in the current day is, like, okay, for supportive utility, we have Pyro Traveler as a new off-field Pyro option that does some buffing, which is something that Moeka could do for supportive utility, to be an option for her. And like Moeka will have higher uptime. I guess we're talking about future things. Sorry. And we as far as like supportive utility for off-field Pyro damage, she doesn't replace Xiangling. Quite frankly, like, I'm not saying she'll do terrible off-field damage potentially. She will be a potential replacement for Xiangling. That many people might prefer because she'll be easier to use potentially, but won't be as much damage and is not as much Pyro application. That we know for sure, unless they change something. Her hair is gorgeous. Yeah, her hair is cool, and that's one of the reasons I think people will like her. I think people will like the character. I just want to just say it's funny that I've seen people being underwhelmed by her when it was very obvious to me that, like, as soon as I played the first Outland story, I converted. If you watch my live streams and I was talking about theories about what the Pyro Archon might be, as soon as I played the first Outland story, I was like, oh, she's gonna be an on-fielder mostly, probably. Like, they don't do giant flavor fails, like where they do an anime battle, they do an anime cutscene battle with the Pyro Archon fighting the #1 Fatui Harbinger, and oh, she's gonna be Pyro Farina, summoning cute animals, doing things off field. Like, no, of course she's not. course she does big on-field fancy silly things. Anyways, people are gonna like her, but like she doesn't like outright replace any obvious thing we currently have in the game, which is a good thing as far as like off-field supported pyro utility. But she also doesn't really enable that much new, is what I would say. Like, I already really like Arlecchino. Arlecchino is a very versatile pyro unit that does different on-field things. Like, Muika over Arlecchino, Muika does more off-field things than Arlecchino does, right? But as far as, like, if I wanted more options, if I wanted to make, like, me have more strong pyro DPS teams, like, I don't care about the flashy motorcycle swinging aroundness of Muika. I don't care about the gimmick, visual gimmick. I just care about what's actually happening. Like, I'd rather pull for an extra copy of Arlecchino and make her even stronger rather than care about getting another pyro unit. That's my kind of feeling right now. Like, everything Muika does, I have some form of that available elsewhere. And, like, the exact conjunction of what Muika does doesn't feel like it enables anything new to me. That's my personal disappointment with her. I feel like they should have given her a team-wide attack percent buff. Like if her passive, instead of that weird active character damage buff thing that is only like a real damage buff with Natlan characters, if that was like a team-wide 50% attack buff that didn't require Natlan teammates, then I think she would be a much more interesting character and could actually enable new kinds of teams. It's possible
I'd
she
raise
might
you
change, but-
slightly faster off-field intervals
Yes.
for her skill.
I agree. She should have like 1.5 second or something instead of 2 second. Let's hope these leaks are false. These are not false. This is beta information. Sorry. we have kit info, like full beta kit info now. Things will get changed and tweaked, but yeah, we have the beta dump now. This is no longer leaks. This is information that is existing. You can go to Hakushin, a well-known like database website. They don't say, hey, these are leaks. They just say, hey, these are characters that are upcoming. So it's MiHoYo that tries to treat it as leaks as they're dangerous information, because they're dangerous information in MiHoYo's budget. Because being informed about future characters makes people make better informed decisions. Let's see how the heck this performs with a level 40 Ororon and Muika. Or not Muika. This lady. I mean, suffice to say, you know, that was not garbage considering non-optimal things going on with a level 40 character.
Yeah.
And level 1 talents. So.
I'll tell you what would make me pull from Muika, like, no problem. If she actually hit the enemies with, like, picked up her motorcycle and, like...
Yeah, that's what I thought they're going to do, too. You know what's particularly weird? Zenless has a boss they released last patch that, like, does literally that. And its first phase rides around on the motorcycle. Second phase, gets off the motorcycle, picks it up, and swings it around as a weapon. It's freaking
too cool.
It's freaking hilarious. It's great. It's a little annoying to fight in some ways because it moves in annoying ways, but Zenless also has a lot more like movement options than Genshin, so it's like fine. But yeah, I was like, that's what I kind of expected when we heard she was gonna do motorcycle. I thought, I thought it was going to be. I have a stroke. The visual vomit of Chasca makes my brain stop working. I thought it was going to be that she'd pick up her motorcycle and swing it around. That would have been so much funnier, right? The motorcycle can be a movement utility, and then she picks out the bike and swings it around. Instead, she's just mostly riding it, and it's moving around in kind of nonsense ways. Thank you for the gold drops.
You could make an argument that, like, there is kind of a similarity between, like, at least if she were to pick up, you know, and hit with the rear end and, like, hold on to the handlebar, kind of use it like a, you know, a chainsaw or a big cutter, the back wheel on fire and, like, the exhaust, you know, big flames coming out there, that would be, like, insane. That would actually be insane. But I don't know, it seems good, because if you've ever seen somebody try and, like, even like hit something with a motorcycle or whatever, maneuver a motorcycle, it's kind of goofy to me.
Yeah, the games have that problem with motorcycles in general. Like, they basically have to make it move unnaturally.
Yeah,
because otherwise it's not going to be that fun. So, you know, because like if you're Genshin, believe it or not, is not Grand Theft Auto. You're not driving a bike down a road, so you can't do like realistic bike physics and make it actually be interesting. So, I don't know. It'll probably feel better than Wuthering Waves' motorcycle, quite frankly. But I don't know. It's mostly just a visual gimmick. Is ultimately all it is at the end of the day. And if that's your thing, that's cool. By the way, I'm noticing that in this team, 170 ER Ororon was just barely getting his burst back. And I have C4. So,
Wow.
That's not surprising, to be clear. Solo Electro Ororon is gonna have some energy needs. This is why you know, LG is great, but
Fav, maybe.
Fav would solve your problems, probably, almost guaranteed. So, anyways, got a burst.
Oh, DPS Citlali is definitely doable.
Oh,
Soul, you can chime in. I just wanted to. I saw that in chat. I was like,
so Citlali. Oh my lovely Citlali. She might become one of my favorite characters in the game, and she's a cryo unit. We'll see. You know, there's some ifs, ands, or buts. Alright, let's go see if before I spend those last resins, see if that's enough. I would like to have enough to level 8 her skill and burst. I don't think I'm going to use Chasca enough to care about leveling it past level 8. I'm pretty sure I'll be fine. Resource-wise. It's already questionable even to level to 8, honestly. So, your level 60 Sethos does 25k. I mean, considering how much of his damage will scale with this level, that seems pretty good, yeah. You should level him to 90 with doing Dender, though, because the base damage increase will be significant. So Citlali, yes, Cryo Shielder at a baseline. She's a lot more than that, though. One important to remember, she does do Night Soul things. She's an Atlan character, so she's kind of a similar story to Ororon at a baseline, wherein, right, she can use this artifact set. So there's 40% damage bonus for any cryo reactions that she is triggering, which, in the case of Citlali, her kit is primarily made around melt or freeze happening in the team, so being paired with hydro or pyro teammates. That's the main requirement that is intended with Citlali's kit, is you pair her with hydro or pyro teammates. She is not really a buffer of cryo, like cryo DPS. Like, she's not a buffer for your Risley. But she will make cryo more relevant to think about if you have her. Is my guess. But,
as a supportive role.
Yes, as a supportive role. So Cryo Shielder at a baseline, like, her shielding is not. What is her scaling? Let me check. Hakushin. Oops, that is Zenless Hakushin. Let me check. Give me a second. At level, we'll do level 9. It is about 1,000% of her elemental mastery. Yeah, weird. 1,000% of her elemental mastery plus about 3,000 is her shield scaling. So if you build her full, she ends with EM. You build her full EM. I don't know. You could give her sac frags, but she's a catalyst unit. You might want to give her a different weapon for other reasons. Like, I don't know, maybe prototype Amber to make her do some healing with Farinum.
There's also that 4-star weapon that
frags.
some people might have gotten in
what?
In Sumeru.
Oh, the Sumeru one. I have it. Yeah. It's Wandering
converts
Even Star. This
EM into attack.
Yeah,
if I recall
Which,
correctly.
She does, some of her damage is attack scaling, but she has like a comically low base attack, which is funny. Which that should tell you not, oh, she's bad for damage. That should tell you you're not meant to build attack on her. You're meant to build EM on her for her damage. So the attack bonus for her is not that significant, but this is a little bit of an attack buff for other teammates at least. It's a pretty underwhelming buff even at R5 though, quite frankly. But since she's meant to be built like full EM anyways, it's still potentially compelling. Realistically, I think most people would probably prefer like a higher refined sac frags over like a low refined version of this or something. Because I think it's, likely. Like, you might have like one copy of this. I don't think that many people have R5 of this unless they wished to bunch on a weapon banner that had it.
Right.
but this you can just get copies of over time, right? A low base attack should be fine. A bunch of EM, good. But like Sacrifice, I think is going to basically annihilate her energy needs, right?
Yeah.
And she probably, I wouldn't say she's burst reliant per se, but in a given team she might be burst reliant for the extra cryo application. But also her burst is what's going to be potentially a lot of what her actual damage is, which is a big part of her kit. So, anyways, Sacrifice is a potential option. This is a potential option. She is a catalyst, so quite frankly, I mean, Widzith will be an option for DPSing her. She's a catalyst, so Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers will be an option.
That is a really good point.
Yeah, Widzith,
that is a fantastic weapon for her. Oh, man.
Like, she can use Widzith and the frickin' Natlan support set. Jesus Christ. Like, oh my lordy.
Oh.
No, she's going to be bonkers for some of the numbers she hits, assuming she doesn't get hurt in some of her ways. Which I'm optimistic, by the way, she's not going to change, because it really seems like their goal is to sell her like as a Muika support, right? Like she's meant to be like a really strong potential pairing with Muika. So like they're doing, you know, the Archon, who's a big flashy woo motorcycle swingy lady DPS. She's got a good signature weapon that people are going to like because, you know, at that bare minimum drip, but also just obviously all the stats she needs. And for once, it's not an Archon weapon that's just kind of in some way, because like Nahida weapon is because there's so many compelling catalysts. Raiden's weapon was like not bad. It's obviously good for Raiden, but the problem is it made her harder to build compared to the free-to-play weapon because it doesn't have any free crit. And like Raiden wants a lot of crit for her like intended playstyle that most people use, which is annoying. So it's like, oh yeah, you pulled for a 5-star, but now you have a character that's more annoying to build, and she was already annoying to build. Cool. And then Farina was like, her weapon didn't provide a lot of the stats she needs because she needs a lot of energy recharge in a lot of situations she's relevant in. So like, I still maintain that 5 is her signature weapon. And her signature is like only relevant with C4 plus Farina. I'm sorry. Otherwise, I don't know, you could do Key of Conscience suit things with the pre-C4 Farina. That's my opinion.
I'm seeing somebody ask if Citlali could have hyper fridge shenanigans. It would be more like burger fridge.
yeah, exactly. Well, I mean,
you'd want that pyro in there because you will likely because Dendro and Cryo can exist simultaneously on an enemy. If you happen to hit them with pyro, they will melt.
Yep. So anyways, as far as Muika's weapon, just to finish that thought quick, is going to be good for Muika, and it's not like questionably good. It's just good. It's just going to be very good on her. But with that said, there's a bunch of compelling other claymores in the game. This is not me saying you need Muika's weapon. I don't think it's necessarily going to be that big compared to like Serpent Spine or whatever. Particularly Serpent Spine with our refines. So keep that in mind. But yeah, Citlali, Catalyst weapon types are extremely flexible for having different options to do different things with them. I think by far they're the most fun weapon type in the game, tends to be. And Citlali has, like, one thing I'll mention quick, her normal attacks. She doesn't have anything in her kit that's like going to make her normal attacks insane necessarily at a baseline, but she's already incentivized to be built for damage stats for other reasons. Like EM is a damage stat, so when you're doing like a charge attack on her and triggering a reaction with a charge attack, that will use her EM to scale the reaction damage. So even if like the base scaling is not great on her charge attack and normal attack damage, but she has good range, and her charge attack is like it's like a Sethos charge attack kind of. Not like as fast. I think it has some charge time, I believe, if I recall. But it has like pretty wide AoE and goes in a line. So yeah, like DPS Citlali should be a very real thing. I suspect, even without constellations. But her intended supportive utility is basically you press her you press her skill, press her burst. You have the support Natlan set on her. She will shield a bit. With that scaling I mentioned before of her shield, what is the absorption? It was 1,000% plus 300. So let's do. I mean, it's fairly safe to assume at minimum you probably have like 800 EM on a supportive oriented Citlali, right? You think?
Mm-hmm.
She ascends with EM. You do full EM on like you won't get it. By the way, these are the. How lucky did I get, man, by the way. The first EM artifacts I get are whack crap like this, and then I also have this. I already got like the ideal artifacts for Citlali for her supportive use, let alone like being able to DPS her with the on-field set. But anyways, let's assume 800 EM. This circlet and the crit, the timepiece of crit, were the first pieces I got from the domain in EM. Absolute nonsense. Anyways, so 800 EM times about 1,000% multiplier. So that is times 10 basically. So that's 8,000 plus the 3,000, so 11,000 for her shield. And I believe it has 100% uptime. I can't remember exactly. Like
it does. Yeah.
So, it's not the tankiest shield in the world by any means. Like some people might struggle to stay alive depending on what kind of how depends on you. It is not a Zhongli shield. And she doesn't have like Zhongli 4-piece tenacity that buffs the shield, right? She's going to use the support set. So the weird factor is just like, oops. How like if you need to stay alive, it might be a circumstance of, well, here's the weapon for you. Quite frankly, in my opinion, if her shielding is not enough because you're just like you're playing on mobile and it's harder to dodge, or you're just bad because we're bad sometimes. I've taken plenty of bad hits of damage. I'm just fine with resetting, but some people don't like resetting to clear things, right? So, is it stronger than Layla's shield? I don't know, but it doesn't have the issues Layla does, where Layla's entire kit turns off as soon as her shield goes away. So, anyways.
Right, yeah, no, if Citlali's shield breaks, nothing bad happens.
Yes, you just will start taking damage. So anyways, she provides the defensive utility, interruption resistance as long as her shield's active, whatever, helps keep your team alive. But then she has a passive, basically, that makes her do a bunch of EM scaling damage, most notably from her burst, but also a little bit from her skill. And her skill and burst seems like they're going to do a decent amount of cryo application. How much? I don't know. But based on the footage I saw from C6 Kaya, which C6 Kaya is what is needed to make Arlecchino do a melt Arlecchino build with only one cryo unit. And and she has a passive that gives 20% pyro and hydro res shred as long as melt or freeze happen in the team. On top of the 40% damage bonus, on top of her, keeping the team alive, on top of her damage that she potentially deals, she does that res shred too.
I would definitely not recommend Layla until Citlali comes in. So Layla's shield is fundamentally flawed. It's got some real big problems with it, where I would recommend Diona over Layla most of the time. There are some teams where that's not the case, but it's really rare, and you're going to want to level up her skill. You're going to want to put things into her, and frankly, she's just not worth it from a shielding point of view. It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, she has uptime problems. Yes, she has a 100% uptime on her shield, which is nice if you can swap to her every 12 seconds, but that's not a normal rotation time, so functionally she does have downtime on her shield. And most importantly, her damage and cryo application, and she doesn't really do that much cryo application either, so it's not enabling that much on its own usually. So I don't know, she's not a worthless character by any means, but she's got the same problem most 4-star shielders do, where I think for most the players that are most likely in need of using a 4-star accessible shielder are probably the lower skilled players that would feel more the value of a brain off shielder, right? She's not a very brain off shielder, because you're still gonna have to be concerned with dodging sometimes to make sure her shield doesn't die, so her kit doesn't turn off. It's kind of what it is.
That short time frame, though, even though it's 100% uptime, that short time is pretty rough, because half your team is guaranteed not to be protected if you're going to try and keep her shield up during your DPS's full field
by
time.
the way, the Anemo shielder is going to have the same problem, but even worse. She's Lanya is not necessarily useless. She's an Anemo catalyst shielder whose element shield can change type, and she can do some potential application with her infusion. And she's a catalyst, so she can hold Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers. But she has her constellations don't fix it. Some people might think her C6 fixes it. It doesn't, because it just makes it just gives you a little bit more flexibility, but she's still gonna have downtime. So like Lena, sorry, it's Lainan, I think, or Lanyan. I don't know. I'm sorry. Not a very good character as it is, unless you want to muck about with like Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers things. Then she starts to become kind of maybe interesting and compelling in some form or another. Frick, I don't have it. Like barely. Dang it, man! I don't have enough just by like barely. Ugh. Yeah, I have to go spend like 1 more resin. Okay. I don't want to do. What do I need? Any TDDS support is a no for me. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. But yeah, her design is really nice. I pulled Chasca. Well, yeah, I went for Ororon, and then I won the 50-50 for Chasca immediately. The more questionable thing was continuing to wish for more Ororon copies, but at this point I don't regret, considering I actually kind of like having a C4 now, since apparently I didn't have enough energy recharge on my build. I don't think I'd have enough energy recharge if it weren't for C4, based on what I saw on the domain there briefly. Wait, actually, wait. Maybe I forgot, Binge. He has the energy refunding passive. Okay. Never mind. Okay, I think we're good then. So yeah, then we can go back to the C4 is not that important realistically if you have, an energy weapon, so either Fav or like Elegy, most notably obviously, because this passive, which wasn't enabled before, because I forgot about that. Oops. So anyways, yeah, Lanyan, the new Leeway 4-star, is probably not a very good unit to most players, is what I would say. I will probably try DPSing her in some way nonetheless, but like her options for they gave her comically low normal attack multipliers despite her having like really fun normal attack animations. Like they really, I don't understand what they're doing. Like normally they don't hate on characters that much. So, anyways, what niche does she fill? So Sayu,
Anemo.
Shield.
Yeah, Anemo is really interesting when you're doing reactions.
Yeah. And
although her shield does her shield scale with EM? It doesn't, right?
No, it's attack scaling. But she has a passive that makes her do some damage that's like EM scaling, which is weird. But then if you're building her for that, you're sacrificing shielding potential. But maybe it's fine because it has downtime anyways, I don't know.
Yeah, I think she's not primarily a shielder.
Yeah.
I think that she's there to be an Anemo character in the truest sense, where they have some kind of absorption, and in this case she absorbs it for defensive purposes. And really, really weak Geo crystallized shields actually offer an insane amount of block damage. So things that are probably weaker than her shield will ever be, if it is of the correct element, it can withstand a lot of punishment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, her shield, to be clear, like her shield durability, Lanyan's, is more durable than Citlali's shield, but the downtime is the bigger issue. I didn't mention that before, so
so she's probably got some.
Although I did that calculation, to be clear, with a 3,000 attack estimation, which might have been incorrect. That was just an estimate of like assuming you could do full attack percent on her, because I think you can. I don't think you need to burst on her or anything, but her burst might be wanted anyways for the application things that Ben was talking about.
Yep. Being able to swirl is significant now, especially.
Yeah.
It kind of stinks that she's leeway based, because that means that she can't take advantage of the new set.
Yeah.
And the new set having a Anemo as part of it would be the first real character that's supposed to use Anemo with the Cinder City set, but like
I mean, I think they're just like, well, we're not going to be able to make VV or make it better than VV on an Anemo character kit, so they just didn't. That was my vibe.
I mean, for me, I think it's almost a compelling.
I think it would have been interesting too, because you could do an Anemo unit and someone on that set potentially. Also, I got minimum drops, which I think. Well, we'll find out. Best comfy DPS Farazan team? I mean, Bennett, Farina, and then Gene mentioned, or Binge mentioned Gene earlier for like Sunfire with Freena. So yeah, probably that.
Yep.
You'll have 2 healers, all the buffing, good off-field damage, on-field damage from Farazan.
None of the negatives from sitting in Bennett's circle either, because you're constantly cleansing any aura that you could have on yourself, so you're not going to get vaporized or anything like that.
Yep. And she's also a ranged DPS as far, well, mostly range. You plop her burst down, and then you can move a little bit and use aimed charge attacks for her on-field damage. Oh, by the way, Binge, have you seen what happened with my Farazan lately? You might find this funny. I've been trying to strongbox tenacity for like getting a complete like DPS oriented tenacity build. So I basically have a universal build that I never change on her. Like it has good enough substats that I don't care about switching her to like a slightly better 2-piece combo for DPSing her even, right? For maximizing her DPS. And mostly what I need is a circlet. And a couple days ago, the game is trolling me. Like this is a really comical Farazan build to me. So like the flower and feather, I've gotten multiple feathers and multiple flowers. This is currently my flower. This is a 4-line, rolled pretty well, right? But nothing insane, but still very high stat value overall.
Yeah, yeah, that's good.
I got this timepiece from Strongbox, and I was like, oh, this is a 4-line double crit ER timepiece. And it kind of rolled low rolls, obviously, in a crit rate, but obviously 2 max crit damage rolls and then 2 defense percent rolls. So like it looks kind of sad, but honestly it was almost ideal because what I mentioned on the stream was it would have been bad if it rolled much better than this, because then it would have been my best off-piece ER piece, and I would have wanted it for other characters. It actually landed in the perfect middle ground where it can stick on Farazan, and I never need it as an off-piece because I have better off-pieces.
Yeah.
And then I got this a couple days ago. The bonkers 4-line max roll, like it was max rolls and crit rate for damage.
Oh my word!
And it rolled 40 CV with attack percent roll with a max ER roll. Like Jesus Christ! And then I've had this animal goblet on her for a while. So what do you think my circlet looks like? like this is representative of spending a meaningful amount of resin in tenacity, right?
That. Oh no, that is tragic.
This is the only crit rate circlet I have for tenacity. I've never gotten a better one.
Oh my word.
I don't understand. How did this happen? How did I get this?
To be fair, my crit rate tenacity circlets are terrible, and I have really good luck with.
I might have to use the freaking elixirs. Like I don't want to keep on strongboxing freaking tenacity forever. I might just use the stupid elixirs to get a circlet for her. Then I can be done.
No judgment.
Yeah.
No judgment.
Anyway, or do I have artifacts right now? I don't know if I do. Or we engage streamer luck. Oh, I have nothing. Well, I can scrounge pieces. What the frick is this? A EM circlet on the Hydro bonus? I don't need this piece of garbage, do I? Nah. I got other pieces at this point. Okay, I can't stomach throwing away an EM goblet, though. Okay, well, watch me, somehow need this in the future. But,
So I'm seeing is a Chasca worth pulling? Chasca won't change things for you. But I suspect if you've got a brand new account, like brand spanking new, and you pulled Chasca, it didn't take you many wishes, and you're like, I don't know, should I build it? Like, yeah. On her own, she operates just fine.
Yep.
She'll do things in the game. Okay. She doesn't change anything. If you see a YouTube video and it says Chasca changes the meta, or Chasca adds something new to Genshin, like, do not believe it. That is clickbait.
Yeah, she has very high exploration value. That might be a compelling reason to get her over other characters. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Like it's weird. On like a compared to like she is a really not versatile character in the context of like making her perform well for the content that actually matters for evaluating characters' damage. But in a perspective of you don't care about Abyss that much, I think she's a relatively versatile character in that you could just throw random Pyro Hydro Cryo teammates with her and she'll feel fine, right? For most overworld utility, as long as and like she's relatively easy to build. She ascends with crit rate and has a set that gives her 40% crit rate for free. So like 0 crit rate substats will make her crit consistently, pretty consistently, right? So like, I don't know.
Yeah. But like, I wouldn't pull cons on her unless you find yourself like some patches from now. Like, I really like Chasca.
That's Constellations in general. Like, the best approach to Constellations, the healthiest approach to Constellations is get a character, and then, you know, on their rerun, if you've used that character enough that you are now confident you will continue using them in the future, that you get value from the Constellations, then that's the point, right? Where you can decide. Don't get baited by Constellations too early.
I'll make this other observation about Chasca, is that like what Soul is playing with is technically her premium team. And now I think she will have other options in the future. But if you want to use Bennett and Farina with somebody else, right now Chasca's not great, and you might find that playing a different carry with those supports gives you more of what you like out of the game, especially if you want to hit like multiple enemies, like lots of enemies.
Does her C2 not allow any unit to be good with her? Yes, her C2, C1 and C2 in conjunction with each other gives her a lot more team versatility. Like, that's when Shalonen actually starts to potentially make sense with her. But anyways, yes, but anyways, that's a C2. Like, that's 3 characters, right? How do you acquire more sanctifying elixirs as free to play? Look up artifact routes. I plan to make a video about this eventually and like trying to optimize this down on a time efficiency level, but it's going to take some work. The one way where I think the sanctifying elixirs actually make sense to do the really expensive XP dumping thing is if you spend at least 1 week straight doing artifact farming routes from the overworld artifacts you can get every day. But it's like, it's going to take you probably like an hour or 2 in that week of just running around the overworld getting those freaking artifacts.
There are also story or exploration sanctifying elixirs, but they're not repeatable.
Yeah, one time. I was talking repeatable sources.
Yeah.
Yeah, otherwise, no. Sorry. Hoyo has decided they are premium. They're rarely given out. Well, they'll probably give one for Lantern, right? I suspect.
I got a 4-line from one just the other day.
Okay, that's a little bit annoying.
And
I still got the 4 shots though. Okay.
It's exactly what I wanted out of a 4-line, and I rolled into it, and it rolled the worst stat of all of the 4 stats. Even though it's a fine stat for it, it's a good piece, but it ended up not being as good as the 3-liner that I had rolled previously.
Yeah. Ororon, by the way, absolutely wrecks this thing's shield. And this thing I think is going to be in Abyss next month, so that's interesting. Anyways, and I just noticed their binge when this boss did its thing, like swapping to a different enemy, because the enemy didn't like exist anymore. Oh, there's a waypoint over here. I didn't know that. I put a teleport point down over there. I don't think it actually caused a problem there because it wasn't gone long enough, but. Right. I wasn't targeting any enemy, and because I wasn't targeting any enemy, she wasn't loading bullets.
Oh my god! I was.
But her Night Soul, I think, is still going to drain, right?
Yep.
So you could potentially lose damage output on her. This is another one of those weird jank things with like the Night Soul mechanics on these characters. Same thing. It's like a problem with Mualani, more notably. I don't think it's going to be as much as a problem with Chasca as it is with Mualani, where like Mualani will very often, because of like enemy behavior, whatever, not being able to tag them, you will lose like the 3rd Sharky bite on Mualani. Like the Consecrated Beast, it's you gotta like reset the Abyss multiple times to be able to get like all the Sharky bites on them. Chasca will probably not have as much of a problem, I doubt, but maybe something to be aware of. Yeah, 2 HP is fine. All right, so now I'm finally done with my resin for the day. An hour and a half into the stream. I think I've talked about most of the things we wanted to talk about, though, as far as the obvious things. We haven't talked much about the reaction buffs. Do you want to talk about your Shat Beta or something?
Well, I mean, if anybody's interested in a good Shatter character, Albedo is really interesting because he buffs the whole team's EM He can shatter off field, so you don't need to on field him. And he has
Is it time to go?
he's tied for the fastest plunge animation in the game. So you can run him in a plunge shatter team where he uses Chongyun's cryo infusion to both plunge and shatter. So it would be Farina, Albedo, Chongyun, and whomever. You could use, like a Kazuha character. You could use Jalonen, actually.
Yeah, Shatter Kachina. I will probably mess around with that.
It'll
probably be better than normal DPS Kachina before her season.
Right. And so, well, I'm sorry. It's the fourth would obviously be well, if you wanted to do plunges, is Janyan. So he does meaningful damage in that setup because Farina Albedo is pretty significant as is, and then if you plunge with him, he has the relatively normal plunge damage multiplier. Janyan increases that damage a lot, but since you apply, and this is a funny thing about ICD, plunge attacks and charge attacks have no ICD.
Yep.
So you will always apply Cryo, you will always apply Shatter with...
I just realized
with Albedo plunging.
If Citlali can... This would be something that relevant maybe in conjunction with obviously other offers, because she'd have the on-field for it. But she can do her high jumps in combat, I think. And that means you can do plunges for extra cryo application with Citlali on field. In conjunction with her other cryo. That like actually might start enabling I don't know. That might start getting into territory of like melting with Xiangling, depending on what her other cryo application looks like. And how you control it exactly.
The Shatter reaction buff I think was 200%, or no, that was Superconduct. It is 98%. So it's just under 2 times damage bonus. And he was like my Shat Beta was doing 15k shatters before, and so that's getting close to 30k.
Mm-hmm.
And that's AoE too. Like it's a very interesting concept. When you do the plunging variation, when you plunge, you also do a Anemo application, and so you will swirl like Hydro onto enemies.
Yep.
Which is kind of interesting.
I want to get so distracted with exploration right now. I might do a stream. I don't know if it'll be tomorrow. I might want to focus on making some edited videos, but maybe next week, by the way, trying to 100% this whole area in a day.
I actually really like Jillinan for the new area.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's a lot of vertical shit. I already noticed that immediately. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I figured I'd be like, oh man, I'm kind of glued to these new
enemy, or the things.
And these new
the flying bird bear
creatures.
Flies for shit.
Yeah, and I was just like, oh, I'd rather use like Kazuha than Jillinan. And another interesting combination is Albedo and Jillinan, because you can use his flower to get higher off the ground, turn on Jillinan's buff, and then jump over to a vertical surface.
I still think the ultimate combo for exploration is probably Shalonen and Cloud Retainer.
Interesting thing about Shatter, somebody in the chat asked, do you want to bring slow Electro for Shatter because of the res shred? Shatter isn't physical damage.
Yeah, it's cryo.
It's no damage.
Oh, it's no type.
It does.
Oh, okay.
It has no type.
Yeah. Superconductor is cryo. It looks like cryo. And then Shatter appears as a physical number. But where the frick is this waypoint? Is it up there? Oh my god, are you serious? Well, I ain't going there right now. Okay. 4 a.m. in the Philippines? Well, you should probably sleep, unless you, I guess, don't sleep at night. That's the thing. Alright. So yeah, who's the most relevant? So Shatter Albedo, Shatter Kave. I talked with Binge about that before the stream. I'll probably have a video on Shatter Kave. I have no idea how compelling it will really be, but it makes me interested in playing Kave again. And I'm gonna have to level him up to 90, which is great. Okay. This is, by the way, the resource issue is like the actual real reason I'm considering skipping Mawika, on top of the fact that I'd kind of think it'd be more fun to go more all-in on Citlali. I didn't mention her constellations before. Her C1 makes her give a flat damage buff for any kind of damage type. It's in limited instance. It's like 3 stacks in limited instances with a percentage of her EM. But still, I love flat damage buffs in the game. They're one of the main ways you can like start seeing like bigger numbers than you'd expect from units that don't have very good multipliers, because flat damage buffs are just on top of the multiplier. So that I like. That's just an interesting constellation. But then there's C2.
I apologize for something. I was wrong.
What?
Shatter is physical.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Kind of.
Yeah,
oh yeah, the red shred from Superconduct is most relevant for that. I don't know why the Chasca did no damage. But, by the way, both Ororon and Chasca use freaking animal drops, so yay. Oh yeah, Citlali C2 changes her Hydro and Pyro Red Shred to 40%. That's cool. Okay, yeah, sure. Make her equivalent. So the Kazuha VV and Shalon Red Shred. Alright. More importantly, 250 elemental mastery to the character protected by her shield. And gives herself a little bit of an EM buff. 250 EM buff is humongous. And like, yeah. So that's like an Archon level supportive C2 in my opinion. Although only for the active character. This direction. So I kind of like the idea right now of just going all in, because that also is a constellation that would significantly buff, like doing DPS shenanigans with Citlali. There's all kinds of things I can think of that will be fun to do with her. And
I just realized that DPS or Citlali C2 suffers from shield breakage issues.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's fair. Lower your volume a little bit. You don't need to lower your volume. I lowered it. Go down or up? The answer is up. Alright. Nope, never mind. Down. Alright, so, what's Mawika do? She's Pyro Raiden, and that's not like a bad comparison. That is like Pyro Raiden in like how she plays. Well, that's rude. Hey, by the way, more excuses not to ever get Wander now that I have Chasca. You can't be like, oh, you don't have Wander, you need him for like exploration. Well, no, if I need it for some reason, I have Chasca. Anyways, I would like to find some Night Soul restoring so I can actually mosey on up there easily. I don't know if I can get there without some Night Soul. Oh, there's one. So anyway, you, sir, what is your problem? So yeah, like Mawika is by nature of being a pyro carry partially a stronger unit, a stronger carry unit than Raiden, and I don't think it's close as far as C0 versus C0 goes. She also has a Raiden style C2, by the way, that gives Mawika def ignore, and also a base attack increase, so it's going to probably be a very significant damage increase for her. Do you need it? No. It's meant to be Archon C2 bait to get you to wish more. I am pretty confident she's going to be a very compelling carry without that. So, you know, and she has some off-field supportive utility, right? Like she's a very potentially versatile pyro carry. It's just she's just in a weird spot wherein if you like I'm in a spot wherein I like Arlecchino, I like playing Dia as far as on-field pyro units. I am interested in leveling up Game because of the nuance of like obviously he's not as strong as freaking carry as Mawika, but his nuance of his gameplay of like paying attention to Manchai and like trying to pick that up early to get more plunges out, I think is really cool. I think this is a cool kit that it's like engaging to play. Moika's just like whack her motorcycle around for a little bit, right? I hate her motorcycle. Yeah, I don't hate it. The gimmick doesn't appeal to me. And she has exploration utility. Moika does a little bit of all of the Natlan characters' exploration is, I think, basically what it is. But not better than any of them, like worse than any of them individually, but does them all kind of together. So I don't know. She's very silly, and that's kind of all it is, and she's going to be a strong carry. But like if you're in a situation like I am, where like you have other pyro carries you're interested in playing, and have other ways of doing off-field pyro, and like I include Bennett in that because C6 Bennett does functionally turn into off-field pyro kind of. Like I don't know. I just have lots of options for pyro. She's really not that much new unless they change something about her kit. So versus like Citlali enables new potential things for me to do, and that's the difference. All right, let's get up here.
I don't really think there is. It's fair to say that there's a best DPS for Natlan.
Yeah.
And just to respond to chat, like it kind of doesn't make sense because in different situations, a different element will be preferable, and there isn't a best elemental. There isn't one element from Natlan and one character in particular that just rises above the rest so well that you could definitively say that without just saying, "Oh, this is my favorite DPS from Natlan."
Yep. As far as like comparing to Arlecchino goes, do you know that? Well, she maintains. We don't know if we can swap out of her burst. Well, no, her burst is short duration anyway, so like you wouldn't want to swap out of it. You'd lose the duration. So like, she doesn't have like the weird freeform swap ability that Arlecchino does. So like, I don't think just comparing the direct damage numbers is that relevant of a comparison as far as Arlecchino versus Moika goes. But it's safe to say, like, if you have Moika, you will have a lot less reason to go for Arlecchino, if that's your current circumstance. I need to not trigger this quest. There's something down below that I didn't get. Any plants here? Some over here? Is that down below? Oh, good lord. Right, so walk around here for a little bit. Best character in the game as well. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, Moika like is an interesting character and will be strong where pyro is relevant in particular. And if you have a lot of existing pyro things, a lot of invested pyro units, there's less reason to get Moika. And having Moika will give you less need to get other or invest in other pyro units. Is ultimately all it is. Like they did a good job in that she doesn't just outright replace anything, I don't think, as far as her mechanics go. But she doesn't do that much new. She's just like, wow, strong, flashy DPS. Okay, well, I feel like this is a giant circle, which makes me think there should be a ton of things here. It says there's 4 more. And I feel like they just might be
I would
down
not
below.
suggest pulling Moika for Kanich.
No. I mean, look, you can do that. Like, she has a weird thing where after you use her burst, she gives damage bonus to an active character that then decays. But it's at max 50% damage bonus, and it requires maxing out her battle wit, which requires like 200 points of Night Soul consumption in conjunction with like normal attacks, and only normal attacks for some reason. So it's a little weird to evaluate that supportive utility, especially because like, what's the value of like if you're using Moika burst then ending early in favor of using the damage bonus on Kanich versus spending field time on Moika?
Well,
right?
I mean, like let's just put it in the context of what makes Kanich work better, and that is there being burning that gets applied, and Moika does not apply very quick off-field burning. At least not now.
It'll be perfectly fine. Like if you have Emily, you could do Emily, Moika, Kanich, Bennett, right?
Well, I mean, it would be the same as there just being Emily, Kanich, Bennett. because Kniech causes burn to refresh, which does the same thing.
Yes. It's not really going to be that different from like Tenacity Dia, quite frankly.
Yeah.
Is what it is. So, yeah. It's really weird. Like, that passive is basically mostly for herself. Is functionally what it is. But technically, you could do weird things utilizing it for other units. Technically. There's 2 Salunas? No, this is Binge. Another dude who knows too much about Genshin. Which you might call a friend. But those don't exist. Alright. Finally, Jesus Christ, that took me so long to find this. Alright, let's go back over here. Where is this? Is this underground? Oh, what the frick? Okay, never mind. I guess I have to go this way. Alright. What were we gonna say?
Not much. I'm seeing folks talk about, like, you know, how we could be put on the support set, and it's just, yeah, you could do this, but I mean, now we're getting into Pyro Traveler being the better pick here.
Yep.
And
Pyro Traveler has a problem of uptime, to be clear, a little bit as far
Yeah.
as application utility, but that's not a problem for the buffing of the set, at least with the set.
Right. Which just goes to show, like, that's how little Malvika is providing as, like, off-field pyro.
I really like
presence.
the area of all this new, the look of this new area.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
They do such a good job, like, with making these, like, the new areas look distinct, but also blend with the existing, like, design of the now and whatever. So, good job.
Yeah.
We should talk about the other reaction buffs, by the way. So like, there's Electro-Charge.
Yeah.
Electro-Charge.
Which is incredible. I've already tested it.
Nice.
And I love it.
Oh, I see. I can't do that yet. Well, okay. I guess I'll do some exploration. Oh, that maybe I will do an exploration stream next week. Or sorry, tomorrow. Will depend. Depends on my energy level today. I gotta decide what edited videos I want to make this week. It's like, I could do 100 different things for, like, Shatter. I could do an Ororon video. I could do a Chasca video. Oh boy. Anyways, first we gotta finish leveling the peoples, though. Back down here, okay. Thrilled with the Electro-Charge buff. So yeah, did you test it in single target then? In Abyss, I assume, mostly? Presumably?
Yeah, I tested it and everything. And I mean, single target is where Electro-Charge lacks, but...
Yeah, that's why I'm curious what the significance of it would do in single target.
Oh, okay, well... So a couple
not
things
in
happen.
teams that are just like do it like you can, to be clear, like before Electro-Charge teams could do single target by doing like Farina and Fischl together. Like I did that, and it was quite good. But I'm talking more like, you know, how good is like Singcho, Sucrose, Ororon, Fischl or something, right, in single target?
Well, it's actually pretty good, especially with Cinder City. Just because now you can build with less EM and get, because EM is sort of like you get diminishing returns as you get more EM. There's like a sweet spot from, you know, getting over 250 and then between 500 and 1,000.
Yeah.
You really want to build combative stats in an Electro-Charge team if your characters do have the possibility of doing decent damage. Like, you don't want to build pure EM Fischl because her A4 is so
But like the
relevant.
EM from Stringless is good, and this makes like Stringless, an interesting context was like, I think Skyward Harp was just better than Stringless in Electro-Charge before. And I think Stringless might be a lot more competitive now. Like, EM isn't terrible to have in Fischl, but you definitely want mostly like to build her for crit kind of thing.
Exactly.
And like
so,
what is my Fischl build? I think my Fischl has by very little I mean 0 EM. And that might not be ideal. But like my Fischl build is also like strong enough that probably won't be a problem in Electro-Charge teams, especially when I'm like using Sucrose, who is triggering a lot of the Electro-Charge reactions with her swirls. Where is the thing? Yeah, you can finish whatever you were mentioning, Ben.
I was just gonna say, at a base, like not really having
Did this just
any
trigger a quest?
additional buffs, just shredding the resistance, like with the new ways that we have to shred resistance, makes Electro-Charge already better. It was, and then this additional 33% damage bonus, you're just getting a third extra free damage without having to invest any more EM into your party, and that's really good. We've got strong hydro DPSs. We don't really have too many like crazy strong electro DPSs, but what we do have are electro characters that can apply a lot of electro, and either restart the application, or they're just doing a lot of electro attacks, and so they make up for the quality of the electro damage in quantity. So yeah, that's really where I noticed it being significant in single target, is just you got a free buff.
Yeah.
I don't think it's quite enough to tip the scales in favor of Superconduct being like really good in a single target scenario, given the HP buffs that we've seen in the, and big air quotes, endgame content that Genshin has, but it's in multi-target. Yeah,
Electro-Charge is still going to shine in multi-target, that's for sure. But more damage to help with other scenarios is good. So yeah, I don't know. I really like that they have made a little bit less used transformer reactions stronger in some way or another. Even if it's not going to crazily change things, it does make things that were less viable before more viable. Like I don't think Kave Shat Bloom is going to be crazy. I also suspect I'm going to be able to clear the Abyss with it without too much struggle, probably. But that's also on my account when I have very good options for compelling teams on like the other side of Abyss, to help mitigate a little bit weaker team on the other side if need be. But not all people have those options, so it's just more ways to use characters, which is good. And Arlo damage output, the game feels easy anyway. Yeah, like exactly. That's why I my general middle ground that I found where I enjoy the game the most is doing something like I want to do something weird, like, or lower performance just with a character I like Kave, do Kave Shatter Bloom now, and then I can just use an Arlecchino team on the other side of Abyss, so I can just chill there, right? I can have fun playing the one character I want in a new way and see good damage out of it with the build idea, building with EM, seeing Shatter damage, seeing Bloom damage, and I'm getting distracted by the Oculus. And then you're good, right? But obviously it's probably going to be a situation of like, I'm not going to recommend Kave Shatter Bloom if your goal is to get the how do you clear Abyss as fast as possible, right? if you're trying to progress your account as fast as possible to get the point of being able to get the rewards from Abyss or whatever, it's more a thing of
that's
already invested accounts.
More of a fun challenge,
exactly,
than anything.
I like the whistling in this new area, by the way.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure some people will be annoyed by it, but I think it's not annoying to me.
It's got a new flavor, even though it's more Natlan, and that's good. That's why you want biome diversity in places. We got saturated with desert at one point, and that was awful for the exploration and even the storytelling. People got really exhausted with the storytelling just because they were like, I don't know how much more I can do, just trudging through this desert biome.
Is Dia good with Chasca?
I'd say no.
I would say
she's a little redundant.
Yeah, it's more like, I don't know, if you have Bennett Farina, right? You wouldn't want to put her in as a second pyro unit. That would probably not be good. Versus just literally, even though throwing in like an unbuilt Layla or whatever would probably be better, kind of thing. Or presumably an Ororon if you have Ororon. Like a mostly unbuilt Ororon, but even just triggering the set bonus at least once would probably be better kind of thing than Dia. But if it's a circumstance wherein like you need your Farina Bennett elsewhere for whatever reason, could she be a component to maybe being a usable? Because she can like, you're not DPSing Dia herself, but you'd put her on like Tenacity or whatever, and she'd do some off-field, not meaningful damage, just some off-field application and whatever, in conjunction with something else. I don't know, maybe, but like
I think it would interrupt Vapes if you had the possibility of doing it.
Potentially.
And she resists interruption, unlike Wander, for some reason. So adding the defensive element like that Dea provides doesn't necessarily do a lot.
I don't think her
where it
interruption
could do
resistance
more on
is
other
like
teams.
infinite, by the way. Not that I haven't tested her meaningfully enough to see.
Oh no.
But you know,
You
so
don't get-
there's potential value to it, but it's hard to figure out what the exact team context with that would actually start to make sense. Is what I would say. All right, now I'm gonna get to the next area. Oh boy, all the way over here. Jesus. All right. Kind of want to get that waypoint, but I'll just go here. I've been streaming for 2 hours and we have not even gotten close to, I think, finishing with Ororon. What's your take, Binge, by the way? Should I level 90 Ororon right away?
Right away?
Because like he
Well,
has potential
you
very
mentioned-
significant relevance for like you can do a Hydro, you can do Ororon, Nahida, and I don't know whatever Hydro. Ororon, Nahida, right, and he can trigger aggravates with his passive triggering as well. Maybe Nahida's not ideal actually because Nahida's might be too much Dendro. Might be a case of
it would be
prevents
too much
passive
Dendro
triggering on
unless
her- on
you
him.
used Ororon Fischl.
Yeah, so I don't know, right? Some combination though of Ororon and a Dendro team has potential, and that's where I think his level 90 will shine the most. I think level 90 for just his like electro-charge damage is not that significant. The same things we were
Yeah,
talking
like
about before, where he's not necessarily going to be triggering that much of the reaction itself himself versus like
Exactly.
your Anemo unit triggering it. So he doesn't really need to be level 90. So I think it's really just the Dendro context. So I don't know. I might just keep him at level 80 for now, unless I find a Dendro team I really like playing with him. Is my current inclination, because I might need those resources for
It
other
ends up being
characters.
one of those weird situations
Oh yeah,
where
Kanich
something
with
like
Ororon is
DMC,
interesting. I forgot about someone when I start actually testing things, remind me about Kanich with Ororon. What about Dendro Traveler?
It ends up being a really good Dendro option for him because he can't over apply Dendro,
Yeah.
and you'd see some benefits from him, doing aggravate things. But I mean, you're gonna want Hydro in there in order to best take advantage of his his passives. And so the Hyper Bloom, like I think Hyper Bloom with Ororon could be really cool because he will always be hitting the cores that drop if
Yes.
they're within the burst rate.
He has a little bit of downtime, but I don't think it'll be a crazy problem in conjunction with, as long as you have other things that you're taking advantage of, like the buffs he's giving, right? You don't want to just rely on, you're not going to use him as like a solo Hyper Bloom driver, like Kuki kind of thing, for the majority source of the team's damage kind of thing. But yeah, could be compelling. I'm going to go around that in case I trigger the quest.
Somebody asked how good is C1 Linny, and my experience talking with like a lot of Linny mains has been Linny is good. His constellations are good and fine, but specifically if you want to do speed running.
Yeah. Linny is a
If we're
speedrun
talking
character.
about good versus bad context, I don't want to have this context be confused with like, is Linny a character that you can play in Genshin Impact and complete content? Of course he is. You can do that with like any character. But if we're talking about Abyss, your goal is to hit once and hit to kill.
He's kind of similar to Mualani, and like Mualani's biggest value is speedrun character too. This little butthole. But Mualani is still more than... Really? What happened? What? Mualani is still more than usable, without having to do speedrun things, right? So, yeah. I think Mualani is a more fun unit than Linny, quite frankly, but I don't like Linny's charge attack play style. Ooh, what is this song? That's some harmonica, I think.
5-star supports for Hu Tao and Nuvolette teams. Well, of course, in either of those contexts, you have Farina.
Mm-hmm.
There is Zhang Yun for making a C0 Hu Tao effectively better than C1. Bennett. Gillinan. Yeah, Bennett is 5-star, in case anybody's wondering.
Yeah, of course. He is the actual Pyrogon. Has more teams he's interested in.
That's...
He has more fun constellations. C6 is... No, I'm sorry. Whatever. No, we don't need to...
I'm sorry. No. But other 5-stars, unironically, in both of those contexts, Emily and Nahida are good C6 supports. Emily being more of like a
Emily
DPS,
C6?
sub DPS. No, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. In the context of 5 stars.
Yeah. Okay.
That are supports for Nuvolette and Hu Tao that are good with them. Unironically, Emily and Nahida. Emily is a support just because she applies Dendro, and she has such high field time, and sub DPSs are pretty good, for supports. In the context of Nuvolette, whenever a off-field character triggers a reaction with Hydro, they buff him. So that's easy. Kazuha, of course, is fantastic. I see that in the chat. That is a very good observation.
I don't think none of the characters were officially announced for some reason. It seems like they're saving it for the Game Awards or something. I don't know what Muhoi's doing. That's my guess, at least.
I'm just looking for some more Game Award primos, please.
Yeah, pretty much. Although it's not even nominated for anything, so we'll see. The best thing that could happen, I said this to Binge, I think, in chat a little while ago. The best thing that could happen for Genshin right now, since it's not nominated, is if Wuthering Waves, which I don't think it will. I'd be surprised, because, I'm sorry, it's competing with Balatro and also Zenless, which I think are both more well optimized on mobile specifically.
Yeah.
And Balatro was a very compelling game that deserves some awards in some conjunction. But anyways, if Wuthering Waves won the mobile award, though, that would force MiHoYo to compete even more. So, we'll see.
Yeah, no problems there.
Yeah. It'll be interesting. It'd be funny if Wuthering Waves and... hello. Can I have my camera back? Thank you. It would be interesting if Wuthering Waves and Genshin both have, advertisements in the Game Awards. Game Awards just become gacha game advertisement streams. Oh, that's the freaking Chasca thing. I'm going to worry about doing that after. Oh, Lordy. For some reason I had a bunch of animal crystals already converted, by the way. I didn't do that for Chasca. I don't remember who I did it for. I can't recall saving those for any particular animal unit, so I think I'm fine to use those.
I might have been trying to convince you to make save at some point.
Yeah, maybe. They ever release slightly fewer characters that I keep pulling. I stop pulling characters, I might actually be able to recover my resources and start leveling up characters like Sayu.
Yeah, and in that context, I definitely wouldn't push Ororon to 90 right away.
Yeah. You voted for Wuwa? Thank you. Wuwa winning would be a good thing for Genshin. My personal vote, I think, would go for Zenless, but for mobile game. Well, this is annoying. Alright, can we glitch into here? Because I don't want to do whatever the quest wants me to do.
Yes, you could.
Oh, maybe. Oh, wait. I don't think you're just meant to go down like that. Oh, never mind. They do the stupid Oil. Okay, whatever. Let's just go follow the thing. Maybe this will unlock it. Okay. No, Cloud Retainer hasn't gotten a rerun yet. So, Arlecchino is supposedly going to get a rerun, by the way, based on the Homcat data mined info, and they were right about this version. They very early on said Zhongli and Neuvillette for this version. They didn't say anything other than Arlecchino, though, and obviously Citlali and Moika. So, I don't know.
That is a star-studded banner. Like, holy.
Yeah, like, by the way, I called forever ago. People were like, when do you think Arlecchino's going to rerun? Absolutely knew it was going to be around Moika's banner, right? Of course they're going to rerun Arlecchino, a character that people might be waiting for nearby the unit that's going to drain people's Primogems, right? To be clear, though, if you get Moika, and I think there's a lot less reason, probably, on a mechanical utility for diversifying the options you have for dealing with different things in your account. There's a lot less reason to get Arlecchino, as much as I like Arlecchino. But, you know. I 100% believe the Arlecchino rerun in next patch. So it's a question of, like, okay, do they rerun Cloud Retainer? Do they rerun Shenhe? Finally? It would be nice. I would really appreciate if they did, because, like, I could do Shenhe with Citlali and do DPS Citlali with Shenhe. It would be nice. Good lord, can you imagine the EM on Citlali in conjunction with Shenhe's flat buff? Oh my lordy.
Jeez.
To
That's
be
where
clear,
I think they have anti-synergy.
What do you mean? EM will scale the flat buff. Like I don't know where the conjunction of how much EM I would build on Citlali is, but anyways.
Okay. Well, if we're talking about like just how much damage, because the way that Citlali's buff works is it works just like Shenhe's. It adds.
What do you mean?
A damage
That's
value.
C1.
What?
That's C1.
No, that's her A4.
No, it isn't.
It is.
No, it isn't. I have it open right now. Her A4 is during elemental skill, her skill damage increased by 90% of her EM, and then during her burst, Ice Storm damage is increased by 2400% of her EM. There's no flat damage buff until C1.
Oh, okay.
And the flat damage buff in C1 is again only 3 instances every 8 seconds.
Okay.
But I can see what you mean in conjunction with that.
Yeah.
There's an NPC that looks like Bernice.
That makes
What?
sense. Damage dealt.
Current story seems to be related to your past adventures. Would you like to quickly go over and review those experiences?
I was reading storm damage is damage dealt, not percent.
I see.
Wait, hold on.
What,
Damage.
I don't. Can I? It says maybe later. Maybe later. Hopefully, it lets me do that later.
I don't. So it says, it's Papa's Frostfall storm damage is
Why does the map
increased
go
by
over here?
90%. Is it damage percent? I don't know.
I think it's just 90% EM scaling. Is literally all it is. Like it's basically just basically doing a Nahida Alhaitham thing where it's going to use her attack scaling in her base kit and then add it's plus whatever her passive is.
Well,
Quite frankly, this is an A4 passive that could have been in her base multipliers. It's one of those passives. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. But I think that this is kind of the same thing as like Shenhe's buff. It's if this is being part of the multiplier, part of the first number in the damage equation.
Mm-hmm. There's so many waypoints.
That means that it gets saturated really quickly.
Yeah.
So Shenhe wouldn't necessarily buff it.
Problems go away.
Well, I mean her the Frostfall storm damage would get buffed.
The big
90%.
burst hit would not be very significant. Yes, because that's too high multiplier of a hit. I'm talking more like doing on field, like getting some like on higher charge attack melt or whatever, potentially, or.
Yeah, I can see that.
Or even non-melts, just damage and raw damage. Please, game, can you not do this? This game. Should I? Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna avoid this waypoint. I feel like it's gonna get me stuck in a quest for like 10 minutes. I guess we're going here. Oh, really? You can't use her skill in midair? God dang it! You can't use the freaking flying character skill in midair again. Ugh. You have to launch it from ground. Because, like, oh my god, it would be... God forbid we have, 20 more inches of vertical height movement. And the character that literally flies around. Oh, Christ. I swear, I think Shalonen is a better vertical movement character than the flying characters. Anyways,
I agree with
I'm
that.
gonna do
I
this
also
to get to
think
the
that,
wall, and then switch to
Zhanyan
Shalonen.
is a better.
Yeah.
Like doing Zhanyan's jump has quite a bit of vertical scaling, especially if you're going up against a you know, a somewhat
some kind of little slope. Yeah.
Slope, yeah.
All right. This is a very cool area. Man, this is one of those things like it doesn't look that big from the map, but then you're just like, okay, there's a lot of things to do here. When I first saw the map, I was like, okay, it seems like it's kind of small, but I think there'll be plenty of things to do here. I think it's going to be more dense, which is probably a good thing. This is made for Chasca, except I just got the vibe there if I'd rather use Shalonen, so, you know. Anyways, I have Cloud Retainer. And, like, I would be 100% comfortable just using Cloud Retainer and Shalonen in this area that I am pretty confident of. I need to go all the way back here. Lordy, this is an area to navigate around.
One of the areas to navigate around of all time.
I will say Chasca's flying is nice for just avoiding enemies when I don't care right now. Don't need the enemy distraction and all the chests. Just need to mosey on over. If flying is just better than climbing, then it makes all of the travel options useless. I'm well aware, but the side effect is that the flying is just not that useful. I'm not saying I hate having it, but
yeah, I don't think it's necessarily bad though for a primary mode of travel to feel better
and
than others.
Ultimately, like I think that's fine. And I think it's good that they're just doing a bunch of units that have exploration abilities, because it is nice to have some conjunction of characters on your account with exploration abilities. Where does this take me? Up, apparently. Okay. I'm guessing all those just take me up. Nice.
Yeah, I thought I'd be upset about Kenichi's ability and how it worked outside of Natlan, but I like it.
Yeah, me too. I still maintain that they should add like a gadget or whatever. That like let us. Where's the freaking waypoint, by the way? Is it all the way down there? I can't see it. It is. They should give us a gadget that lets us have like, we can go to Natlan, go to one of the Phlogiston restoral points, and carry that Phlogiston to another area.
Ooh, that would be.
So you'd have to be teleporting back or whatever to do it. So it'd be very limited still, but it would still be nice and it would give us like some extra like finite utility in other areas of the game.
Mm-hmm.
But instead, they're just gonna release the Citrillia characters with roller skates, or not roller skates, ice skates or something.
Ice skates, yeah.
Gotta just release units specific to every region instead of, I don't know. I'm assuming that Citrillia will have a different gimmick than exploration-focused character things. I don't know. We'll see. Hello, friend.
Bring back sheer coldness.
I would be fine with that. All they need to do to make that fine is just like, I agree with the perspective that like pyro characters should be able to let you like keep your characters warm, right? But it specifically has to be like an active like pyro ability that like fire is present, right? Not just the pyro character existing. So like holding your amber charge attack should warm you up on Dragon Spine kind of thing. Or like having an active infusion on Arlecchino or whatever. Alright, I think we're finally at the last flowers. And we'll get to see how many I got. Is that it? It didn't tell me I was done. Oh, I'm not done. God, freaking. Okay. I didn't realize there was some over here. They apparently added some in the... Wait, no, that wasn't actually available before. Alright. Sure. There's only 2 more. What do I have? I have 70? Okay, there's 72. So pretty typical. Which means I'll have to go into polearms only to be able to actually finish leveling Ororon. Oh, lordy. Oh, lordy. Well, this is what the stream was. The main problem is I'm gonna have to go and explore on polems only for a second to be able to go to these different spots. Where's the thing? You know what I think is a little bit disappointing game award wise that I think Hoyoverse deserves some recommendations for or awards for.
What's that?
The music awards. Like,
oh yeah,
they've like never
for
gotten a
real.
recommendation for it. But like I honestly think it's one of the things they're the best at as a developer. And like I was a little bit worried when they lost the main like lead dude. I forgot his name. But they've been still fucking knocking it out of the park in my opinion as far as like OST.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Alright, here we go. What am I doing? Alright, Ororon, let's see. This will take us to like level 70-ish. Let's see. Alright, goodbye. Let's see where my resources go. Starting with 7.5 million more. I decided to, since I got Chasca, of course, I finally decided to level up my Thundering Pulse that I've had forever, which I maintained was a mistake to wish in the weapon banner. The reason I have this weapon is because, like, I think my friends were like, oh, you're so lucky and whatever. I'm like, oh, no, I'm going to prove you wrong. I'm not lucky. I'm going to wish in the weapon banner. And I did not get the weapon that was relevant, and I got this weapon, and forever it has sat unused because I had Skyward Heart for a long time. I also had Aqua, so like it just wasn't a relevant stat stick. And I'm aware that Aqua is, particularly R4 Aqua, is probably a better stat stick than Thundering Pulse, but I'd rather just leave Aqua available for other units like Seasween. And I'm perfectly happy with Thundering Pulse on her. I don't think it'll be a problem. So, yeah. I think when it comes to comparing Aqua, her own signature, Linny's weapon, Thundering Pulse, it's kind of splitting hairs as far as how she's going to perform. So,
Yeah, I think Thundering Pulse, you actually pretty easily get all of the buffs too.
well, the normal attack buff doesn't do anything for her.
Right.
So
right.
Linny's weapon is, I think, a little bit better. Wait, no. No, Linny's weapon is better, I think, because you get charge attack bonus and a little bit of attack percent. But it's not much better. It's like barely, right? It's a tiny bit of charge attack damage bonus, basically. It is the functional gain. Her signature, obviously, is meaningfully better because it's burst damage bonus, charge attack damage bonus, and attack percent after triggering a swirl. And then Aqua is just, you know, the Aqua more universal damage bonus passive, right? Which I believe is...
A friend in chat says you can do one normal shot before you use your skill to activate.
But, like...
Yeah,
so
I mean,
what's
yes,
the point, though?
Aqua, yeah.
What's the point of activating this passive, though? I don't need to.
It's just it doesn't do... Oh, wait, you're right.
It's just normal attack damage bonus. There's no reason. Her damage is all charge attack damage.
Yeah.
Counts, where does it say? Oh, good lord. Man, Mahoyo in their text. It says somewhere. It says somewhere near, I swear.
Thundering Emblem increases normal attack damage.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Consider charge attack damage. Consider charge attack damage. And I believe her burst... No, her burst counts as burst damage.
Yep.
But either way, this does nothing for her, so I just don't need to do a normal attack. It's just 20% attack, high base attack, 66 crit damage. Sweet. Skyward Harp could be very good, by the way, but pushes you more towards like I was overcapping crit rate with my initial artifacts with this weapon, so you know, and like Mualani's in a situation where, because like Mualani can gain like a lot of potential value from EM and HP percent substats, it's not quite the same with Chasca. Maybe Benj will agree with this, but all right, because of the Bennett existing, right? The attack percent on Chasca does not have the same value as HP percent on Mualani. And same thing, EM, even though EM does do something for her, it does not have the same value as whatever. So, like, her situation of being a crit ascending character and having this crit artifact set, if you have a crit weapon, is a lot more awkward than Mualani and pushes you very heavily towards wanting specifically a lot of crit damage substats. And that really sucks. Wanting a lot of one specific crit substat is awful.
Yep.
Because if you have normal distribution average things like something like this going on, it can
I mean, it
become
makes
really
it
awful.
easy to pick the artifacts that you want
Yeah.
if you have them,
Yes.
but it makes it harder to roll them, and
Exactly.
you're so on the money with that.
So, like, there's like my brother's in a situation. This is why like I talked to him about like doing maybe a pull on the weapon banner, and maybe going to pity, is because he had Polar Star, which is like theoretically a good weapon for her, but you're at 99% crit at a baseline. So, like, even though it like gives a lot of potential valuable stats, and it just makes her awful to build. And like the conclusion was, okay, if you're gonna use Polar Star, just use a 2-piece build. But then we got the 4-star weapon on the gotcha banner for him. And I was like, that's probably good enough. You can probably just chill and use that. Your Chasca will be fine, and you can work on putting this set on her with that the bow on the banner. I believe it's at R1. So it's attack percent substat. This thing. It's not me telling people to wish on this banner. It's not going to be crazily different than the craftable, but it should be better than craftable at R1. Yeah, 6 stacks of 6%. Wait, it's 36%. Yeah, 36% charge attack damage bonus, and the attack percent in the substat. Compared to like the Natlan craftable is attack percent and substat, and then at R5 it's another 30% attack, I believe, about, and a little bit of EM. The EM is not very significant though. So, yeah. If you really like Chasca, this banner is maybe worth considering risking on, depending on what your other weapon options look like. If you have a crit damage weapon already for her, don't, in my opinion. What am I doing? Oh, I didn't even finish. Okay, good lord. Oh lordy, man, this is gonna be a long day for me. I don't know how long this stream's gonna go for. Let's see how much we can get Ororon leveled up though. Next we gotta. Oh god, freaking dang it, man. What? Check the enemy tab. No, I want to go to the crafting table. Still need to go get the freaking Chasca flowers. Oh lordy. Is Ororon's kit anything special or worthwhile? Well, before I talk about that, Binge, what's your take? Do you think Ororon's kit is anything special or worthwhile?
I think Ororon's kit is worthwhile in a very specific context.
Yeah.
He wants a certain kind of reaction to occur, which is limiting, because if the Abyss ever says, "Oh no, I don't really jive well with Hydro and Electro,"
Yep.
then he's really not as usable as a character like Fischl. But he fundamentally works the same way, and Fischl is very strong for the reasons he is very strong. It has to do with how many instances of Electro and Electro damage he can apply in a period of his effective time, and his effective time is nearly all the time. For being an off-field, sub DPS and enemy debuffer, that's what you want. You really want as much presence with as little field time as possible, and he gives you that. That's very good 4-star design for an account that wants to pad out its roster, and say you don't have Kuki Shinobu but you have other healers, or say you want more sub DPSs. He's got a lot of what you'd want. With regard to how he synergizes with Natlan characters, I don't think we're going to get another one like him.
Yeah, probably not.
I'm not trying to get...
Eon-san is probably going to be an on-fielder that incentivized around whatever, but I doubt they're going to be an on-fielder. So
I'm not trying to FOMO people, but like based on the history that Hoyo has had with 4 stars and what they provide, in terms of building teams, this is such a rare kind of character. And I just, again, I do not see it happening more than just Ororon. And this is especially because of how significant he is in the story, which is also why I think they're being favorable to him.
Yeah. He's a little bit squishy, by the way, but he's mostly an on-fielder, so it's fine. His I believe his base defense is quite low and his base HP is not high. But it should be fine because you don't spend much field time on him normally.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
Fischl, like, again, just to be clear, Fischl outclasses him in in like what this niche of sub DPS
But also the very fact that like Official and him together are compelling is interesting too. Right.
Yeah.
He's not just Official alternative. Okay. Having me go out here first. Oh boy. Oh boy.
If you've pulled and haven't gotten him and you got a 5-star, do not keep pulling unless you want more of the 5-star.
Yeah.
Don't start pulling unless you want the 5-star. You cannot pull for 4-star characters. That is a fallacy. That you can get a 4-star character, because you want it.
I have C0 Chasca, Leo. I don't know why you thought I had C2. Unless you're talking about someone in general. But yeah, that happens. It's possible you can get a C2 of the 5-star before getting, a bunch of copies of the 4-star you wanted.
There's a gent in Selena's Discord chat who was trying to pull for Kuki Shinobu. 275 pulls and only got C2.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
And for quite some time didn't have any copies. They already had gotten copies of 5-star characters and just kept going and going. Yeah. So
but at least
really,
at the very least, Ororon is usable, very usable at C0.
Yeah. I think if you're pulling for more than one 4-star, like say you want Sucrose, that's compelling. The thing that really kind of stinks about this banner though is Barbara exists. Barbara's not terrible. Barbara won't ruin your account, but
I think what their intention was like you could do Ororon, something like Official Ororon, Barbara, Sucrose together, right? Like this is 3 of 4 units for an Ororon team. If you have Official already, right? Then you on-field Barbara for Hydra application. You can use Singcho somewhere else, kind of thing. Or if you don't have them. So I think for like a low investment option for teams, I think they did an okay job with that banner for Ororon specifically.
Yeah.
But Barbara's also free.
Once you get
good Lord, sorry.
any replacement for Barbara, you tend not to use Barbara again unless you really like her.
Yeah. All right. Good. It's been too long since I drank water. Sorry. Yeah, I agree. Barbara almost assuredly a replaceable unit. The more you play, there's not ways to use her. But who's the other guy? This is a binge.
Hello.
Genshin friend, person who knows a lot about the game and offer a little bit different perspectives. Although I think we're mostly agree with most of the stuff here.
Yeah, someone's really familiar with how I like to play Genshin, and the fact that I am always like, play Genshin the way that you want to play, because the game allows you to.
Yep,
gives you all that.
It's one of the better parts about the game, in my opinion. As far as my overall Ororon take, I haven't meaningfully tested him yet. Obviously, still working on leveling him up. Really, I have to go all the way over there. Good lord. He, I suspect, is going to be most interesting in AoE scenarios. Right? It's where he's going to shine the most. Notably, because that's where Official lacks. Oh my, are you serious? Okay, I have to now the question: is it faster to walk back? Oh, good lord. Let's move on here, I guess. What was it saying? Oh yeah, I think he's gonna struggle to really shine. Like if we go test, in this current abyss, which is pretty single target focus, I think we're gonna find that official Electro-Charged teams without Ororon will perform not crazily different to Electro-Charged teams with Ororon. I suspect the official teams may end up having the ability to be better. So it's just like a question of like what situation you're in, I think is where he'll shine most. But his value of being the more interesting thing is like his value of being a buffer, even if he's not gonna like contribute the same like official single target damage, right? Should sort of swap into different characters sometimes. So I don't know. I'm looking forward to actually properly trying to test him here.
It's largely going to depend on how you play him.
Yeah, and the characters you're playing him with.
Composition.
Yeah, it's going to vary. But in no world is a unit that can buff your team's damage by 40%, or 40% damage bonus of whatever types he triggers reaction with specifically. Going to probably be a bad character at a baseline, especially when they're providing some elemental application and off-field damage themselves. So,
and
yeah,
like that's kind of the interesting thing about support characters in general. You rarely hear about support characters in a vacuum. It's usually what 2 to 3 other characters in your team the support character benefits.
Yep.
And largely, if those characters are good, that the support character benefits, then it's going to be even better. And there are some instances where you have a team made up of 4 support characters, and they all buff each other. And it's awesome.
Yeah, I played Farina, like full like no unit being on field really. Farina, Sijuin, Shalon, and Kazuha. It's just like okay, yep. With Sijuin on a 3-star bow, the HP bow, I was getting like 50k from Sijuin burst on top of Farina doing like 200k. And to be clear, I have like C2 Farina. The team will perform differently with or without C2 Farina. That was definitely the case in that team. I'm under no disillusion there. But still, it's like the more supportive units buffers they release like that, which does include the units like Ororon, the more common that circumstance kind of becomes. And it's kind of what I talked about earlier, where like the less and less reliant you are on like a really strong off-field or on-field unit, right? And you get to the point of just having way more options for dealing with different situations and making for compelling teams, by having these different supportive units and off-fielders. So, and Ororon being both a supportive unit and an off-field damage dealer is what's interesting about him, and why I think he will end up being pretty useful to most people that consider building him. With his one limitation being, of course, his wanting to be paired with, at minimum, Hydra units.
Yep. And that's not uncommon either. There were a number of videos put out by some pretty prominent, like kind of like metagame critics and theory crafters that suppose that Hydro is likely the strongest element in Genshin, because it is the most used to get the most reaction, or like the most positive benefits in combat.
Yep. Might actually be worth thinking. I don't know how many units aren't reliant on Hydro in some form. I mean, a lot of them aren't really that reliant on Hydro anymore, since they've done a good job at diversifying things. Is Mualani reliant on Hydro when you only need her? Technically, I don't think she's reliant on Hydro, but she is the Hydro. But
yeah, but that is essentially Hydro reliance.
Yeah.
The big number comes from the Hydro.
Like Arlecchino could have been fairly Hydro reliant, but it seems like she might be getting a compelling Cryo teammate to do melt Arlecchino things that might just like Citlali Arlecchino might just be meaningfully better. We don't know her exact Cryo application. Not 100% sure that like Citlali's Cryo on its own will enable Arlecchino to melt consistently. But if it does, that should just immediately become better than like other teams, like vaporized teams for Arlecchino. So that's interesting. And that's specifically related to the fact that Arlecchino doesn't actually apply that much cryo.
Well, that and Citlali Gaming.
Yeah, exactly. Like Citlali Gaming, Citlali Dia, Citlali, not you, Chasca, Citlali Mawika. It's all dependent on exactly what her cryo application looks like for these different units. Chasca's not relying on any particular amount of cryo application, but just her buffing potential will be significant.
He's reliant on RNG.
Yeah. Oh boy, now we're getting an underground mess, and I haven't even finished getting the things out there. Okay, let's grab this one quick.
Like, just to kind of react to where chat is going, you know, with their doom posting of Cryo, like, Cryo is not
Up?
like bad. The only thing that we don't have for Cryo are modern Cryo characters. I would argue
what is
that,
Citlali, maybe? Yeah.
yeah, I would argue that Riosley is not a modern Cryo character. He functions very much like old game kind of bog standard main DPS, and he doesn't
With the
make...
only benefit being like the artifacts or whatever on him.
right.
So it's like easier to build, which is nice, but
This is, you know, in most cases there have been characters that either define or transform how an element operates, and then there's some elements that are just so versatile they make up for any character deficiencies. Because if we look at, say, like Hutao or Arlecchino versus Riosley, you have actually some really similar things going on. You're doing auto attacks, charge attacks, and so, like, in that situation, Cryo doesn't exactly do anything better than Pyro, because Pyro can overload. Pyro can do Burgeon, and so you've just got more going on there in the element itself. And their play dynamic is essentially kind of the same. Citlali does something different with Cryo that's kind of been touched on before, where there's a defensive element. But she adds EM in an interesting way that buffs some new reactions that we have going on. And the way that she's built, it kind of benefits you to use other elements in combination with Cryo.
yes.
Other than Mono Cryo. That was Cryo's original, like, go-to, you know, this is why Cryo is good, is you've got, you know, Freeze, which is essentially Mono Cryo. Or straight up Mono Cryo. And that was the problem that Geo had. Geo was largely not being used as a supportive element, which is where it is its best as an element. And they were like, if you want Geo to be good, you've got to, like, mono Geo.
Yeah.
But now we have, like, the ability to use other elements with it,
like,
and suddenly it becomes much more dynamic.
Yeah.
Citlali, I have a feeling that she'll make Cryo a lot more dynamic.
Me too.
Yeah.
We do need application actual information to confidently say this, but that's the current vibe.
Yeah.
Exit. There we go. I do appreciate Chasca's whistling sound effects when she gets on the gun. Very silly. I feel like there's significant lore implications to bringing a gun into a fantasy world, or a motorcycle, but, you know, whatever. This is technically in the Honkai universe anyways, or whatever. We've known that for a while, so that's fine. Is she a support? Citlali? Yeah. A support in that she will help keep you alive and do buffing, right? But she'll also do some damage. And she does application, but yeah.
Ororon's a support.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
know, there's a utility that's not damage based, but there's definitely a damage element.
Yes. So yeah, we should talk about the other buffs, by the way. We didn't talk about, well, Superconduct is kind of mostly whatever. I don't think there's any obvious case for caring about speccing into Superconduct damage. Technically, it's like an extremely minor buff for maybe, some physical teams, obviously.
Yeah.
This is gonna be okay. You know what? I can just use Mualani. I forgot. I will cheat. I don't know what the exact intention is for getting over this area. If this is just meant to be another ice bridge island, or if there's another way to get here easily. But there's a shrine. Nice. Nice thing to stumble upon by accident. I can mark that here. So yeah, Superconduct I don't think is that interesting to talk about. It's an extremely minor damage increase to some limited context, maybe.
I mean, 200% is.
Well, it's an increase, yeah. Like I don't know. It's enough that Superconduct will like start. Is there any? I don't know. With Citlali applying a bunch of cryo, man, and then like doing, like doing Citlali's. If Citlali is triggering a bunch of Superconducts being built for EM in conjunction with like Fischl on the team, maybe it actually will be significant, right? But that's I think the main problem is like relatively limited in cryo options.
Well, and the weird thing is it works best for Razor of all people because he's doing electro and he's doing physical damage.
Yeah. Fremine for Arena Fischl got a lot better. That's about it. I don't know if I'd say a lot better because you don't normally build Fremine for EM in that team, right? I mean, Fischl will do a little bit more if she's the one triggering the Superconducts. But she's, again, same what we talked about before, you don't normally build Fischl full EM or anything, right? So she's not doing 30k Superconducts. I forgot what the exact scaling is, so I don't know if 30k Superconducts is realistic at all, but I'm just throwing out a number out there.
Oh, actually, no, it is
It is
realistic.
now? Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember for sure, though.
They're basically on par with like the low well, just under the well, it's around the medium end of like where Burgeon and Hyperbloom are.
Yeah.
Which is cool because I mean, Superconduct is AOE. It is, but there's a limit.
It's the same as Overload limit
of
1 instance of damage that an enemy can take every 0.5 seconds, which is half that of what like Hyperbloom Burgeon is. You can Hyperbloom Burgeon is like similar scalings as far as damage, but enemies can take 2 instances of it every 0.5 seconds. So like double the theoretical. That's basically the theoretical limit of damage output is that 1 instance of damage every 0.5 seconds, and that means like Hyperblooms and Burgeon is basically still double the theoretical damage output at a maximum. But it doesn't mean it's not useful.
So I just noticed something else here. Citlali's here's times. Yeah, her C1 is actually kind of key for physical teams that do lots of attacks. So Razor, Zhongli.
Even with the 3 instances every 8 seconds, you think?
No. So she gains 3 instances. She starts with 10.
Oh,
every
she does.
instance.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Yeah, there's no cooldown in between when she gives this damage buff.
Okay, so it's going to be at least like 16 stacks then, right? I think.
Yeah.
In a rotation.
Exactly.
Oh, that is pretty
which is
then, yeah.
Yeah, and that doesn't like that can stack with other things. So I think
this is not my brother.
Citlali
this is my friend.
For Cryo.
Yeah, and I really hope so. I really look forward to like actually potentially being able to do a bunch of different things with Cryo. It'd be a transformative reactions or the vaporize melts, or not vaporize, melts. Even I don't know. Even freeze things, honestly, because like Shatter being more relevant now, right?
Yep, exactly.
Because like if your limitation on how much Shatter damage you can get is limited by your Cryo application and your Hydro application. Again, we were struggling in having Cryo options before.
Yep. So a lot of the changes that have occurred specifically this patch have favored Cryo for reaction damage.
Yeah.
Mind you, they're kind of strange reaction damage, but remember, Shatter is a benefit to every Claymore character except Kave when he's in his burst.
And Geo.
And
other forms of blunt
every
damage.
Geo character. Yep.
So yeah, I don't know.
And that also means, I think, and I might need somebody to check on this, but I'm pretty sure that any physical, like, any sword, claymore, and spear, if it's a plunge, it's also
we
considered.
have info on Citlali ICD. Oh boy. Oh boy. I didn't expect this to come so soon.
I'm gonna go help with a chore real quick, and I'll be
Alright,
right back.
have fun.
Yep.
Oh, we have some gameplay footage too of Mawika. Interesting. Wait, where I don't see this on the okay. I'll check the Discord, but what's your source in this? I don't see it on the what I would normally use as a source. It's every other hit, 1.5 second timer. Wait, what?
Forging commissions do I still have to finish? Let's see.
That doesn't make sense. Well, okay. Wait, Citlali Storm? No, that's her burst, isn't it? I gotta double check. That sounds like bad. Because let's see. No, her storm. Oh yeah, storm is the skill damage that her thing does. So the thing what I wasn't sure about, like her skill says it drains Night Soul at 8 Night Soul per second. I'm assuming 1.5 second timer means that I'm assuming 1 second timer implies that 1.5 second timer means that her skill drains 8 Night Soul per second while active, but it only attacks every 1.5 seconds, and if it applies Cryo every other hit, that means it's only applying Cryo every 3 seconds, which is not great. And if she's doing a wait, let's try to analyze this. If I recall, sorry, live theory crafting. I gotta double check. How much Night Soul points does Citlali get? Like every applying Cryo every other hit, and if she had hit every second, would be really good, because it would be every 2 seconds. But the difference between Cryo every 2 seconds and every 3 seconds is potentially significant. To be clear, it still might be more than fine. I don't know exactly what her burst is. Her burst is a very important factor of her Cryo application too. Both the initial hit, if it's like 2U Cryo, which is very possible, they oftentimes do that, or more, and then the follow-up hits on her burst as well. But anyways, if it's 1.5 second timer, that means functionally it's like 12 Night Soul per hit of her skill. So this is to figure out how many times does her skill hit in the first place, and then and then divide by 2. That's how many hits actually apply Cryo, right? So she gets 4 Night Soul from her Night Soul burst at minimum. You can potentially trigger that twice, but at a baseline 4. 16 from her other passive from Freeze or Melt being triggered in the team. Actually, wait, that happens every 8 seconds. So that is twice per rotation. That is 32, 36. Her burst restores 20. That is 56. When you activate her skill, or no, sorry, it's 60. Her burst restores 24. When you activate her skill, it is 24 Night Soul, so that's 84. I don't think she has a cap on Night Soul, but she probably does have a cap on Night Soul. It's usually 80. But because of the fact that her different parts of her kit gain Night Soul in different times, it should be fine. You won't just immediately cap out. So 84 plus you get a little bit from her bursts follow-up hits. But yeah, okay. So 32, 36, 40, 60, 84. I think 84 is the baseline. 84 Night Soul divided by 12.
We should take a break after all that running around.
I come back to math.
Yeah, 84 Night Soul divided by so her cryo application isn't great. So I was assuming before, right, because her kit, right, said it drained Night Soul at 8 per second. And I was assuming they're saying, okay, 8 per second. We didn't know for sure, and I mentioned in the Discord when I said this.
Right.
But we didn't know for sure what that exactly was. Like, is it draining 8 per second because it's attacking once per second? It seems like based on the I don't know where the person's sourcing this is because maybe it's wrong. I don't think there's footage of Citlali yet. Actually attacking to confirm this, but
there is.
Oh, there is.
But
okay,
not attacking enemies.
No, no, I meant the attacking enemies for the skill. To confirm what the interval is of her summon's attack frequency, right? But it's 8 per second drain, except for the information that person posted in my Discord is that it attacks every 1.5 seconds and applies cryo every other, which is not great. So that means it's every it's every 3 seconds.
Right.
But it's not
she's
necessarily
a cryo catalyst.
it's not the end of the world necessarily, but and I was doing the math of double checking how much Night Soul she gains and how much Night Soul she gains without factoring this is ignoring the 3 Night Soul you gain from her burst follow-up hits, because I think you get a little bit more if you're in an AoE scenario. Also, if you have more Natlan units on the team, you can maybe trigger Night Soul burst 2 times per rotation, so you might get theoretically 1 extra in certain team contexts, but the minimum you should get on her own is 84 Night Soul, and with 1.5 second decay, that's functionally 12 Night Soul per hit on her summon, which is 7 hits. So that means 4 instances of cryo application, I believe.
That's not terrible.
It's not terrible, no.
I mean, all things
in conjunction with 4 instances of cryo application from after her initial activation. So you get her initial activation, which is cryo. So it's 5 units of cryo basically from her skill. Is what it seems like. Why did I go in here? What am I doing? 5 units of cryo from her skill. Passive gives 16. No, it gives 32. Her passive triggers every 8 seconds. The only reason you would only get 16 from her first passive is if you didn't trigger a second melt or freeze reaction. I sure as hell hope when you're using Citlali in a team, you're triggering more than 1 freeze or melt in one rotation.
Yeah.
So you'll trigger that twice per rotation, so it's 84. So yeah, 7 instances, 4 instances of cryo application from her summon, 1 initial instance from cast, and then the burst is unknown right now. At minimum, it's probably 2 units of cryo. Either way, based on what I saw with Kaya, I think it'll be enough. Still, does Citlali work with Chasca anyway? Oh yeah, she'll be very good with Chasca.
Mm-hmm. That's another reason why I think Citlali in the broader context is the more interesting character than Malika.
Yeah. Okay, I went the complete wrong answer. Why did I come here? All right. Not enough for solo melt? That depends on the pyro unit. Is she going to solo? I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to balance her to make sure, for units that apply less pyro, which is probably standard ICD level pyro timing, so every 2.5 seconds pyro, you probably won't be able to melt every hit, might be their intention. Well, I don't know. No, you probably will be able to with her burst. It depends on when the timings of her burst lines up too, relative to the timings of your pyro unit. But C6 Kaya is not that much cryo application, and he can enable Arlecchino to melt consistently, right? On his own. So I don't know for sure. I'm gonna have to like look at other people's perspectives to solidly say yes. I think it'll be enough
The
for
numbers that
Dia.
you provided make it complicated.
Yeah.
It would be much less complicated if it was like, it did an instance of damage, every second and a half. It was guaranteed an instance every so many, but then it also had some standard ICD stuff.
What was the question? Oh, I guess that was unnecessary. Never mind. It wasn't a question.
But if it's like once every 3 seconds, essentially, like, ugh.
Oh no, I dropped
it puts it right at the line of like, I don't know now. If it was once every 2 seconds, I would be pretty confidently saying yes. Right, that is the difference maker. Right, as it is right now. So it depends what you have going on for Pyro on the team. Something like Bennett on the team consuming some of that cryo can F with things, right?
It may also just mean you want another cryo sub DPS, or say an Anemo that has more of a cryo affinity like Lynette.
Yeah, that's true. Or the new Anemo unit.
Yeah, right.
And Lynette, interestingly, we don't know the infusion priority for the new lady. Lynette does have cryo priority on her infusion, which is interesting. So it theoretically would be easy. So I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah, I think you like her being a potential easy way of doing Citlali, Lynette, Arlecchino, Bennett or something probably is going to be pretty dang good. I suspect. Because that's probably, like, with Lynette's cryo application, infusion from reverse, that's probably good enough, right? And you get VV, you get a little bit of attack buff. The additional scaling from that should be pretty good. I don't know. But if you have to do 2 cryo units to make, like, Arlecchino melt consistently, that's a lot less strong than just Citlali on her own, to be clear. Because it means you're doing 2 cryo units instead of doing, Bennett, Shalonen, whatever, right?
Right.
Bennett, Shalonen, or Bennett, Kazuha, in conjunction with Citlali and Arlecchino, whatever. I'm fairly confident. Well, I don't know. I'm fairly confident it will be enough to like melt on Dia consistently. So I don't know. She applies enough cryo that it's going to be relevant. It's just going to be, it depends.
It's going to change how you build our teams, for sure.
Yeah. What's going on here? Are these being held captive? You see, the funny thing in my head right now is like, the babies are being held captive, but I do need a lot of their drops for Ororon and Chasca. So all that's in my head is what's in my head is not free them. What's in my head is kill them.
Let's harvest the young.
Exactly. Hopefully this doesn't trigger a long quest or anything. But... Oh, you can't trigger.
You're
fast
triggering
ones, dude.
something with that.
Yeah. No, rip. Level 40 Chasca it is. So Lolly's shield scaling off HP? No, it scales off of elemental mastery.
It's going to be so interesting in a few other contexts too, because when you think about a character, you're like, oh, I'll build them, I'll get close to like 1,000 EM, but that's like quite easy to hit.
Yeah.
And there's so many little things that buff EM. Like,
Are you serious?
a certain 4-star artifact set. And we've got Key of Cosmosuit.
Yep.
There's characters that just give you 200 to 250 EM.
Oh no, I dropped it.
Okay.
Quick, pick it up. Hope I didn't just jinx
That was a
this.
quest.
So yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think EM scaling is interesting. I'm so glad that they're doing EM scaling on a character that isn't just Dendro.
Yeah. I think, is this the first instance of EM scaling on a non-Dendro unit? There's one of the things over there.
Scanning my memory banks, but yeah. Wait. I want to say no, just because Sucrose and
I mean-
Kazuha exist, but
Well, that's fair.
Like-
Yeah, they. I was thinking.
oh, Sethos. Sethos.
Oh,
Everybody's
yeah,
like
yeah.
Sethos.
How did I forget
cries and
Sethos? Oh, good lord, yeah. Okay,
He-
Sethos
he's
for
a
sure.
little
Yeah.
too new for me, but I'm kind of surprised you didn't get
I
him.
don't know. My brain's focused on plants. I'm gonna
Oh
pick
yeah,
plants.
Kuki heals off EM.
Oh yeah. Okay. Which is definitely the first cryo unit. That
Yeah.
is advised to run again.
Seiyu does EM things.
Yeah. So yeah, no non-electro or animos. I guess is the more specific question. Just,
I was just thinking like in terms of like Host Sumeru, and I completely spaced on Sethos because
yeah, I did
I
somehow.
just got him recently and I haven't built him yet.
Yeah. Diona gives EM and doesn't use it. Yeah. Actually, that's interesting, and particularly like Diona plus Citlali together.
Oh, you'd have great cryo application at that
Yeah.
point.
A little bit circle impact to be clear, because that's how Diona be. But
The really cool thing about Diona is that she slows enemies, like actually slows them. I was talking with somebody else about one of the reasons why I don't like Venti. I was like, they didn't have to make it so he pulls everything, but it would be interesting if it were harder for enemies to escape the area of the vortex. And Diona does that with what her burst does. When enemies get hit by that burst, they move slower, they attack slower.
it doesn't. Stroke. I think it doesn't work against bosses, right?
I don't know. I haven't thought about that.
Fair.
But I know that
pretty sure it
if
does
they
with that.
are in her circle, if a boss is in her circle, then they do less damage to you. They are affected by the passive.
Yai as well. Yeah, that's why realized quickly that the question, the more specific question is non-animo, non-electro, non-dendro units that scale off of EM, which is I know is a lot of contingent requirements. But I think she might. But still, I think that she might be the first non-animo. Like EM is like Mihoyo is like made EM scaling to some degree those elements thing to one degree or another for different characters, right? So is there like notable EM scaling abilities in Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, Geo teammates? I guess you could. You're Albedo, but I don't know if that was.
Yeah, well, I mean, Albedo and like the interesting thing is like all Geo technically benefit from having EM because that's how their crystallized shields scale.
Yeah.
But nobody uses it that way, and Hoyo definitely hasn't been favorable towards Geo characters being used for crystallized, which is a criticism I have for it. I'm like, why not? But yeah, it's...
Oh my god.
I'm trying to think of like because Pyro should be one of those elements where you see something like this.
EM, DL. I'm like so. What I'm talking about is like direct EM scaling, right? Things like this can count passives that convert EM, like whatever, right? Dia EM build can work, but it's not like they build her kit specifically in a way where you're supposed to build her EM. That would be like if the intention with Dia was to like instead of her weird HP and attack scaling and stuff going on, it would be EM scaling. So yes, like Sino, but not Electro Anemo units. Do we have any Hydro EM scaling? No. I do want that. I think they should make a Hydro EM scaling.
The closest thing we have to Hydro EM scaling is Nilu, and it doesn't scale. Like it scales in such weird ways. Like she can be a vaporized unit. And she can create her super blooms, but it's a completely unique mechanic that has no bearing on anything else in the game, and you have to build her teams just so. Yeah, exactly. And like a person in your chat mentioned, but Nilu prefers HP over it. And
Yeah,
also,
exactly.
that's like
Yep.
how Key of Kajna's suit works.
Mhm.
Like, she just gets the EM for nothing. For free.
Yep. Navia. Don't think they want you to build EM on Navia. If you want to make sure you don't die, you can do it. I guess you could argue Kachina. No, I'm not gonna argue Kachina. They didn't make her. They should have made her EM scaling. Kachina could have been an interesting one. Imagine if she did EM scaling damage, and you could do Shatter Kachina, and she does some like shielding with her
Man,
EM.
yeah, she's got good shield. Man.
But they didn't actually make her EM scaling again. She doesn't count. It's just she's so ass for damage that you may as well. Why?
Yeah, we fixed Kachina by making Shatter better.
What in the world? I ain't touching legs in the ground. Alright. Well, these Chasca flowers, by the way, have been really miserable. They're so much more annoying to find for whatever reason. I think because they like grow on cliffs versus the other ones grow in whatever. I just ran out of stamina.
My brother in Christ, Night Yan. Even if you have Goro, her damage is awful. She doesn't. Nah.
I used C2 Shalon and Farina, and who else were there? I don't even remember. It was someone else. Like I buffed her as much as you could really feasibly consider, and she dealt like in the abyss. In the abyss, that had an 80% skill damage blessing, and she dealt like 23,000 damage. Like, and she dealt that like in 5 instances. Buffing to the moon with constellations and an insane buff from Abyss is 100,000 damage. Less than meme physical Nuvilette, where I didn't charge attack and just did superconduct and the stupid catalyst on him. Like,
one of the biggest misnomers as well is that Goro is like your key for good geo damage.
yeah.
There are buffers that are much better than he is these days.
Good mono geo damage in the past, but no, like even now it doesn't even count. It's for mono geo, but well, I mean it does count because you like you need to use buffers that make the team not mono geo, I guess, right? Like, so yeah, that's still a context. It's mono geo.
Yeah, that's mono geo, and like there was an instance where to do a speed run where I needed to use Farina on a different team. I did plunge Ito using Goro instead of Farina, and his damage was worse, but it was still more than enough to, you know, complete the abyss in under 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And in that context, I'm like, yeah, but I say that begrudgingly. Like, he's definitely not there to. He can't make Kachina feel good as a DPS.
No, her scalings are just not there, unfortunately. There's no like reactions to make her do a ton more damage. There's no current options for flat damage buffers, whatever. Like, if Siegewine's flat damage buff worked on field, you could theoretically do a little bit with that, but it wouldn't. Siegewine's buff is not that insane, and it's more meant for Farina anyways. So, but it only works off for off field, so which is still a good thing. It's a good thing that they made Siegewine's buff only work off field, and I don't know if they're ever going to do a flat damage buff for skill damage for on fielders. It just would be weird to balance that, I feel like. Boy, is this area a little bit of a maze. Okay, I'll go up there. It says there's flight flowers below me.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Like, Goro actually would have probably been decent to have on Jilinen's banner.
Yeah.
As a character, that was definitely a missed opportunity for them. But to talk on like the whole mono geo thing, mono geo to me always kind of felt like a cope, and the
This
more
is coming from
that-
a geo person, by the way.
yeah,
This is-
by the way, I started playing, just to give everybody here some background, I started playing Genshin Impact because of Arataki Ito's design. I said, oh, that character looks really cool. Oh, hell, I like the voice actor here. This is great. And so I started playing and pulling for Geo characters. I was like, okay, I'll get Zhongli. All right, I'll get Ito. I'm getting Albedo. And the thing that really annoyed me the most was that, like, the further you go into Mono Geo, the less you use Crystallize. You don't use Geo reactions really in a Geo team. There's like anti-synergy with itself. And when I would put characters like Albedo in teams that, say, wanted a little bit of defensive utility, those Crystallized shields helped with interruption resistance. And I was like, they just don't lean into this. They don't lean into Geo resonance bonus or things like that. And the buffer that Geo has, which was Goro at the time, didn't do anything interesting really with Crystallize. I mean, he did a damage thing, but like he didn't buff you because you did some Crystallize in your team. And so you just wanted more Geo, but you didn't want to be doing more Geo things. As Genshin has matured, it's become pretty good for you to put in like other characters into teams with Geo characters. And so Crystallize becomes relevant again for interruption resistance. I don't think that they capitalized on what they could be doing with Geo and Crystallize, like giving some other kind of buff or debuff. They kind of did here with Cinder City, and like Jillinan is very welcome for it, but she's kind of in a vacuum as far as that's concerned. But yeah, Mono Geo just, it's interesting in theory because you're like, yeah, there's this monolithic archetype for this element, and like the rock stands alone, and it's it kind of doesn't make sense when you look at the reaction that Geo has. It's meant to be used with other elements. It's more powerful when you turn an enemy's element into a crystallized shield and use it against them. Like there's all kinds of evidence to suggest that Geo actually works and synergizes really well with combat elements when there are other elements in play.
Point is, Binge is a Geo hater. No.
Yeah, yeah. I went from
That's
Geo
all
lover
I'm
to
hearing.
Geo hater. Yeah, it's true. It's true.
All right. Let's see.
Literally me playing Albedo on field carry with Jillinan like every day of the week. I love it.
Don't get why Dendro plus Geo was a thing. Yeah, I think there's a little bit of a missed opportunity on their part. But you want to know why they probably did it? They just probably had they probably had a bunch of different ideas for Dendro. And you know, they already probably knew that Dendro was going to be strong with what they had designed, like with Electro, like what's in the game, right? And they had to pick between what they wanted to do. So I feel like if there was a Dendro Geo reaction, what are we gonna remove from the game, right? Would you exchange a Dendro Geo reaction for losing Hyper Bloom?
I would argue that Dendro Cryo is a thing.
Yes, yeah, I would too. I don't know if it's an intentional
Pyro
on their
can
part though. I doubt it was.
React with both.
Yeah.
And that's significant. Very significant.
Off we go. All right.
Because you can't put a Geo... there's only one instance in all of Genshin where you can have a Geo gauge stay on an enemy, and that's when Zhongli is petrifying them with his burst.
Oh yeah. Yep.
In every other instance, you cannot attack something with Geo and put a freestanding Geo. If you could, then there arguably would be some synergy with Dendro and Geo because you could have
Yeah,
simultaneous.
so you're probably right. They probably never actually considered it because of the underworkings of Geo.
Yeah.
You would totally trade Hyperbloom for Geo plus Dendro? Yeah, but they would have a, based on what Benj is describing, they would have had to change the underlying way Geo worked, which may have other implications for character kits, so that just may have been a non-starter for them to even consider it.
Hoyo seems to always be concerned with defensive elements of the game, preventing players from ever embracing like kind of higher levels of play. As much as this is kind of a casual game, they really don't like the idea of people going completely brain dead. And I like that a little bit. Like I
agree.
I think it's neat. Whenever people talk about Zhongli, they're always so concerned. They're like, oh, it ruins my experience with the game because I just turn my brain off and then I'm not doing things as well as I should.
As a
be.
Zhongli hater, I don't think I've said it ruins the game. I think he was a design mistake, but I simply like to dodge, and I think they could do better with enemy designs and designing the game in a way that incentivizes players to care about dodging more than they currently care about just being interrupted or not, right? And I think Zhongli is a notable factor in them not trying to design things in that way. So, I don't think he ruined the game, though.
Yeah. Like, if it were me, I would make it so Crystallize is the only way you can get a shield. And characters that provide a shield, what they do is they, in fact, do a kind of off-field damage, but it's called a parry. And basically they have to do enough damage to deflect the enemy's attack. And when they do, it can, like, interact with the attacking enemy's element if they have one. That would be really cool to me. But the fact that there's this weird, like they're always trying to balance against how powerful shields can be. I think it makes the game design harder, and it kind of makes it so the players end up missing out on potential interesting gameplay mechanics that could be there if they weren't spending time trying to be like, oh, how do we balance this against shields? Freaking shields.
Oh, did I get I must have got one of the exploration rewards. Nice, okay.
Yeah, Genshin is a casual game and most players don't reach floor 12.
Yeah.
And if you play it in that context, shields absolutely make you stomp through the game. Like, if you just look at the most casual, like, overworld gaming, doing up to floor 11 or whatever, shields just make it laughably easy.
I think we haven't talked about Overload at all, by the way.
Yeah, the Overload buff is big. And this actually goes into something that I wanted to talk about in how much of a buff this is for Razor.
Okay, yeah, just for Thundering Fury again, right?
Well, yeah, Thundering Fury, but the idea here is that once you have Razor standing on Bennett's aura, he's doing he's maxing out the quota of overload damage that an enemy can take.
Yeah. Which is
so,
it's
like,
the same, by the way, we mentioned earlier. It's 0.5, or it's once every 0.5 seconds, and it is AoE damage.
Yep. And he creates an instance of overload on himself twice at C6. Twice a second. And then if he hits the enemy, he's causing an instance of overload. It's kind of ridiculous. But in teams where you've got, you know, Chevreuse, you know, this is a significant buff.
Yeah, well, it depends on the Chevreuse team. I talked about that before. Like, because there's definitely plenty of Chevreuse teams where you don't necessarily have one unit triggering the reaction consistently, the overload reaction, and therefore you wouldn't really build them any extra EM to incentivize around it. But there are cases where you definitely do. Like on Polearms only, where I'm using Raiden, it's just a meaningful buff to like the amount of damage Raiden does off field, because I'm just using, you know, a Pyro unit, Hu Tao, Arlecchino on field. I'm doing Hu Tao, either Hu Tao, Toma Chevreuse, or Hu Tao Shunling Chevreuse, depending on if I want the extra defensive utility. Either way, it's enough Pyro application that Raiden's low Electro, every single time she applies Electro, on her current build, which is like a 700 EM build or something, gets, I think, like 16k overload, and now she should get like towards 25k overload, right? Which is pretty significant. It gives more potential value to build Chevreuse with EM, and like more value to like her burst without having to build her for crit kind of thing, for damage value.
So to put it in this kind of a context, you mentioned like the difference there in damage, you know, 16k versus like 24k. That's almost a 10k damage difference.
Yeah.
If we look at a significant source of off-field damage historically in Genshin, you've got characters like Sing Sho and Yelan. Each one of their off-field attacks does between 6 and like 12k damage, you know, somewhere in between there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Yelan going more towards the high end, Sing Sho definitely sticking more towards the low end. If you're getting around a 10k damage buff, and you're getting 2 extra instances of that a second, that's essentially having half a Sing Sho coordinated attack every time you do that. Like,
yeah,
if you can do that in a second, that's a lot. Sometimes the off-field damage metrics don't appear to matter to people so much, but it's one of the reasons why traditionally physical teams have lacked, is that they don't have a way of padding out the off-field damage, which lowers DPR compared to other competitive teams. This is, you know, if you can consistently increase your per second damage by, like, let's just be on the low end and say it's going to be 15k per second. And you keep that up, your 18-second rotation.
I'm sorry. I was trying to test something on Chasca to see if you could spam her shots to get through the shields on these dudes quicker, and I just immediately die from missiles. Because these shields go up faster than these type of enemies from Night Soul aligned damage. Otherwise, it's just application in general. So I thought spamming Chasca's attacks might have been a good idea with the shields, and I just died. So,
Yeah.
not a good enemy test.
Well, let's just say you average out to 15k DPS for your whole rotation. You know, additionally, that's 500,000 DPR.
Yeah.
Not bad. That can shave seconds off your Abyss time.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, just I don't know if there's any for the overload buff. If there's any obvious use case for building full EM outside of like that. Some of those Chevreuse team contexts.
Yeah. No, but Razor has always been a good Electro unit. He applies a lot of Electro. It's not just... This is kind of like Dory. He doesn't apply a lot of Electro to the enemy. He applies a lot of Electro to... If you consider the amount of Electro he applies to himself. Dory is very much the same way. She synergizes in that kind of regard.
I think the Mihoyo's pushing the Night Soul mechanic too hard. Oh man, with how many of these freaking Night Soul enemies are in this region, I'm noticing it for sure. They haven't put them all over Abyss yet, right? Like all it does for Overworld, it makes the fights last a little longer. I think that's fine. I think it's good to have a little bit more challenging slog fights in Overworld. Can you treat it as mostly them just trying to push people to pull for the, you know, banner units? Yeah, you could definitely say that. But I don't know. It depends on how annoying it ends up being in Abyss, in my opinion, is where it really matters. Otherwise, it's just like a slightly annoying thing for Overworld to make you take longer to kill things if you're not using Natlan characters, or you're not, and you are not using teams that do a lot of application. Because you can definitely just like use Fischl or like Emily. Burning rips through the shields pretty fast on these Natlan things. So there's ways to get around it. So I think it's fine. Do I think it's a good mechanic that's fun and engaging? Not really.
They did a good job of balancing it though to be favorable to them.
Yeah. They're not the Natlan units are not crazily good at getting to the shields. Is what is pretty clear to me.
I think we mentioned earlier, we haven't had a lot of characters that just apply a lot of element.
Yeah.
So they haven't really taken away anybody's contextual superiority in regards to, you know, capitalizing on stuff like that. So
yeah,
you know, busting through those shields with Fischl or Emily, it's like, yeah, you've got these old characters and they're doing work. They're not lane characters. They're not using Night Soul.
Mm-hmm. It's just one. Okay, I give up on that.
But also, this just isn't something that they're doing a lot of. So if we get a character, say like during the whole Natlan arc, which does Night Soul dynamics and it applies a lot of element, these enemies would crumple like wet paper.
Yeah. Alright, 3 hours into the stream, by the way. And wow, we have level 70 on 2 characters. Oh, lordy.
Well, she has a brand new item, which...
I know. Well, both of them do, so that's why it's taking so long.
Ugh.
And now, the best part is, I need to go on a different account. I'm not going to be able to level her full... Well, actually, wait, I do have some fragiles, to be clear, but I think I'm going to not worry about leveling her fully today. I'm gonna do that tomorrow. I have only 5 fragiles, to be clear. It's not anything insane. Use the standard wish though. Almost that's standard banner pity, by the way. How exciting. Maybe I'll get a Dia. Probably not. Or maybe I'll get my R5 Skyward Harp. That would be amusing.
Let's go.
I've gotten 3 copies of it from standard banner in the history of this account. If I get a 4th one, that'd be really funny. So yeah, and I have one that's sitting at level 1, right? I have R3 on Fischl, one that's sitting at level 1. And if I get another one, yeah, screw it, I'll refine it. Why not? It'd be funny. If you want, you can get Chasca stuff in your world. I can go into Poland. Well, actually, no, maybe I will, Gerato. Do you need Ororon things, though? Because I need Ororon crap, too. Ororon is the main unit I actually would like to test today. So I want to get him to level 80. We need a few more of these things, aren't we? That's fine. What should I do for his talents? So may as well level Chasca's talents a little bit. By the way, her normal multi-talent is irrelevant. The only reason to level that would be for very meme things, or just because you feel like it. I don't know. Because you're like, I want a triple crown to show my dedication. There's no actual damage value to it. But burst, the skill would be the priority, by the way. So if you like have limited resources, prioritize the skill to like level 8 before like you bother taking the burst to level 8. But my stopping point. If I play Chasca a lot, I will probably take her skill and burst to level 9, but I'm going to just take it to 8. 8 is my healthy stopping point for characters I don't think I'm going to play a ton. So, yeah. Which I have enough resources for. Sweet. So, let's go. Actually, I don't have these. Well, that's annoying. Great, I didn't realize that.
You probably have the on.
No, I probably have
like,
the other ones, but I don't want to use Dream Solvent. But whatever.
It doesn't take Dream Solvent to level them up.
What?
Like using the oh you mean the Silken Feather? I see what you mean. I was talking about the teeth.
No, not the teeth. The Arlecchino boss drop.
I'm actually pretty glad that they've kept her boss relevant.
Yeah. I agree. Alright.
We very quickly didn't have to fight the whale anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Or the Dendro Dragon, really.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Ororon, because I have the material. Actually, how much? Oops, not you. How much more is it to level up ability to 6? Because it's really not that relevant to level his talents. It's just for the damage they deal, and neither his skill nor his burst talent do that much damage. Nope. Obviously, it's very.
You have too many characters.
I know, right? The sound collision damage is. I don't know. I'll take this to level 4 is very cheap, right? This is already at level 4. No, shoot. Okay, well. Now we craft these.
C0 is a good stopping point con for Ororon.
Yeah.
I think contextually the question of where his cons are the best is going to be something that we learn a lot more about in Abyss, in things like that. But with how he functions, you don't really need constellations to make him function.
Yeah. Okay, actually, the real question is, what is Citlali materials? Kindling, that is the same material as Ororon. Well, I think Ororon's sitting at level 4 because his multipliers aren't relevant. The majority of his damage comes from this passive, and his C1 makes that gap even wider, right? So, anyways, I think we'll chill at level 4. Anyways, yeah, if there's someone who has unlocked the area that's on NA, that has unlocked the area in my chat, that has both Ororon materials and Chasca materials available. I don't trust you, Tito. You like to try to join in when you don't deserve it. Yeah, if there's anyone with both those materials, I'm down to join your world. If you've already have some of the waypoints unlocked, as I can go into Polearms only and get them, to be clear, but I don't have all the waypoints unlocked and whatever, so it would take a little bit of time.
I don't have all the waypoints unlocked, but I'd be totally willing to open up my world.
Yeah,
go to the waypoints.
That's true. Plus I know you have good exploration characters, so it wouldn't take that long.
Yeah,
I know. Drato, I know you mentioned you only have Chasca ones, is all. Which, if we need, we can do that. But I think it might be easier to do it all in one world. Yeah, I'll join your world bench. I think it'll be fun to do that.
Okay, start, and I'm getting it.
Okay.
Start it up.
How many more materials do I need? I'm trying to math out how much resin do I need for you? What's funny is I'm probably gonna level 90.
To have you
I have to level 90 Chasca for reaction EM shenanigans, right?
No, you don't have to. Well, I mean, yeah, if you're doing well, no, you don't. You're missing like 20% damage roughly, but you're gonna be
I guess, yeah, because I can, if I'm going to make a video on it, I can leave her level 80, because, like, that's perfectly fine for her normal use case.
yeah.
And then, but even if I make a video on full EM Chasca, I can basically just extrapolate, be like, it'll be 20% better for the reaction damage. But also, like, I'm using whatever, I don't know, I'm using Constellation or something, right? Constellation 2 Farina that's increasing the team's damage. So, I think that's my excuses. My other high investment things will functionally balance it out.
Yeah,
and
you
we can
could
extrapolate
easily
also by
like,
adding, just factoring in the time increase too, right?
Yeah,
On abyss
yeah.
clears or whatever, by 10% quicker or whatnot.
And you could extrapolate from that also, like we're not clearing here by 3 or 4 seconds. We're not clearing by 15 or 20 seconds. You
Yeah.
know that it's going to be a harder hurdle to jump over.
Mm-hmm. Do I didn't even check. Do I have the exact? I do have this that I got on Mualani. I can use that for EM Chasca. I do, like, I think EM Chasca what would actually make sense is using the set that still gives her crit, so she can still crit, but do like EM. Like, I could try EM, but I don't have the ability to do EM without leveling up. Oh wait, no, I literally just don't have one. Never mind. But yeah, EM crit damage is what I was thinking. So it won't
I
be
just look for a good
that
crit
different of a build.
damage. You probably have a crit damage circlet that has EM on it.
I don't. Well, no, sorry, I do actually. I have this, but I don't. It's just a level that could technically be an upgrade from Mualani. I got this yesterday. But Chasca needs 60 crit rate? No, not really. She's
But
not
if you're
even
doing
like Mualani, where
EM
you will notice.
Chasca.
But like my Chasca build, by the way, this is with Thundering Pulse, is going to have, and it's a good build, is going to have, I believe, 95% crit rate about, and I think that's fine. So, no, you don't need to aim for 60 to get exactly 100. You're not going to really notice that much when she has so many different instances of hits. So, like, not critting on 5% of them is, like, never going to be really that noticeable, I'd say, for most people. Whereas, like, when you don't crit on Mualani's hits at certain times, you do notice, right? So, and, like, it might be the difference. Like, that having 95% crit rate versus 100% crit rate on Mualani might be the difference in you having to retry sometimes or not. Especially with, like, how the other, like, inconsistencies in Mualani. I think having Mualani have 100% crit rate, completely removing the RNG of crits as one of the layers of inconsistency makes her more enjoyable to play. Chasca is not going to be that because of how her damage works. So, yeah. Anyways, yeah. Or brick to count, get the last 5% true. I mean, I could overcap if I wanted to have 100% crit rate, but I'd rather have a little bit more crit damage. Anyways.
So with your EM based build, you wouldn't think about a VV for her?
I have shit artifacts for VV.
Fair. Oh, what about Cinder City?
That I could actually consider, particularly for full EM. Yeah.
Because
I have my crit stats on that, so I might do that. Yeah.
Swirl would be affected because of the res shred.
Yes. Yep. What are my VV artifacts? Like, I have a good, like, flower feather options. Yeah, like that. Not that, but that's funny. Yeah, like I have good flower feather options. Then as soon as I get into the timepieces and goblets, it's like, oh, This is my... Look at the 2 EM timepieces I have in VV. the best, honestly. One with a lot of defense, and then one with a lot of defense and HP.
Ooh.
Woo.
Not even ER.
Oh, I do have this. I didn't realize I had that. That could actually do, full EM VV on this piece, but I leveled that up. VV goblets, I think, are mostly non-existent. Yep. I do have a crit damage. No, I don't have crit damage. Never mind. Yeah, my EM circlet's bad in VV. Don't have a crit damage circlet available, I don't think. Nope. Yeah, so,
Yeah, it's just not there for VV. But
Yeah.
I still
Supports that
think
would be
Cinder
fine,
City
yeah.
is probably...
Yeah. Alright, you open it?
It's... So, I am waiting for it to install at the moment.
Oh, that's fair.
I
That's
didn't
fair.
pre-install. It's in the 90 percentile range.
Mhm.
So, just a couple more minutes of yapping.
No worries.
Uh-oh. Might be able to tell people what we think of Chasca, Citlali, and Ororon.
I mean, what have we not mentioned? Now, my brain is starting to get the point of, streaming for this long.
No,
so it's starting to struggle.
we've mentioned everything. I
I think so, yeah.
The reality is like, well, okay, this is a question that I saw in chat
this.
that I don't think we've touched on. You kind of touched on it when you mentioned the whistling, but the new area, what do you think about it?
And the impressions I have there is that I like it. I think, I didn't notice that many of the birds around, particularly in this section. I think this section maybe is the intention to use the bats more or whatever. So trying to explore this section without Chasca might be a little bit annoying. Like, I definitely use Chasca a bunch of points to navigate around a little bit annoying spots. I don't think it'll be awful. I think it'll be fine. But it might be more noticeable here than it will be, than it was anywhere over here for any of the things. But it's just a matter of where did they place the creatures that you can overtake the bodies of to explore around for whatever mechanics you need. But they did a good job with the other area in Natland. My overall initial impression, though, was pretty positive for the new sections. Assuming you have to do a story quest to get over there. I don't know. It's interesting. I like the overall vibe of it so far. Haven't obviously interacted with the puzzle mechanics meaningfully. So. When we go with Mualani, it'll be a thing you can do, but like she's mostly meant to be a carry. Like, I don't understand. Like, everyone was coming out of the woodwork now, expecting her to be a supportive unit. When, like, I don't know, it was relatively obvious to me that if she wasn't going to be primarily a carry, she was at least going to have a very significant focus on it as like a mode for her. And it turns out she's primarily a carry, and she has very minor options as a support. Like, the value of Mualani, so the value of Muika with Mualani or Kanish is not really that different from the value of Pyro Traveler with them. That's the notable takeaway there. You could potentially get a little bit more value of Muika with Mualani or Kanish than Pyro Traveler because of her weird burst damage bonus for the active character thing. But like, you have to use her burst and then cancel it, and she also has to like to use Muika's burst, she has to accrue battle wit, which means like you don't do that in the first rotation either. So it's not like it's a speedrunning thing for Mualani or either. So it's like, I think it's because all the previous Archons are off-fielders. Yeah, she has an off-field ability. Raiden's not an off-fielder. Venti's not really an off-fielder. His ability stays off-field.
Venti is definitely not an off.
Like they always have supportive utility or off-field presence, yes. And she has off-field utility and presence. It's just we have other things in the game that do things that she kind of does already. But it's still good to have off-field presence because it makes her a more holistic, useful kit for different purposes. So yes, you can use her for supportive utility. But I wouldn't pull her for it, right?
Yeah, no. And I think what a lot of people were expecting too is they're just like,
I
whenever
mean, I
anybody talks
expected some
about
attack
Pyro,
buffers, to be clear. Like I
they talk
expected
about
either attack buffing
Bennett.
in Malika's kit or Pyro Traveler's kit. And we got nothing. Like they don't want to release. They don't want to do more attack buffers that aren't Bennett for some reason. I don't really understand why. So I'm disappointed about that. Like if her damage bonus thing gets changed to a team-wide attack buff, all right, I'm all into getting Malika. Just like even if it's just 50% team-wide attack buff, that's enough to be interesting and to diversify teams a little bit, right? The conjunction of damage bonus buff that she gets from the artifact set, off-field pyro application, her ability to do some damage, both off-field and with her initial burst activation, and then do like that attack buff would be interesting. But she doesn't do attack buff, so you know, I don't know. Like she doesn't do that much new that is not in the game. So and it's funny to me that like Pyro Traveler's existence is what kind of invalidates the need to get her for supportive utility, quite frankly. So yeah.
well, because the supportive utility is more or less in off-field Pyro.
Yeah, off-field Pyro and the
than
artifact
anything
buff,
else.
which is what Pyro Traveler does too. I assume the problem with another Bennett is you could stack them. I would, to be clear, it's not going to be the literal same as Bennett. An attack percent buff is not the same as what Bennett's buff is. And notably, an attack percent buff in conjunction with Bennett gives you less value for the attack percent buff. The attack percent would have higher relative value if you don't have a giant flat attack buff on your on-fielder.
We have 2 attack buffers, by the way. Kujo Sara is often
Yes.
used in damage showcases
Yes.
to buff
Yep.
alongside Bennett or instead of Bennett.
Yeah, exactly. We also have Shivers. She does a team-wide 40% attack buff, right? So I don't think like giving the Pyro Archon, but Shivers is obviously limited to more Shivers teams. So like I don't think giving the Pyro Archon a team-wide 50% attack buff would have been a problem, and it could have diversified teams by like strengthening some off-field units that scale on attack a little bit to uplift, you know, utility. Again, less reliance on on-fielders, like we talked about a few times this stream. And particularly, I don't think the argument of like multiple attack buffers in the same team being what they're scared of makes sense, because they release Shalonen. I would have said before that, like, yeah, it's probably unlikely they're going to release Kazuha 2, but very slightly different, because why would they want to give us the ability to do 2 Kazuhas in the same team? But then they did. So, like...
And it works well.
Yeah, just a little bit. I don't think that's the reason. I don't know what the reason is. Other than, like, what I think the reason is, I think they want you to like pull on fielders. Like they don't want to give more ways to make. They don't want to give too many methods of like. There's plenty of good compelling methods, and they're releasing like the likes of Ororon and Citlali that we talked about this stream, that do give more compelling ways to do off-field damage and whatever. But I think part of their money-making formula is trying to get people to pull some amount of on-fielders. And like I think they would like everyone to go in the mindset of pulling on-fielders to cover a bunch of different elements. So they want you to pull an on-field pyro carry. They want you to pull an on-field, you know, whatever, right? And they want you to pull on-field, you know, Hydra unit like Mualani or Nubilat. That's how they eventually make money for you, if you fall into the mindset of needing an on-fielder for every element kind of thing. But the fact of the matter is you definitely don't. And I feel like that might be why they're avoiding doing it, but I don't know. I could be wrong.
Well, also the more on-fielders you pull, the more often you're going to look at a support character and go, well, how much support can I get from them? And then their cons become instantly more relevant. And
Yeah.
their supportive 5-star weapon becomes instantly more relevant.
Mm-hmm. Am I going to be a future Citlali main? I mean, I like most of what I see about her kit. Even if her cryo application ends up being in a situation where like she doesn't solo enable Arlecchino Melt or anything, I'm still 100% going to pull her, and I'm still going to do things with her. An EM scaling kit that on a character that has meaningful EM scaling for damage, and at least some cryo application in conjunction with her buffing utility, like she's like a solid 9 or 10 out of 10 character kit for me. And she's like the one character that has given me a strong impression of like I really like the design of this character, like the visual art design, whatever. And I also like her in the story. Ororon and her are the two characters I have liked the most in the story thus far. So I actually have some actual non-gameplay attachment to her. So to answer your question, yes, it is likely I guess I become a Citlali main. It's very likely she is the character that will have the longest staying potential for me in the game, as her kit currently stands. It could get changed, but I'm pretty optimistic it's going to stay similar, if not improve.
Citlali is a Catalyst user.
Yeah, she is Catalyst, which gives her a lot of options. I talked about it earlier while I'm waiting for him to download the friggin' update.
It's verifying now.
I see. Like, let's go over my web. Actually, let's go over all the Catalyst options for Citlali. That's not the right button. No, this is binge. This is not my brother. My brother does not have the knowledge that binge has in mechanical understanding of Genshin. Equipment, filter, catalyst. Alright, so whatever. I mean, okay, magic guide, actually worth mentioning. What does the passive do? I forgot. Remember what the passive magic guide is? I have to look at it.
I haven't thought about Magic Guide for forever.
It's worth looking at, actually. Since she doesn't really care that much about having a bunch of attack. Like, it doesn't do nothing to have some attack on her, right? But the Magic Guide is like already like a very free-to-play, low-investment option for Nahida, right? So EM substat, it has like, at level 80, it has 170 EM. Increases damage against opponents affected by Hydro or Electro by 24%. It's also Emerald Orb, has EM, causing a vaporized, electro-charged, frozen, bloom, or hydro-infused... Oh, swirl. Never mind. Okay. Garbage. Okay, so not Emerald Orb. Magic Guide is a potentially interesting, very accessible free option for her. Will increase her shielding, will increase her damage. The passive doesn't do nothing. 24% damage bonus when opponents are affected by Hydro is not necessarily always going to be that relevant. That's the most relevant part there. You might be playing you might be playing Electro with her, yeah, too. So yeah, relevant in freeze. So like this is a compelling option for her, unironically. By the way, Fab will get out of the way. Maybe. There's almost assuredly you're going to want to cast her burst consistently. We don't know her particle generation, I don't think. But she has a 60 energy cost. She's going to be using an artifact set that refunds energy. So functionally, she has a 54 energy cost. They have been, generally speaking, not making energy needs on Natlan units super optimal. I suspect she will still probably, in like solo cryo situations, need a good chunk of ER, and Fab might be the easy way to get her burst back consistently. So yes, Fab will be an option, especially in conjunction with the fact that you will probably want to build some crit on her anyways. Although it might be a little bit hard to build some crit on her if you're trying to do like full EM with crit rate substats kind of thing. So, yeah, that's where Fab's at. Don't know exactly her ER needs, but maybe. This is not weapons. Filter again. All right. Widzith, as far as DPSing her herself, will potentially be a way to get some really big damage numbers on Citlali. Like this will compete with her signature weapon as far as if you're going to DPS Citlali herself or other 5-star weapons. Yeah.
There is no bad roll.
Yes, there is no bad roll. The attack percent would be the worst one, definitely. But at R5, it's still a lot of attack percent, and she has not like her burst attack scaling is like 1,000%
Yep.
at level 10. She has really low personal base attack though, so that means like the 120% attack on Widzith is going to do a lot less on her than it would for another character that has like 1,000 base attack, which is worth keeping in mind. The attack percent buff is definitely the worst one for her, but yeah. Sack frags will be interesting as like particularly as an alternative, I think, with the high refine, I would say, because you'd want to trigger it consistently, for two reasons. One, she has like a 16-second cooldown on her skill, and her skill on cast gives her Night Soul points, and how many Night Soul points she has determines how many skill hits she gets. And so that means I think it's possible that Sackfrags, if you do 2 skills in a rotation, and it has EM substat, right? Which is good for her. If you do 2 skills in a rotation, and she doesn't go into like I'm pretty sure she doesn't go into like a special state like Chasca can each whatever do. So I think Sackfrags will actually work on her, because otherwise she'd have a much shorter skill cooldown. But actually, is Ororon the same way? I'll double check Ororon in a second. We can see if Sackbo works on him if he does have a long skill cooldown and verify this theory. But assuming that the skill cooldown proc reset does work, that both will potentially reduce her ER needs to maybe very little. Like if she generates 5 cryo particles and Sackfrags lets you get 10 cryo particles on her, she will have no energy needs basically. And Wizzith has a long cooldown, I'm well aware, but the Wizzith buff is so freaking big that when you get the buff, it will be so much damage that like your average damage is going to be very competitive with like big 5-star stat stick whatever weapons. Yeah, Sackfrags potentially reducing her ER needs, and then also giving her extra Night Soul, which can be most notably like, and might be an extra instance of cryo application, because that would be, you do her skill again, that's 24 extra Night Soul points, which is going to be, yeah, that will be at least 2 extra hits from her thing. And yeah, well, the only if on that is because in her base kit, without Sackfrags giving it extra Night Soul, the summon gets 7 hits from the information we have right now, over 1.5 seconds, which is, I can math, 12 seconds, right? 7 times 1.5. No, that's 10.5 seconds. So, no, yeah, that should be fine. Yeah, I was trying to figure out, like, if that would make her summon just, like, attack. Like, if that extended her rotation, then, like if the extra attacks were only gotten after, you know, the 18th second, right? Like, you had to wait. It extended her rotation to 21 seconds, then it wouldn't be valuable. But no, it will. So it will be potentially extra application and energy reduction on top of the EM value for the shield and damage value that EM gives for her. Like, Sackfrags might be freaking amazing on her to a point of, like, that extra instance of cryo application might matter a lot, maybe. I don't know. On top of the energy reduction, depending on how her energy situation ends up looking like, it could end up being better than her signature in some ways, quite frankly. If the proc reset works, which we'll go test with Ororon, because I think he has a long skill cooldown that goes on cooldown immediately, and as long as his skill goes on cooldown immediately as soon as you cast it, then it'll be reset. And I think that's what Citlali is going to be like too. I think that's what Pyro Travelers is like as well, which might be important for Pyro Traveler to actually be able to like do more stuff with the Burgeon using Sack Sword on them. Royal Grimoire, probably not. Solar Pearl, probably not. I mean, maybe no. Like, I'm just gonna say no. You should use Wizzith, Sackfrags, whatever for like DPS and shenanigans. She has access to the crit rate set, giving her a bunch of crit rate for free. You shouldn't really concern yourself with the needing a crit rate weapon for her, even if you want to DPS her. Prototype Amber will be a compelling choice. The reason being is it makes her a healer, and that's very relevant in the context of Farina exists. Only problem is, like, it doesn't give anything else other than energy refunding, which might be very relevant, but the HP just makes her more tanky, and that's, if you're using this on her, you're using her for supportive utility, so you're making her shield worse, potentially, versus, like, using an EM weapon. But energy refund, team-wide healing might be relevant enough, particularly because, like, some people might find her shield a little bit fragile. And instead of stacking as much EM as possible to make her shield more durable, you could use Prototype Amber on her, so you have a shield and healing for the team. So, yeah. Mappa Mare, it has EM. I forgot what the passive does on it. It's probably not the worst option, since it is a craftable. I think, let me...
Pretty sure it's a damage % bonus.
That's what I thought, which is not useless. So it'll be an accessible option for her. Blacklift, no. Eye of Perception, no.
Like, everything that was available for Nahida.
Pretty much, yeah.
In terms of,
exactly.
Like,
this thing, no. Wine and Song, I don't remember. I can double check it. I'm pretty sure this has attack percent subset, so basically the answer is no. Mapamare's damage when reaction is triggered. There you go. That seems pretty decent. Oathsworn Eye, no. Hakushin, I'm pretty sure no. I'd have to double check it. Fruit of...
You'd have to be doing electro
Oh
reactions.
yeah. It's that weird passive, I remember. Do you remember what the Sumeru catalyst is?
I think it's an EM catalyst, and
That's what I thought.
it's got a funky bonus to it. I don't know if I have any of them, and you can join my world.
Okay.
We are-
This one's energy recharge, and it gives EM and makes you lose attack in the passive. After a reaction is
not
triggered,
bad.
it gives 24 EM and it can stack with 5 stacks. That's at R1. So this is like, R5 doesn't double it. R5 goes to 36 EM per stack. Ugh. So it has low refine value. Per billet.
That also means low cost to player.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. But you have to trigger a reaction specifically with Citlali then to get that stack built up.
Oh, yeah, that could be difficult if she doesn't have high application.
Yeah, so this is a weird option for her. The conjunction of ER plus some EM might be valuable though. So it's definitely not like a write it off as garbage or anything.
Right.
This thing, by the way, this no. Again, unless you're DPSing her, I guess it gives some crit, but use Widget unless you don't have it. This thing should be a compelling option for her. A little bit of it'll basically convert the EM on her. It has EM subset, converts some EM to a little bit of attack bonus, both for her and more importantly, potentially for other teammates. This DPS option, but again, like bad DPS option, probably. And it's attack subset too, if I recall. I wouldn't use it over probably the other EM option. Like, I don't even think it's better than Mapamari, so like, no. I think no, unless you're DPSing her, but again, like bad compared to other options. Meme option. You can make, she's cryo, she can provide part of the component of superconduct. She won't be the least relevant catalyst unit to use this thing on, but you have to stack a bunch of HP. You have to build her for HP and physical damage to actually see a big number from this. Otherwise, it's just like, haha. I don't know. Like, not very relevant is all it is. And then no. And then also probably no to this. 5-star weapons. This, again, like compared to Wizard, but like maybe a DPS option. Same thing, this could be a DPS option for her. This will probably be her second best weapon as far as balance of damage stats and EM it gives. Her signature is basically this, but gives her plus 100 EM in its passive and damage bonus to the active character protected by a shield. And then we get into other stats, like, yeah. As far as 5-star weapons go, I think her 5-star weapons are actually a lot less compelling than her 4-star weapons, realistically.
They're definitely not as interesting, that's
yeah.
for sure.
So that's what I'll say. Anyways, let's go, before I jump into your world, I want to check Ororon on Sackbo quick.
Okay.
Let's swap you. So I'll remember to swap back.
What's the occasion?
As I remember.
Just unlocking stuff.
Yeah, he has a 15-second cooldown, and oop, that's not you. Yeah, see, it goes on cooldown immediately. So we'll go double check it just in case I did something cringe, but I don't think they would have. And if this doesn't work, then I'm going to file a complaint with them because there's no reason it shouldn't. So Citlali, I believe, will be the exact same way, where Sack should work on her. Now, Sack isn't really relevant on Ororon, I don't think, because I don't think he directly gains Night Soul or any meaningful gain from casting his skill an additional time, other than like the energy particles and the damage, which is not really that relevant. So like, I don't think Sack is a good option for him, but it's potentially a very good option for Citlali.
Alright,
Yep, it reset, which is expected, right? So it's potentially, not the worst option in the world, to be clear, for Ororon, because he has energy needs, and it does reduce his energy needs. It gives him the extra particles, and it has high base attack. It's not a terrible option for sure, but I'd probably use Fab over this weapon on him, quite frankly. but an option if you don't have spare favs, you need your fav on someone else, whatever. But yeah, that means Citlali should work the same way, but a lot better because it could give her extra cryo application, on top of reducing energy needs, and the damage value, shielding value it provides. Like sac frags, that means sac frags. I would not be surprised if you could make an argument for it over her signature. So yeah, gameplay is just scale swap and sometimes burst. You almost always want to burst. You are going to it's not technically needed for him to burst in teams like if you're doing Fischl, Farina, Jean, Fischl and Farina together, and then Jean swirling those two around will be enough instances of like of hydro and whatever damage to trigger his passive, and you will probably, as long as you do like Farina into him, you'll probably be able to get the electro and hydro damage bonus without a problem from the artifact set. But also, if you're doing Fischl, Farina, or Fischl and Ororon together, you probably have 0 energy needs on him anyways. So you basically every context you want to burst on him consistently. In the context of like Chasca, you want to burst to help you get like an additional reaction potentially. More procs of his passive, but additional reaction like from Pyro too, to be able to get more damage bonus on Chasca. So you want to burst usually. Anyways, sac is overkill. Yeah, I generally speak, that's why I kind of wouldn't default recommend sac bow for Ororon, but if you need it, it's an option. Alright, let's jump into Binge's world so we can actually finish leveling the boy and the lady. Well, not finish leveling her, but finish getting the plants, I guess. Join. Oh boy, it's a long stream, 4 hours. Oh. Never forged a Mappamari? Nope. I never played early on in the game. The Mappamari was just never relevant for what I did early on. So, yeah. Which is fine. I only think I grew to truly love Catalyst units until later as well. Alright, we're gonna do Ororon first because his are less awful.
So, just a relevant thing about the area, I'm noticing with the big flamey bird, if you start to run out of phlogiston, the world will just kind of pop vents underneath you occasionally.
Okay.
Seems a little random, but in this area where like there's like a lot of open space, this creature takes care of everything.
Interesting. That's the flying thing? Yeah, that's you up there, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, so it just makes vents all over the place?
Either that or it's just like an element of the area where if you start to run low.
I did see that a couple times with Chasca, I think. I don't remember exactly what. I don't know. This is interesting. I wonder how often actually it triggers, or if it's from something I didn't really notice. So yeah, basically that means the minor issue I saw with maybe wanting Chasca to make exploring here earlier is fine. It's probably just maybe it's these things. Maybe these things are what actually I remember seeing those trigger the vents or whatever. So yeah, obviously I didn't spend any meaningful time flying around with the bird. So
yeah, that's just what I'm gonna be doing to unlock these.
Yeah. So I think the exploration experience will be perfectly fine without Chasca. Just like the rest of Outland was perfectly fine without the other units. It's just like, hey, you have them, and now you don't really need to concern yourself with getting animals. That's all. Oh, apparently they give you like 10 seconds of infinite flight. The little things that are floating around, the little like wispy, glowy things. Right, I should actually get these. I think I may as well get some Chasca flowers when I see them. There's more here, right? Yeah. Do-do-do. Sparkles you passed, I think, freeze the stamina bar. I see. Oh, wait, it's stamina bar or the phlogiston bar? I mean, I guess same difference in the context of the bird.
Yeah, there's the little particle things that freeze it, and then there's the streams.
Mm-hmm. I'm assuming all these things will work on Malika as well. So, you know, if you want one unit that can... If you're, for some reason, waiting to do... Oh, I don't have Chasca right now. If for some reason waiting to do exploration until Malika comes out, you know, she'll be the universal lady that, with all the Flogiston refunding mechanics and whatever... Even though she's Master of None, if she's Jack of all trades, Master of None, that still means, you know, you never have to switch your units around for different things, potentially with her. I don't think we've seen confirmation of it going, oh my gosh, of it going over water, but it can fly a little bit, but not as much as Chasca. It can float, or it can climb walls, and it, like, you know, she doesn't have a grapple, I guess. That's notable, I think. Maybe it does. What would a grapple on a bike look like?
It's like a Batmobile thing.
Yeah.
I don't think I can
But I expect it will probably do Mualani, like water thing, surfing, but probably like again, slightly worse in whatever way. There we go. Alright. Gotta go. Why did I mark that waypoint?
Some of these are definitely underground.
What? Why is nothing else marked? Game? Oh, I have 30 resin now. Someone remind me to go fight the Arlecchino boss, so I can get that material for Chasca. What am I doing? I need Ororon. Oh my god, so many characters. Don't know why it stopped marking. Oh, that was all everything. What? Could have sworn there was more over here. Whatever. Alright, that's fine. I think Zhongli is worth it. I mean, how much do you value the indefinite interruption resistance and a pretty universal buffer, even if it's not an insane buff? It's still, like, he's a useful character. And he's the best physical DPS in the game. Oh.
It's so true.
Well, that with an asterisk of Farina Mika official.
Yeah,
I
you
guess?
need the right team for
Yeah.
it, for sure.
Yes. But that's not the reason to get him. Probably. Maybe why I would get him. No, I'm probably gonna get him. I think I have other things I'm looking forward to. I don't need more freaking units to level up, that's for dang sure. No, that's your Oculus. I don't need to steal that.
What?
She's originally from the Dendro tribe. Surely she can grapple at least to the set grapple points. Presumably? I don't know. We didn't see her bike grappling. I have no idea. It would be a little bit weird if she couldn't use the grapple points, though, yes. Considering both what you just said and the fact that she does all the other ones. Well, we also haven't seen confirmation of her doing like the we haven't seen like the 6 tribe ability either. So, and there's no exploration next patch, by the way. No volcano patch. It's just story and characters. Oh well. So we'll teleport up here. Are you stealing his Ororon materials? I don't think you're getting Ororon, are you?
No.
Yeah.
I've got a not wish here, so I can get like a character of my choice, whether that's Malvika or Citlali.
Mm-hmm.
Which is probably going to be Citlali, if I'm being honest. I recognize I don't need another Pyro DPS.
Yep. Similar situation for me. I would legitimately rather spend Primo Gems pulling for Dia Constellations
Ooh,
right
that
now.
sounds fun.
I don't know. I just don't see the intersection of where Muika is gonna do anything for me that's that interesting. Other than motorcycle swingy.
I've already said what I feel about her motorcycle animations and things like that, it's not terrible. People
No.
are definitely free to like what they like. It's
Yeah,
just
yeah,
not for me.
Same. And I'm fine with them leading into like silly, more unconventional things in the game, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that entrance is all the way over there. I don't
think I'm a world
bad thing.
purist by any.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think they're, you know, the character kit designers and the lore peoples, I think, are relatively separate teams, it seems. The writers and the whatnot. So
Right.
I don't think they're that concerned about the lore implications of the motorcycle, and therefore I'm not going to care that much either. There's only one thing here. Oh, there's more here. Alright. Wait, could I just teleport it straight here? Yeah, I might have just teleport straight there. Because motorcycle combat is literally just Roche from Final Fantasy VII Remake. Is it really? Is it just like really similar animations? I'll trade a C2 Dia for one single Dilute Con. Deal. I'll give you all my Dilute constellations for your Dia
Yo,
copies.
is this a possibility? Can we trade cons now?
I wish.
They finally
Imagine how cool it'd be. Is just the only if we could all just trade standard banner constellations. That'd be so cool. You know, obviously we're never gonna be able to trade everything. That'd be nonsense. It'd break their entire monetization model. But
Yeah, there'd be an
you know.
aftermarket.
Yeah, I know. But just like, just let us train the standard banner characters. let me get C6 Dia in less than 4 years.
You had your chance on her original banner.
Mm,
You weren't
yeah.
dedicated enough.
I mean, look, I regret not pulling on our original banner. My mindset was like, this character's not that good. I was ignorant. Ignorant of my future self. Thankfully, thankfully, like, I think I got the first Dia copy, like, it was a 50-50 loss. The patch after she released, I was very happy about that. And then, got one copy from the freaking selector, and I think one other 50-50 loss since then. So, like, the rate it's been going, I would expect it'd be unlikely I don't have C4D next year, right? But still, it's not unlikely it takes me 2 years to get C6D.
Yeah.
And that's a bit rough. If they do a Sumeru Chronicle banner, it is likely that I will at least try to snag a copy. I don't think I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna get all my copies of Dia from this, but I think there is a satisfaction to building up to it slowly, feeling like I earned it, right?
Yeah.
Kind of thing. I don't want to just whale my way to getting Dia. C6, that is, but anyways. Can Ororon replace Shalonen as their support for Nubilet? You're losing the res shred, to be clear. But like, what do you think about Fischl, right? With Binge, what do you think about Fischl with
Alright, let's finish.
Nubilet?
With Nuvalet,
Yeah.
I mean, so Fischl's not a great Nuvalet option because Fischl needs you to do normal
Yeah.
attacks
Yes.
and or reactions.
I mean, with C6, you don't have to, but yeah.
Well, right, but I mean, even normal attacking, yeah, it just.
I think
Sounds
Ororon might be
better.
better than Fischl for Nubilet, just because
Yes.
even though he has some of the same problems where like you're not triggering that many reactions, you're not going to get an insane value from Ororon personally. He's giving the damage buff, which will potentially be more noticeable and better in the team. So particularly because, you can do, I don't know if you have Causal, right? But if you could do Causal Ororon, Nubilet, for Rena, regardless of having C1 Nubilet or not, right? And that will probably be pretty good. So, and probably better than the Fischl variant of that team.
Oh, it would definitely be better than Fischl.
Yeah.
For sure. Fischl, like, again, So the other thing is Neuvillette doesn't apply a lot of hydro.
Mhm.
He has standard ICD, even though he's doing what are essentially charge attacks.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean,
so
it's a good thing. He did not need more than standard ICD.
Okay, right, exactly. But it doesn't make him a great fit for official.
Yes. Yeah. I'll that way for just one. All right. How many do I have?
If you're just trying to get the Cinder City buff, though, yeah, that's fine. Jillian just does more than that.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course.
So most characters will not be a potential replacement.
Mm-hmm.
I mean that more to say high things about Jillian than I do to disparage anyone else being an option.
Yeah.
That's just kind of where she sits with things.
Which is probably sensible, considering 4-star versus 5-star.
Yeah, and the sort of like the idea that a lot of 5 stars don't step on each other's toes.
Mhm.
I think even if people consider the Jillian and Kazuha thing, where you get 2 Kazuhas, like Jillian does some things in a very different way.
Yep.
Kazuha cannot buff Geo,
Indeed.
for example, and Jillian does, and that's significant.
Yeah, plus multi-wave and like easier buffing of 2 elements.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they still did a good job differentiating Shiloden and Kazuha. I maintain though that I don't know, have I told you this before? I've said this on stream. Where like my main frustration with Shiloden is that I feel like there's a very easy alternative like reality where she had a kit variation that enabled new teams rather than her just being like Kazuha 2 but slightly different. And valuable, right? But and I think the easiest illustration of this is like pretend her C2 is in her base kit. Like C2 is what her buff gives. But then remove the res shred, right? Because that'd be stupid to have those both together. No, what game? All right. So right, put the res shred in C2. Put her C2 in her base kit, but not exactly the C2 because the C2 is a little bit underwhelming on its own because of the fact that it only benefits the characters of the type that match it. So like only cryo units get 60% crit damage. But then imagine that those C2 abilities were all units on the team.
Yeah.
Just by having cryo on the team, you get crit damage for the whole team. Suddenly, it's really interesting to think about new ways of using cryo units together in conjunction with Shilonen, because cryo units will buff other units in conjunction with Shilonen, right?
Yep.
And I'm not saying the exact values would have been 60% crit damage for the whole team, but the same concept of it would have been a, just having a power unit is attack buff for the whole team. Having a Hydra unit, HP buff for the whole team. Having a Geo unit, damage bonus for the whole team. Having a Cryo unit, crit damage for the whole team. And Electro, energy refunding, cooldown reduction for the whole team. Suddenly an intensely more interesting character. Again, the exact values, I don't know. But she could function exactly the same way. They wouldn't have to change animations. It would just be a different coding of what stats she gives to things. And would enable new team formats. That's like my frustration with how they've been designing a lot of units, is there's not much that enables new things, and instead of them just doing the old things. But hey, Citlali is new. I'm happy about that.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat for Citlali, and also how characters differentiate themselves from one another by actually doing a unique thing or allowing a new form of play style. That's very rare. That's also why I mentioned, as far as like Ororon's pull value, it's not that it's incredibly high, it's just very unlikely that they're going to do something like him again.
Apparently I didn't have enough of these in your world. I need like 30 more. I could have sworn there was like 70.
There is.
How many do you need again for leveling a character fully? I forgot.
It's like 100.
Oh, it's 168. Ah, frick.
Yeah.
That's why there's not. Oh, god damn it, man. I have to go into another world still. Oh, this game and this leveling of characters.
It's a little rough.
I think I'm not going to be able to, for anyone hanging around for me testing Ororon, like, I'm running out of energy to meaningfully test things, I think. I think I'll end this stream probably with finishing leveling. And we'll have to
So many as I thought.
test things tomorrow, maybe. I think that'll be better. We'll finish leveling him, and we'll also finish getting the Chasca flowers. Which, oh well. But anyways, I'll jump out of polearms only, I think, for the last few, which should be easier because it's only like 30. But anyways, Chasca now. So passionate about this C2 scenario, it would make me want Chilonin. Exactly. What does Citlali do? The last time I heard, she's a 5-star Layla. She's a heck of a lot more than a 5-star Layla.
Wow, if Layla could do even a smidgen of what Citlali can do, I'd be like, yes. Hell yeah. I'd play Layla a lot more.
What's the simple, like, okay, so 40% damage bonus for cryo reactions, so through the artifact set, right? She gives, when you trigger freeze and not with her specifically, just freeze or melt happening in the team. So you want to put pyro or hydra units with Citlali. Let's go back to here. You get 20% hydro and pyro res shred. So buffing hydro and cryo DPS. Sorry, not cryo. Hydro and pyro. It would be nice if she did cryo too, but oh well, it doesn't really change that much. And then from there, she has an EM scaling kit. Her shield is completely EM scaling. So you build her for full, like, elemental mastery is probably the typical build path for her. Maybe with some crit stats to deal some damage, because she does have a passive that gives her pretty significant EM scaling damage. Is it going to be like she's doing your whole team's damage? No. But she also does not 0 cryo application. I'm not going to say confidently she's going to be the best cryo applier in the game or anything right now, but I think she might be. At least in single target. AoE is obviously a little bit of a different scenario. So yeah, she's cryo application, defensive utility, keeps you alive. She's catalyst, has a lot of utility, a lot of ways to potentially DPS her herself. That land artifact set buff, plus more buffs in her kit, and damage potential. Both through cryo application for someone else to do increased damage, or herself to do more damage.
And we haven't even talked about cons yet.
Yeah. C1 gives her a flat damage buff for any type of damage, which was apparently 16 instances of buff. Ew, who was that flying boy? He's old news.
Yeah, ew.
Let me double check.
But he does just fine.
We should take a break after running around.
Yeah, she start with 10 stacks, and then she gains 3 stacks every 8 seconds, so 16 stacks. 16 stacks of a flat buff that is based on 200% of her EM. So if you build her for like 1,000 EM, that is a 2,000 flat buff, which that flat buff gets scaled up by your EM, your damage bonus, which is 100 different million sources of in the game right now. Some from Citlali herself included, and then it also scales with your crit. So flat damage buffs ignore like your base scaling, so they have higher relative value the lower your scaling is. So more flat damage buffing in the game is really cool. Like Citlali, unironically, might be one of the things you could use to make Kachina do meaningful damage with that flat damage buff with her C1. So, this is why, like, skip Mawika, use more pulls to get Citlali extra copies, quite frankly, is my current feeling. And her C2 makes her get more res shred, so she does 40% pyro hydra res shred And then she gives herself an additional 125 EM just across the board.
Yeah, regardless of
and-
whether she has the shield too.
Yeah, yes, regardless of whether
That's
she has a
just
shield.
fixed.
And then when her shield is active, which you might have a slight issue here of it dying, she gives a 250 EM buff to the unit with her shield. So, like,
Which could be her.
yeah, which could be her. Oh yeah, and her normal charge attacks are very much ranged, have high range. Her charge attack is like a big line-based AoE of like a hydro swirly thing. And a low multiplier. It's just attack scaling. It doesn't have any bonus EM scaling, but it should be fine because if you stack a bunch of damage bonus, crit, and a bunch of EM, and as long as you trigger a reaction on that charge attack, it don't matter. It's low multiplier. It'll do some meaningful damage potentially. So, and there's weird stuff like she can jump up, I believe, in combat and do plunges. Like you might be able to do plunge DPS for extra cryo application.
Her charge attack has a higher multiplier than her plunge.
Oh, it does? I didn't even
unfortunately.
notice that. Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine, honestly.
So, like realistically, you just want to charge attack with her
yeah.
and focus on charge attack cancels.
I mean, plunges have the benefit of not the stamina consumption, because I think she still has 50 stamina consumption because Catalyst.
I don't know. But that's a good point about the. Oh wait, no, but doesn't the high jump with these characters like drain a lot of stamina? You tried on Ororon earlier outside of.
Oh, it might. Yeah, you're right with her ability. That I'm not sure about. Outside of Natlan, it definitely did, but I don't know if that applies to Citlali in combat since 5-star things. It wouldn't surprise me if she just gets a free high jump and doesn't have any stamina cost, right? Because 5-star.
5-star, yeah. Let's go.
Yeah. Just locked me out. I don't think I actually had to go there. Actually, maybe I did. No, I didn't.
You pull the lever, can you?
I don't think so. No.
No. That'd be funny.
What a Muika just to give other people Night Soul and buff space and that. God, it would have been so awful. I am very happy that she at least exists in the intersect of one, she's not just a power creep of existing things. To be clear, again, if you get her, she gives you much less reason to get other pyro carries, I suspect. But you can also say that's the case of getting Arlecchino. So
so true.
The other thing that's more important, in my opinion, is not giving Night Soul to other units. I'm fine with her Natlan synergy as it is. It doesn't really compel me to pull for her. But oh boy, my brain is not functioning. I'm a little bit hungry now. You might be able to hear my stomach grumbling. I am trapped.
Are you in the?
Oh no, never mind. There's a way out here. I'm stupid. All right. What was I saying? I completely blanked. Oh, giving her giving Night Soul. Why I think it's a good thing that she doesn't do that. One, Farina already did the enabling the crit set on other characters, right? With 4-piece MH. But the reason I think that's a relatively balanced situation is it's not always super beneficial. Because the 2-piece bonus doesn't benefit a lot of characters, and if the 2-piece bonus doesn't benefit you, and you have a character that ascends a crit and have crit rate weapons, 2-piece combos are not necessarily going to be really that much better, or sorry, not that much worse. They're likely going to be pretty similar. An invested 2-piece build will be pretty similar to 4-piece MH in many circumstance when you're doing Farina. It's not just, oh, you're using Farina and your on-fielders always want MH because it's just a million times better, right? It's not the case. It's actually relatively well balanced, particularly in the context of the 2-piece bonus not having relevance sometimes. Whereas if Muika gave Night Soul, the 2-piece bonus on the Natlan set would always be there for every character in the game. and then it also just gives more crit, right? Like, there's no condition. Also, there's no build-up time, right? Like, MH has build-up time. That does help balance it a little bit. Like, there's some hoops you have to jump through to get MH to work, but I think its strength is quite balanced. Natlan characters, it's fine, because, like, Natlan characters' own kits are balanced around the existence of the Natlan set, but most other characters are not balanced around the other set, so, like, the Natlan set. And I think it'd be really annoying that they would that Mihoyo would be balancing characters around the fact that the Natlan set existed in the future, just because Mawika gave it. And that's just the DPS set, before we even get into the mess of the support set. And like this whole stream we've talked about how like the support set gives a lot of potential value to like Ororon, Citlali, like that support set giving 40% damage bonus for whatever reactions are triggered is really significant. It's what makes Ororon both a support and a DPS, right? Same thing with Citlali and other potential units, right? Pyro Traveler. And do we want that now to be the case for every unit in the game that is paired with Mawika? Like when there's no loadouts in this game, like in the alternative reality where there's loadouts, maybe I'd be more open to the idea. But like even with loadouts, it'd be really annoying to have to consider that so much every single time you paired a character with Mawika. All right, what are you doing for your support artifacts? Who gets to use the support set? Because everyone can use it now. Like, and it also would invalidate some of the uniqueness of kits like Ororon or Citlali, right? Or Pyro Traveler.
It also means that in the future, MiHoYo is going to have to think harder about what kind of artifact set they put into
exactly, yeah. So I think it's an extremely good thing. I'm very glad they didn't do that. Is all it really is. I would have accepted the middle ground though of like, if she did just make on-fielders get additional Night Soul, that would have been fine. It would have been like just power creep of the Farina MH thing. But if it would have been only on-fielders, so it didn't enable the support set, I would have been mostly whatever about it. It would have been fine. But I am more happy with it just not being the case at all. If you want a unit that enables a crit set to be used on different characters, get Farina.
Mm-hmm. Or play Burgeon.
Yes, or yeah, that's one of the best things about MH. You don't need Farina to use MH. I've used MH on a whole bunch of different ways without Farina. You just have to have a way of your HP fluctuating, and there's a lot of ways to do that.
You can play very poorly and then get rewarded.
Exactly. I think that's one of the cooler aspects of it. It's like I get why did someone give me 60 Prima Gems? Thank you, I guess. I appreciate the 60 Prima Gem donation. What was I saying? Yeah, the aspect, I don't know if I'll ever make that video. I might. I considered in the past of like 4-piece MH being the most universal set in the game for the fact that even when you don't have a way to get the crit stats consistently, it gives you crit when you take damage. So as long as you're not playing with a shielder, it gives you damage value for taking damage. And that's meaningful. Like I still maintain that. If you're gonna farm one artifact set in the game and only use that artifact set, MH. But I haven't really tested that to its fullest extent because it requires a lot of. I have a lot of MH artifacts. I don't think I have enough to do like every character on the team on them on two sides. And that would be 4 times 4, 32 MH pieces. I probably have enough actually. Maybe I do. Wait, there's an enemy seat. So I made co-op. I see. Wait, is this gonna stop? There we go. Wee bonk. Alright. Can I get out? There we go. Alright.
This dumb map goes up very high.
Yeah. Alright. Still more. Jesus. Alright. It's fine. Almost no one wanted Malika to be a DPS. I don't know. I don't get, like... Like, people are satisfied. Are people really satisfied with Raiden as a D? Everyone plays her as a carry. And she's not a very good carry. And now Mawika, the lady who had an anime fight, everyone was disappointed. She's a DPS? What? I don't know, man. Whatever. In some ways, maybe I should maybe I should give people the benefit of the doubt and assume that that means the community has matured to a point that they understand that the true value of units in this game is when they have versatility in many teams, and that means off-fielders and supportive units are better and more valuable units. But I feel like that's not actually the case.
Even if they can't articulate it, though, they definitely feel that impact.
Yeah, maybe Farina is what caused this shift. Is you know, people expected Pyro Farina, right, of relevance, and she's not. She's not gonna get the entire like enabler of her own class. That's, I think, up above. We have so many good Pyro DPS. Yep. And now we have another good one. But she has more potential supportive utility. Like, she's the most versatile Pyro DPS in the game.
Yeah, there's really no question about that. Like, I've seen a lot of people go, oh, you know, she doesn't have supportive utility, but she applies Pyro off-field.
It's just Pyro Traveler does a lot of what she does, but slightly worse.
Yeah, it's
like,
just in a different
it's not
context.
Necessary. It's just, yeah. And it's a good thing that we shouldn't feel like it's necessary to pull her for just supportive utility, I think. I don't know. I think it's fine. Especially if they're gonna, do this, like, rerun or do multiple new 5-stars with the Archon patch. It makes it a lot easier for people who do care about supportive units. Well, guess what? There's a support this patch. She's just not the red-haired lady.
Yeah, she's the one that drinks.
Yeah. If you really care that much about a support, yeah, get the drunk granny. Oh, wait, this is still underground?
I love that so much.
Okay. Oh, I think you have to come over here to unlock this one. If you want to come, I'll stand by the cave entrance down on the beach. I think you just have to kill.
Do you want me
Actually,
to
wait, no,
unlock?
I might be able to do it. I might be able to do it actually. I'm not sure if it unlocks after I kill the enemies or if you have to be here. I'll find out. What about the new 4-star? Probably bad to most players. If you are someone who is... You're confident in your abilities to manage, like... She has a high enough downtime on her shield, right? You're not going to be able to just brain off rely on her shielding to keep you alive, right? She has 8-second uptime on a 16-second cooldown on her skill. Please. There we go. Oh, it did open the gate. Nice. Well, there's a chest down here for you if you want. So, with 8-second uptime, 16-second cooldown on her skill, and Constellations don't fix it. No, her C6 extra skill charge does not fix it. That just makes it so she has 16-second uptime with a 16-second cooldown. So it would fix it for one rotation. Woo. Is this underground still?
Need a surfboard?
Okay.
Alright.
So where does that leave her? Well, she does some potential application, and she has a good shield durability still while it's active. And then she's a catalyst unit, so she can use like Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers, which might reduce her shield durability meaningfully, to be clear. But the attack buff that it gives may be very well worth the trade-off. But again, like that's the higher skill thing is you have to be like aware of like swapping from her into what unit you're swapping to be able to use the Thrilling Tales buff. I'm generally someone who I don't care about thinking about the Thrilling Tales buff, and I think that is the majority of the player base. They're not going to want to do that in most gameplay. So it feels like she's a character who might have usage in like higher skill scenarios. She might be a useful character in that, being that she's Anemo, she can do VV buff, and she can do, Thrilling Tales buff. might make her useful enough that she sees use case from the likes of Tars Blammo, where he's, you know, using low usage rate characters to clear the Abyss, or people using 4-star only clears. She will be like a nice new potential option, maybe. But nothing crazy, is what I would say. And probably, to the average player, a pretty bad character. So if you have any other unit you were looking forward to for Lantern Rite, you can probably safely forgo her. Yes, Pyro Traveler can use the Natlan artifacts. Oops. I can't wait to see, by the way, Binge, I don't know, did you know that Tars has been practicing Dragon Striking on Pyro Traveler? Or not, on Traveler in general?
Oh, wow. That's
Yeah.
going to be interesting.
Uh-huh. Like, and Pyro Traveler has, you know, the standard plunge multipliers. So, you know, with C6 Pyro Traveler, Natlan artifacts, a 40% crit damage bonus, and like all the stuff that Pyro Travelers get incentivized around making them do more damage. Oh boy.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a strong thing to do.
It's gonna be spicy.
Normal people, to be clear, normal people will be able to do like charge attack, DPS Traveler, C6 Pyro Traveler, and it'll be pretty good. But people like Tars will be able to get that min-maxy extra little bit of value from the plunging. But that's like doing Dragon Strike on a sword character is insane. Don't do it. You can realistically practice doing it on Claymore units relatively easily, but like I'm pretty sure Tars, and as skilled of a player as he is, it has been struggling to do much consistently with Dragon Strikes on Traveler. But anyways, just like doing charge attacks on Traveler, you know, low stamina costs their sword unit. You'll be able to charge, you know. We don't know exactly what the animations look like. I assume you'll probably be able to jump cancel it or whatever. So you'll probably be able to have Pyro Traveler be a pretty compelling, honestly, I bet, Pyro DPS, which is cool. Just really kind of lame that they decided to not give us C6 next patch. Oh well.
Yeah.
I don't know where this last flower is. Do I even need it? I think I don't, because I'm going to have to go into a new world anyways. This is the same thing that happened on my world. I just couldn't find this flower. I have a lot.
It's probably in an underground area that's inaccessible.
I need
now.
10 more. So,
oh, wow. Oh, wait. So something that generally happens in places is that they tend to have like a flower cellar somewhere.
Oh, yeah. I think I'll just jump onto gotta grab my phone. I'll jump onto Polearms only and get the last few for Ororon and her, Chasca. And then we're done.
Good idea.
Oh, this is some of the longest time it's taken for me to like level like just collect a character's flowers ever, I will say. So, you know. Oh, I wasn't gonna test Ororon today, but I don't think I have it in me. I'll do this means I'm probably not doing an exploration stream. Well, I might do an exploration stream tomorrow, but it won't be like trying to 100%. What I might try to do tomorrow is an exploration stream trying to get the Ringledingles in the new area, because there's 2 more Sanctifying Elixir you can get. And I need 1 more Sanctifying Elixir to try to go for another onset Pyro Goblet on Arlecchino, which is insane because I already have a 35 crit value onset Pyro Goblet, I'm aware. But if I get a better one, then that's what could enable me. I'm insane, Binge. I'm trying to get #1 spot on Arlecchino. That's my ending point for farming for Arlecchino on Polearms only. I want Polearms only to have the #1 Arlecchino, but
I found one of the local legends called Bronze Lock.
Okay.
And this is actually a pretty meaningful damage sponge. Like you might really like this.
Where is it? Is it?
So you know the so there's like an island kind of far out that you have to like fly to.
If you have my stream open, I marked a spot that I saw one of the local legends things. I didn't go into it.
I gotta
But you said you had to fly far out to it, so it's probably not this actually. Sorry.
Yeah.
Is it like this?
Co-op mode. I gotta return to single player and teleport away before I die.
Sure.
I can't pause.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Stupid
in multiplayer.
co-op things. Are you happy with Citlali? Yes, I am happy with her right now. We'll see. I can't make. I might not even be able to make any statements about how good her cryo application will be for enabling like Arlecchino melt until I actually use her. It's one of those things you can like try to map out on paper, but maybe subtle things in gameplay end up making there be a mismatch in timing of application that like Citlali may or may not. Like she's right on the line of like I'm not confident she'll be able to like solo enable melt Gaming, melt Arlecchino on her own. And I'd like to mess with it myself. But...
Scroll up to the islands.
Oh frick me! I can't join my poems only because I had to update the app on my phone. Yep. This one?
And the one far off to the right.
Oh.
Far off to the right.
Here?
The east. No. So it has a teleport waypoint, which is really cool. And you were there. Like you were
this one.
Right below it.
Oh, this one.
Yeah, the furthest east teleport waypoint that you don't have.
Oh, that I don't have. Oh, this one.
Yeah, look north of that.
Oh, I see. This one. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that one in
That's
the air
the one.
or not?
Yeah. So if you climbed all the way to the top of the structure, the island structure, like the center of that big island, and then you go to the top, there's like a pathway that you can take with the red bird or Chasca if you want to, and just fly out east, and you're going to be following some debris and stuff, and it's just a neat little trip. But you get to the end there, and there's a mechanical dragon, and yeah, he's pretty damage spongy and very easy to avoid his attacks.
Okay, nice. I feel like
you got to go higher. So like you're just trying to go. You're way below the plane of where you can
Jesus
find.
Christ, that I had to go to.
Yeah.
Okay.
You need to go to the center island. Like all the way up there, all the way to the top, and then work your way over east.
Okay. I don't think I have
you
to
see how
get any higher
the
than this.
rocks are kind of broken in that direction?
Yeah. Okay. You know what, I'm gonna switch to Citlali. Or Citlali. I wish. I'll switch to Chasca.
Give me Citlali.
Give her now.
Give it now.
Chamber full and ready.
Okay. Definitely some puzzles here that I'm gonna ignore for the time being. Oh, there's one of those things here. Interesting. What? Does this not give me... Oh, okay. Whoa. Okay. Wait, I feel like I missed something. Oh, I have to go up there. Oh, Jesus. Okay, okay. Right? Maybe? Oh, Jesus. Oh, this is a freaking slog to get to, dude.
Yeah, it's a big one, but there's a teleportable to local legend right there.
Okay.
I think it's kind of worth it for what I know you were trying to do. But the only problem is that it seems like it's just kind of resistant to everything as well. So it scales your damage down.
Okay.
Visually on screen. it looked like I was doing 30% of the normal damage that I would be doing.
That's unfortunate. It doesn't have a down phase or anything?
I knocked it down and it still
Okay.
had issues.
Interesting, that's unfortunate. So it won't be good for like testing like actual seeing damage numbers, but could maybe be good still for testing purposes of things.
Well, yeah, for multi-rotation stuff, definitely.
Okay, where the hell do I go from here? There? No? Oh, good lord. No, I'm using focus on here. I need to get up there. Uh-oh. I think I can get over here at least. Wait, this is not going to help me. Go straight towards the island from where you were. You have the flight things along the way. Wait, I do? Didn't see any of them. That's why I didn't go there. Yo, there we go. Right. Okay, this is a weird teleport point, by the way. What is the intention with this one? Okay, go back here, I guess. Ooh, just blocked my phone. Okay, download is not done yet. That's what I get for not pre-downloading the update on my phone. I didn't really think about that. Oh well. Alright. We'll head straight that direction. Its resistance seems to change based on the elemental damage it takes. This is someone in the chat. The example, it takes too much hydro damage, it becomes hydro resistant. Okay.
Interesting.
Supposedly I can just go straight here. Alright. Are you sure? I see nothing. What am I missing?
Give me a second. Yeah, so there's a place, so that you can't really go higher from. You see those rocks that are going up more?
Yeah. I got to that one over there.
Up on one of them. Yeah, you want to go up there first. You want to get as high as you possibly can.
Where you got the last Pyroculus? I think up there. Focused on.
But yeah, there's a teleport waypoint if you follow these rocks up high enough. Yeah, up there. You were looking right at it.
This?
Yeah, look to your right. Yeah, up there.
Up there? But yeah, I was trying to get there, but I couldn't get there.
Oh, you definitely can.
So I was trying to go to that rock before, but
yeah, that rock right to where you were just looking at it. Those rocks have like little infinite.
Yeah, no, I didn't even get close though. That's what I was trying to figure out before. And I decided to go there first because I could get there.
Let's fly.
Oh, no, you were looking right at it, actually.
What?
Hold on. So, this is really hard because you've got delay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, look towards the island that you want to go toward.
Oh, there's fucking things right there. What?
Yeah.
Those? What?
Exactly. Yep,
Okay,
that's
that
how
is-
you fly up.
I feel like that is not the way they should have designed it.
No, they shouldn't have, but they did.
They should have like the rocks that curl around are the intuitive way. Oh, that's not gonna reach, is it? Where is it? Grab this one. What? Oh, okay. I fuddled up. Of course I did. Oh, there we go. That's what I was waiting for. All right. Oh boy. Oh dear. Oh dear. No! Am I fine? I'm fine. Okay. No, oh my god, are you serious? This is awful. This is awful. Oh my god. This is really awful. You're supposed to use the bird without Chasca.
Well, the bird's actually better. Like, you don't have a way of reactivating.
Yeah, I can't reactivate shit. Fucking hell.
Yeah, but the bird can. If you're just floating with the bird and then you catch one of those
Chasca
things,
reactivates
like...
somehow. I don't know how though. It doesn't do it fucking consistently. Like she has been reactivating in there at some points. I have no idea what exactly determines what Kirara or Kinich or Ororon switch works. Yeah, I freaking might just do that. I could probably try to grab the freaking bird, but
jeez.
Good lord,
it's so rough.
This is a little bit of a blemish, I would say, on
planning on pulling for Chasca? Well,
not just Chasca, but just a little bit of the blemish of the exploration experience of this area.
No, dude, it's just Chasca. Like, the bird has no issues with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oops, Chasca's not back yet. That was misdone.
Burn this breeze.
Hopefully I'll make it. Wait. The current saved my butt. That's fine. Alright. For someone raised by that bird, she sure can fly. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea what the heck was reactivating her thing or not.
When I saw it happening, it's when you were near that colorful current.
Yeah.
And that kind of allowed you to do it. But, I don't know.
Okay.
Oh dear. Come on, Chasca, get your thing back. 4? There we go. Okay. Alright. Alright, serious. Okay, did these just randomly spawn? Is that what it is? I don't know.
The air current?
I have no idea.
There's a cooldown time.
Okay. The rainbow air currents?
Yeah.
Alright. Oh, frick. Yeah, I think the intention is with Chasca, I have the plan with Chasca here. That was the intention, I should say. Go straight up as much as I could. After getting the things marked. Can I get straight up here? I probably can.
Okay.
Whoop. Thank you, Kanish. Jesus Christ.
Is this really?
Hold shift with Chasca, please. No. Because I don't need to right now. I'm not in there. But sure, I will try. But if it's painful, feel free to leave. It's like, oh my god, really? Because I was trying to be precise with things. Speaking of, what direction are we going? All the way over there. But this is a farther distance to go. Okay. I don't think I should use shift here because I don't have. I would burn through the focus on too quickly.
Okay.
It consumes way less than holding space. I'm not holding space, I don't think. Or you mean when I'm climbing? Are you talking about specifically when I was climbing, Unex?
Okay.
I see. Oh, is this enemy? Yeah, this enemy normally has special resistances from when you do a bunch of damage of a particular type to
You're
it.
right. Yep.
But normally it doesn't start with it immediately. This one could be different. Alright, let's test an actual team with it. Oh wait. This is just, is it the same enemy? Or, no, it is. Oh, well, I didn't switch to you. BRB. If you press E when going to Chasca, does it reset her bar like Mualani? Yeah. Yeah, that's what we were just doing there, I think, with Kinich. Okay. Let's switch to... I don't know. Alright, you know what? Let's do the Chasca team. She's level 70 now. It'll be fine, probably.
Much.
May as well use the characters the stream was about.
What's the occasion?
Imagine I forgot the teleport. I would end the stream. But no, I was pretty confident. I was pretty confident I got a teleport.
Oh no.
Of course, kind of alive.
Let's light it up. Adventure time.
Oh my lordy. Okay.
Time to shine. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Not too far now. Time to say hello.
Alright.
But she's probably really good against him too,
Yeah.
because you're not doing just one type.
Oh, frick. That's stupid. You got me focused on making me not. Alright. And please. There we go.
Tell me what you see.
Let's fly.
Chasca's certainly getting some pretty decent damage, I think. It's kind of hard to tell. Oh, I'm using freaking goddamn.
She's doing good damage. Like
Yeah.
the
Bennett needs more energy in this team.
Everybody stand
oh wow, yeah.
Time to say hello.
Citrillia.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, this might be the kind of the best thing I've had for as far as a local legend that I can test against. They finally did it. Easily teleportable. A not too annoying area to fight it on.
That big gold thing's part of a world puzzle. By
Yeah,
the
I
way.
figured. Yeah.
Divided.
The team needs so much ER, it's crazy. Yeah. Well, that's. I think that is actually something that we didn't discuss earlier. Like the fact that Chasca wants rainbow teams, right? Because I got a freaking fragment just immediately from that. Nice. The fact that Chasca wants rainbow teams, does mean, you know, yeah, if you have burst reliant characters, they're gonna be pretty energy heavy. Like this is a 266 ER Bennett, and I was not getting my burst back. Which is a little rough. I could try doing things like funneling fab particles from Farina to him, but that's a little bit hard because Farina kind of almost always immediately triggers fab particles. And so usually she catches her own fab particles when I use her burst. So yeah, I don't know. Interesting. Should we had a Pyro Baiju for a team like this? Yeah. Again, like, I think I'll do a testing stream more tomorrow. I'm waiting for the download to finish so I can go to Polearms only, into my Polearms only world and get the last few materials I need. But we'll test out more things, but mostly a lot with Ororon is probably gonna be most of the time. But then I will also test teams with Chasca. I think tomorrow I'll probably be able to get Chasca to level 80. I'm not 100% certain. I'll definitely be able to get her to level 80. I'm not 100% certain I'll be able to get her to her final ascension done, but I don't think it'll be the end of the world for testing her and how she functions in different teams in that regard. Let's go do this quick. Is Ororon A4 an energy passive? Yes. That refunds energy though to the active character. So I guess it's possible I could do Farina into Ororon into Bennett. Which might be best to do in general anyways. The reason I was doing kind of Farina into Bennett into Ororon was trying to get like some of the damage stacks from Farina. But if I spend a little bit of field time after Ororon is active on Bennett, that might be actually enough energy to kind of help fix his problem there. So that was a good suggestion.
Afraid? Or do you not even have the courage to be afraid?
Start with this, By the way, also worth showing, you know. Yep, getting 40% Electro bonus, 40% Hydro bonus. Oh, we didn't get the 40% Pyro bonus. Interesting. I wonder why we had the 15% there. Could do that. We were in the air.
Is it my turn now? Open fire! With the fall of darkness, destruction shall rise. Have a taste of purgatory.
Where are you?
Farewell. Time to say hello.
Closer now.
Oh, I didn't think. Oh boy.
Is it my turn now? Not that. You've proven to be a worthy opponent after all.
Like, a weird factor is it's like almost uninteresting to fight some things with her. Like, her being in the air and avoiding Arlecchino makes Arlecchino a little less interesting to fight.
This has been seared away. My blade is all that remains.
Not too far now. You're free now.
No, Ororon doesn't trigger the Pyro bonus. Well, I think if I do Ororon or Bennett into Ororon, it would.
Sundown is only the beginning.
React with Pyro.
Yeah, because if I do, well, like I think what it might be is like do a Bennett E into Ororon E, EQ into Farina maybe, although that's like not ideal for like a C2 or Farina context. I don't know. The rotation for this team to optimize like a non-C2 Farina, like I have more freedom to do weird things like that because of C2 Farina, right? Like I'll get the damage bonus kind of regardless. So I don't know. How good would Chasca be on the support set? It's likely something I will test out in a Chasca video, which is presumably. Ooh, nice, thank you, game. Well, actually, not thank you for the fact that you gave me two of the wrong things, but you at least gave me a Dream Solvent, and you gave me a dang Claymore Billet. Not that the Claymore Billet is the most valuable thing in the world, but I will take that. That was some good drops from the boss. Apparently have a lot of these pyro crystals. If I skip a week, I don't even need them. I can convert them to Citlali material. So, anyways, yeah, we'll mess more with Chasca tomorrow, I think, and we'll hopefully get a new goblet in Polearms Only tomorrow as well. But let's go finish off this stream with jumping into Polearms Only. It finally finished updating my phone. I am probably gonna have to convert
There is a
things
quest
over, but oh well.
that is in Outland that prevents you from going to your Serenity pot
Nice.
until you complete it.
And that's what you activated.
Yep.
Classic. Alright. What am I doing? Use this. I have the 4-piece Obsidian on Chasca right now, of course. My Chasca build is definitely pretty good, by the way, but, you know, her talents are also not fully leveled. But it's very possible, like, with this investment, a lower investment Chasca with, like, the, you know, the craftable weapon or whatever, 4-star weapon, with a similar, or a slightly different artifacts maybe, but, a slightly lower investment Chasca in some form, but with higher talent levels would probably be doing, like a crown Chasca would be doing more damage than this Chasca was doing there, right? Is what I would say. So, you know, we're not going to get to the point of crowning Chasca, though. I don't have the resources to justify spending on that, but I'll get her to level 80, get her final ascension at minimum, and level both her skill and burst to level 8. Ororon, my Ororon build is very good. I have a C4 Ororon, 71, 151, 170. He's on Electro Goblet. Yeah. Chasca's weapon, any good on other characters? It's a stat stick weapon, potentially. That's probably all it is. I think, what is the condition for the charge attack damage? I don't know. I think the condition for the charge attack damage bonus and the burst damage bonus is not that hard. But it's just there's not that many units that actually care about charge attack damage bonus and burst damage bonus. Like, it's an interesting on-field Farazan weapon. It's probably on-field Farazan's best weapon, and it's probably not close. But for an off-field Farazan, it's not that relevant. So, anyways. What are we doing? Oh, we're joining into the Polearm Only account. Bam, hello. And let that weirdo in. Chasca's weapon quite good on Tignari. Yeah. Double Dendro. Oh yeah. The passive requirement requires elements of different combinations or whatever. I believe. So yeah, Tignari probably a pretty compelling use case for it. Okay. Let's do. Oh frick! That's require some travel time. Oh boy. Oh dear. Alright. Did I finish my dailies in Polearms Only? I don't even remember. I did. Good. Okay. Just double checking. Alright. Let's go. Take a long walk through. Where am I going? Over here. There we go. And the map's like really weirdly shapen, right? Like. The volcano's over here, so that's like the next expansion. Like, you got these weird gaps all over the place. It's so goofy. Obviously, this is just I didn't get that map, but yeah. Anyways. No waypoints. Yep. I mean, thankfully, we don't need to actually spend that much time getting the things. Put Mualani and Chasca, or the Shilonen back here, I think. Mualani we were using, by the way, because it wasn't obvious, not just for the water traversal, but mostly for her marking the things on the map. Yeah, it's going to take a little bit longer to get Chasca's just because her crap is a little bit farther away. Ororon we need a little bit more, but I think they're almost all nearby here. There's literally 10 right down here. We need like 30. Hello, Kellen. Joining a little bit late, but I don't know. The stream is now more relaxed. We're talking about less because I am tired. But yeah, anyone joining lately, feel free to rewind the stream for more interesting discussion. Yeah. I don't think there's that much need for us to repeat a lot of the things we've said. Yoink.
Let's hope you put up a good fight.
I'm gonna put up a fight by running away. I apparently didn't get all the things over there.
Here comes.
I miss. Over here? Or did I miss? Yeah, okay. Yoink. You can get the Chasca ones in your world, you already have the waypoints? That is fair. Yeah, I can do that. Well. Yeah, I think we will.
Let's hope you put up a good fight.
It's probably a bit quicker. Are you on the friends list on my main account, Drato? I don't remember. You can probably just try to join the world. I'll let you in, and then you can leave, and I can join off of you. That would be the easiest way. Rather than trying to get your UID in the chat. Otherwise, you can try to get your UID in the chat, I guess. If YouTube will let you. Alright, yoink. No, that's not the spot. Over here, okay. A little bit hard to remember. I'm gonna need to go up there or not? I have no idea. 9 and 6. Well, that should be... Those two spots alone are enough. So, you know, off we go. Oh, there's some right here, though. Like, oh, the way that this new system marks the plants is a little bit weird. Like, why would it not mark these ones when they're closer? Odd. You're a new viewer? Welcome, new viewer. Glad to have you here. Hello, angry boy. How you doing? Sorry. Didn't mean to anger you. I just need flowers.
Bring it.
Free me. Oop. There we go. I can enter your world. It's better than YouTube. Sure. Sounds good, Drato. Thank you. Okie-dokie. Yeah, I don't remember the last time it... What was the last character that took this anywhere near this long? I don't think there was... Almost always when I level characters, it's like maybe an hour or two of doing like plants and things.
Well, what did you think of
Like this time it's 2 characters though, so that's why it's like weird, because normally I don't have to do 2 characters at once for new area things, right? Which made it take a lot
What
longer.
about Jianyan?
For what?
For like leveling time, because she had an all-new material, she had an all-new boss.
Oh yeah, her. Yeah, I don't remember it being that bad. Like it was not short, but I think it was like a couple hours. But I guess like being that this is 2 characters and we're about 5 hours in, it's a couple hours each.
Yeah.
It just feels a lot longer because it was all in one go. Ugh. What's the last one? Is it down? It's taking me down there, I think. How many more are there? 4? I feel like one of them was elsewhere, but that's fine. We can climb back up. Wait, no, they were down here. Maybe only one was there. We might have enough, actually. Let's see. Okay. Is it enough? Can we be done with Ororon? Yes. Well, we had to get these crafted, but that's fine. Sick. I'm done with Ororon. Alright. Go back to my world. Thank you, Polearms only, for your service. Alright. And we'll join Gerato. Map was also not so vertical like this is. I don't mind the verticality. I mean, having to figure out the weirdness with the things was annoying, and I think it, like based on what Ben said, the bird works more sensibly. So the fact that Chasca felt weird and janky, I think it's a little bit of a weird oversight on Mihalio's part.
I think they were just trying to prevent you from being able to do like infinite flying things.
Yeah, but they went a bit too hard in that direction, I think.
Yeah.
So I think it'll probably be fine. You just gotta be good with using the bird. I don't know. I like them when they do like vertical things. It makes this like area much actually more interesting than it seems like at a glance, based on like the size of it compared to another area, with all the vertical elements to it. I really like that. So yeah,
That's one of the reasons why I really like the chasm.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Apparently Musashi has already posted a infinite flying bird video. Nice. Maybe should have just done that. Do they have an infinite Chasca video yet? I can do this infinitely. Oh yeah, what is... Wait. How does her shift going up work? Whatever. Okay. Get back over here. Hold it for longer? Oh, whatever, I'll mess around with it a bit. Alright, we can hopefully just kick you. So we're gonna join their world. We just did that, so it was easy to join them. Hold it for longer, then look up, shift. Okay. I feel like you were getting overly upset at me for not doing whatever you were wanting me to do for vertical utility, when it seems to be not particularly intuitive to do fast vertical movement. Why does it say that I'm still online? I closed my phone. Whatever. Go to recent players. Join. They might not have loaded back in yet. But anyway, I'll mess around with that for her exploration stuff here, because I imagine I will end up using her more. Particularly if I want to do that stream, trying to 100% the area in one stream.
And EM builder and stuff. Right?
Well, that'll probably be a cyber stream. I'll probably test that in somewhat tomorrow, and then yeah, they're probably still reloading. I'll test that somewhat tomorrow, right? And then I'll properly make a video on it, I think. Hopefully this weekend. I think my intention is this week to... Oh, I don't even know. I wanted to originally do
You'll at least get them raised,
Yeah, well, yeah, I'll get them raised. I was originally considering doing the Kave Shatter Bloom video this weekend, but I might just say that doesn't have to be any particular time, I feel like. And it might be more... You don't have to rejoin my world, dude. I need to join your world. I already have you in my list here. But, what was I saying?
But plans for the week.
Oh, yeah. So, I think I'll stream tomorrow. We'll do some exploration and poems only, see if I can get a goblet. But then do actual, like, more testing, playing of these characters. And then I think I will make a video on Chasca, I think, for EM Chasca, hopefully, first. So I think that's an interesting thing to explore. And we'll potentially highlight, or maybe not, I don't know, her issues, or maybe she'll even be better than I thought. As far as reaction triggering things. Isn't there flowers here? Why is it telling me to go all the way over there? Whatever. It's fine, I guess. There's a bunch anyways. I think that was just a sign to let you know they loaded. Oh, that's fair. They didn't really have to do that. I appreciate that, I guess, if that was the intention. I was just going to retry anyways. It didn't really matter that it said timed out. We're already 5 hours, 20 minutes in. It wasn't that big a deal to have to wait for them to load in.
We've been here long enough.
Yeah. Not mad, frustrated, I guess, because flying is very similar to the bird. Well, I haven't used the bird. Like, every time I press shift, she goes forward, dude. I don't know what the...
So it's a weird thing if you do what is essentially like the sprint in air, but you aim up.
Oh.
It gives you better vertical movement, over time.
Okay.
Than just holding it, and
I see.
get less energy drain out of it.
Okay.
It's a hard thing to convey in text, so like I can understand.
I have Mualani active, that's why I was confused. Alright.
It's been awesome, actually. Like, I'm gonna hop out,
Yeah,
get
sure.
some things done this evening, but I really appreciate you having me. And
Yeah, it was nice having you. It was fun. Who's this dude? Alright, distractions.
take care, chat.
Yeah, have a good one. Thanks, Benj.
Yeah, no problem, man. See you again sometime. Bye.
Yep. I should switch to Mualani. I cannot find these things without Mualani, apparently. I've gotten so reliant on those stupid things. Alright. What's happened to your Chasca? Just double shot instead of charging her gun? Or is my mouse dying? Well, I was double shotting probably because I was spamming the button or whatever. Most likely is why that was happening for me. Alright. Wait. Oh, I put Shalona on that team, not Mualani. Whoops. Alright. Well, I shouldn't have to do this for 10 flowers, but whatever. Oh, I see. Over here. Yeah, right there. I was literally right there and I didn't see that somehow. Good job, Ring. Alright. Yoink. Apparently still missed some behind there, but whatever. Hopefully the ones over here will be enough. Put the better unit on the team. Yeah, accidentally. Oops. And honestly, comparing Chasca and Shalona is a little bit weird considering they're literally completely different units, but alright, there we go. We haven't yet 60, 145. That is 105 we need. We are good. Yeah, resin-wise, I'm gonna need, I mean, tomorrow obviously won't be a problem. Do hopefully 4 runs at minimum, right, or at max. Will get me there, and then, yeah, okay, we'll be fine. I don't know if we'll be able to fully ascend Chasca tomorrow, because I don't have that many fragiles, but we'll see. Yeah, thank you for the help. Girato, or Jato. Alright, let's test this last thing quick. Like this. I see. Okay. I see. So the intention, if we go, I'll go back to my world. So the intention is to like go at that angle, rather than doing what I was doing going up, and yeah, I get what you mean. Yep. Chasca auto fires at 6 loaded shells, no lead to release. Yes, but yeah, not at 6. I honestly think that was almost a bit like good why it did it, but like I almost think it would have been more engaging if you did have to release, because like that's one weird thing I felt is just like you're mostly just like you just hold left click and then move around. That's her gameplay. It's a little unnuanced. I wish there was more. I don't know. Maybe some people that will have ideas like other than what I mentioned earlier in the stream. But like the idea I mentioned earlier in the stream is literally just a way to get like one extra swirl reaction out of her. That's literally it. So actually, I wonder her C1. When does this? When triggering the passive talent, the second Shadow Hunter will be additionally converted. So that's kind of interesting. Like I think the tech that I did before with her C1 would be potentially meaningfully better, because letting her shot go early at 4 shots would guaranteed get 2 reactions, or 2 elements applying, not 2 reactions. So that could be maybe a bit more compelling of tech to do with her C1, because with C0 though it's just an extra swirl. But first impressions, I mean, she matches my expectation. She's very much RNG, rainbow DPS, and it's flashy and fun. And she's definitely more than strong enough to be a 5-star. But is she like an account changer? Oh no, for sure. Like she's definitely going to be reliant on supports. But no, maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe when I use like I will play around with her in teams that don't buff her tomorrow potentially, right? Or don't buff her anywhere near as significantly as this team is doing, right? We'll see. I haven't meaningfully tested her because I've been doing exploration, trying to level them up for the last 5 hours, and that's where I've been at. This was not exactly where I wanted to go, I guess. But we'll go. Actually, there we go. Just
Time to go.
do this, and then wait for Chasca. Yeah, and obviously she has some exploration potential, like most of the Natlan units. I don't think it's crazy, but right, yeah. So this was the intention. Yeah, okay, yeah, that goes a lot farther. I see. And now I ran out, but oh well. Yeah, I can use Ororon. Do. Anyways, there's a whole lot of exploration things that I obviously haven't touched on. I haven't touched on much of actual experimentation with the kits, but that's fine, and kind of expected. So, thank you, Unix, for the movement tips on her. It was a little bit weird. I feel like they could have implemented that in a way that doesn't require angling up the camera as much as I have to. Like, it's a little bit weird that I have to like do that as much as I did, but it's not the end of the world. Is Ororon fun to play? I mean, he's mostly his own gameplay is just like, what does he enable for the team? His gameplay is just press EQ, and like Chasca's is press E, hold left click, with a little bit of strafing potential. But I don't know. I don't know. I haven't tested gameplay that meaningfully, so I'll give you more thoughts on gameplay next stream. You can go straight down. Can you? Let's refill. Oh, well, thanks, game, I guess. So left control. Whoop. Wait, how do you? Like straight down fast with shift hold.
Time to go.
Wait for it to recharge. Do. Chasca, the new Gen Yoimiya. I mean, Yoimiya, you actually have to click multiple times. you don't have to click multiple times with Chasca. What? Did I just run out of stuff? So we'll just go land. Go land. We'll go over here. I'm holding shift. It's more like ISO. Kind of. She's almost like the most do nothing DPS in the game in a weird way, is what it kind of felt like to me. So, I don't know. I don't know. And her team also wants things that just kind of automatically happen. She might have situations. I hope there are situations where, like Wanderer, right, almost could have used the interruption resistance she has more, obviously. Because Wanderer, you at least have to like do, you know, normal attacks, charge attacks. And there's some nuance to like active engagement with your inputs with Wanderer, right? Whereas like Chasca's just this, look at the enemies. Bang. Look at the enemies, bang, right? And if the enemies can't hit you meaningfully, if they're not a threat to knock you out of the air, like, it would have been better if she could have been knocked out of the air, is kind of what I'm arguing. I'm sorry, because at least that would have engaged you more. Like, you know, you hold left click, but what you are doing, you gotta pay attention to what the enemies are doing in order to avoid. There still might be that. I haven't fought meaningful enemies that seem like they could hit her yet. Anyways, hold shift and go straight till she locks into the animation. then you can use the mouse. You move where you look when sprinting. Okay. Oh, okay. I think I had it there for a second. Okay. I'll muck about, worth it. You did fight enemies that challenged you once, and the rockets that shot you. That's true. That's true. She's not necessarily the most tanky unit in the game. So, and obviously Citlali will probably just kind of... Citlali with Chasca will probably just trivialize her. For the most part. I mean, Citlali's shield isn't insane, so it won't completely trivialize her, but, you know. Anyways. Like, so currently one enemy trivialized. Or one enemy got Chasca. It's just weird. Like, it's something that could be very valuable to some people, the fact that she's so simple to use. But for me, I think makes her kind of potentially boring. And again, like, if she had nuance of, like, different ways to actually control her application, and, like, her bullet order or whatever, so we could control what reaction she would get, she would still be super interesting to think about using, even if her gameplay is simple, because if you could do something specific to get specific reactions happening, right, that's a different form of engagement there, right? But she's just configure the team, make sure they have enough VR, hold left click, go. So, but you know, if you like the brain dead damage dealing and dopamine from rainbow numbers, she's enjoyable, right? She's by no means a bad character. You will feel pushed towards the Frina Bennett core, most likely. I don't know if that's going to... yeah, quite frankly, I don't think it's going to change. But, anyways. Constellation did you get for Ororon? I have C4, which I am very comfortable ending with C4 on him. So, yep. Only reason I would be able to get more now is if I decided I wanted Citlali. If I want Chasca C1, but right now I kind of want Citlali more than anything, so I think I will save my resources. Is my current inclination. Yeah, did 70 pulls and got no Ororon. I feel your pain. It makes you feel better. I did like 100 pulls between different banners to try to get 2 copies of Sethos for C4 to C6 and got 0. You're not alone. But yep, it sucks. I wish there was a good system for 4 stars. So wings are nice on him. Yeah, I like these wings on him. I don't think there's any other particularly amazing choice. There was other not bad choices, but these managed to look really good. Right amount of contrast with right amount of matching hues in some ways. Anyways, enough yapping. I'm freaking tired. I need to take a break from the Genshin impacts. We'll probably stream tomorrow. Hopefully a little bit earlier than I streamed today. I just streamed later today because I got distracted by all the actual real kit information that came out.
Having a favorite animal or vegetable or fruit can help us.
And vegetables from Ororon is a good way to end off the stream. So, anyways, hopefully you enjoyed. It was an interesting stream having Benj here. It was nice. It wasn't what I planned originally, but he messaged me beforehand before I started streaming, and I was like, "Hey, do you want to join a voice call? Talk about some whatever things?" I'd be like, "Yeah, but I'm going to be streaming, so you're free to join a stream." So it was unexpected, but I thought it was valuable having his perspective there for different things, even if our perspective is pretty similar ultimately. So, oh, by the way, the last thing to end the stream on. I made a Blue Sky account like 3 days ago because I don't want to do Twitter because I just hate the platform as it currently is. But I kind of want to have somewhere where I can like post my thoughts about characters and whatever things. That's like a good record. Like, because like if you want to go see my thoughts of the like, I spent 3 hours looking at kits and writing up different thoughts on my Discord earlier today. But if you want to like go back and find that, it's annoying as shit. Like Discord is a terrible platform for like a record of information, and finding those things I put there. Whereas like Blue Sky, which is just like a Twitter like, right? But not cringe, and it I I'm gonna do that. So I'm not gonna link it right now. If you search for, you can probably find me though if you search Solunera. I have like the profile icon, the same as my YouTube channel. I haven't linked anything there, but I'm mentioning this because I thought this was funny. About an hour before I started streaming, I got a notification on my phone saying Zajeff77 followed me. I was like, what? Like Zajeff followed me, but I hadn't linked that anywhere. I hadn't announced it anywhere to anyone. So that tells me that Zajeff looked up my username, and he not only did he look at my username, he recognized that he would need to look up the Solunera username because it's not Soluna. I am Solunera, which is like also my full YouTube URL. It's if you go youtube.com @SOLUNERRA. Because Soluna is usually taken. It's too short and too common of like a portmanteau. So anyways, I'm usually Solunera is what my actual username is. And Zajeff apparently looked that up for some reason and followed me. So that was interesting. And I followed him back. Anyways, so I'll probably start actually posting to Blue Sky soon, TM. Yeah, apparently he's stalking me. No. It's like, anyway, funny. Oh, I just got a notification from Blue Sky. That's amusing. Someone has followed me. Thank you, Flint. Yeah, I'll start probably using that later. I'll probably put some of my thoughts about the like upcoming characters and whatever there. I think it'll be nice to have that, among other things, a social media platform where, you know, it can be a good record and people can go back and see the things I've said without having to control F in Discord and whatever, and scroll through hundreds and hundreds of conversation-based messages. So, anyways, yeah, I'm not gonna link it right now because I don't have it even open anywhere. I don't have it logged in on my desktop or anything, so I can't link it right now for you. Sorry. But again, SOLUNERRA if you wanted to look me up, but I'll start using it more regularly later, probably. Anyways. So, thanks to Jeff for following me. Bye. Is this your optimal Chasca team? I think this is probably her best team right now. When Citlali comes out, the Citlali version instead of Ororon is probably a bit stronger. Most likely. But yeah, anyways. Now you can be annoying about Scarlet Sands and hit suggest feed with it. Exactly. No, probably not. Yet, at least. Anyways, bye-bye.